Chapter 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu, wake up. Xiao Yu was in a trance when he heard a beautiful and soft woman voice call out to him, "God, which beauty is calling out to me?" Xiao Yu couldn't help but imagine the beautiful face and body of the actress from the movie he had seen a few days ago. However, when he tried to open his eyes he found out that he had a bad headache. Rays of sunlight burst out as soon as his eyes opened. "What's the matter?" "Oh." He tried to move his body but found out that his body hurt to death. It seemed as if all the bones in his body were broken. "Where am I?" Xiao Yu only remembered participating in the World of Warcraft contest and winning the championship. He received the gift. The manager took him to a room and Xiao Yu felt as if he was knocked on the head. He didn't remember anything from then on. "Mom, the manager must have knocked me out and taken the prizes. Wait and see how I get back at him." "Xiao Yu, are you alright?" The same beautiful voice echoed once more. This time Xiao Yu was clear that he wasn't in a dream. "Strange. Where am I? Who is this beauty? I don't remember knowing someone with such a beautiful voice. Am I in the hospital?" Xiao Yu was perplexed. He finally opened his eyes fully after a while. He saw a beautiful charming face looking at him which almost stunned Xiao Yu. A beautiful young woman with an exquisite and delicate face. She had a pair of big eyes which were full of sadness. The long eyelashes constantly trembled which gave her a different charm. The woman's body had a very feminine temperament and she was looking at Xiao Yu with affectionate eyes. "Who is this? I have seen so many women but God, I have never seen one with such charm and temperament. Look at her chest. Wow. Oh my God. 36D. At least 36D. Maybe even E. God. What have I done so that you have blessed me with such a beauty?" Xiao Yu's spirit went up instantly and saliva flew down his mouth. He was about to ask the beautiful woman when a cold voice echoed, "Look at his appearance. He is going to die but still can't think of anything else. He will be a scoundrel for 1,000 years. Xiao Yu's mind moved when he heard the second voice, "Another beauty." He turned around and saw that there were 4 beautiful women in the room. A total of 5 beauties and each of them were more beautiful than another. Flowers. Empress dowagers. Xiao Yu hasn't met so many beauties in his life than today. God. What has happened? Is this my prize for keeping my virginity for 20 years? Does it mean that I have to finally hand it over? At the same time, Xiao Yu didn't know how but lots of unfamiliar memories began to pour into his mind. It felt very uncomfortable. Are they my sisters-in-law? All 5 brothers are dead. Xiao Yu was stunned as he knew what was happening. So, I have transmigrated into this dude's body whose name is also Xiao Yu. Dad, Mum and 5 brothers are dead. I'm the lord of the land and I have 5 widow sisters-in-law who are as beautiful as flowers. Oh my God, days of eternal happiness are mere steps away. I am an adolescent teenager and there are 5 lovely and lonely sisters-in-law. The chance for sex is 100%. Xiao Yu almost fainted because of happiness. The God has been merciful to him. He was sent to such a needy family. Xiao Yu couldn't help but fantasize about the blissful sex life he was going to enter. The cold sister-in-law spoke once again when she saw Xiao Yu's spirit was restored. He won't die. We have to discuss what to do now. This prodigal son hasn't just lost the family business but his sisters-in-law in a gamble too. If we don't take countermeasures now then that bastard will bring people in a month to take us. The other beauties also nodded. Their faces turned cold as they left one after another. The gentle and charming woman helplessly sighed. Xiao Yu, you are a disaster. Have good rest. The young woman left the room too. Xiao Yu couldn't help me whisper, family business is lost, sisters-in-law are lost too. At the same time, another chunk of memory popped up in his mind. Xiao Yu slowly began to understand things. He had transmigrated into the body of the lord of the land called Xiao Yu. This Xiao Yu was the prodigal son of the family. He had inherited land and lordship from his father. Xiao Yu's father was called Xiao Zantan. Zantan was a general of the Tanshai, Sky Lion, dynasty. Because of Zantan's repeated and outstanding military exploits, he was given a territory to rule over. However, Emperor was afraid of Zantan's abilities and was worried to be excluded by the political opponents. As a result, Emperor bestowed upon Zantan a remote and barren land in the northwest. Zantan helplessly took his own family and came to this region after the war ended. he came to the great northern wilderness to carry out the development. The piece of land that was bestowed upon him, called the Great Northern Wilderness, was a massive place. Actually, it was 1/3 of the size of the land of Skyline Dynasty. Even the Ankigan Mountains were given to them. No lord in the dynasty had such a large fiefdom. The land was large, but it was very barren. Xanten would manage somehow if it was just about the barren soil. The problem was that this territory was all about local wars with countless tribal forces on different sides. Moreover, the region was close to Prayer Empire and nomad tribes. These people were just a group of bandits who roamed from place to plan to plunder the region. In addition to the local tribes and nomad groups, there were Ankigan Mountains, which had trolls, orcs, goblins and other races that inhabited there. These monsters often attacked villages and towns, creating nothing but chaos. The emperor's bestowal of land was easy to understand. If Xanten could settle the problems, then land belonged to him. If Xanten didn't have the capacity, then there was nothing to be done. Originally, the land was a buffer zone between the Western Cloud Empire and the Skyline Dynasty, so the Empire didn't count it as part of their land to begin with. Xanten wasn't a person to easily give up. He used his military talent and began to conquer the area. He set up a large area as his own. After 30 years of hard work, Xanten was able to build a small town in the barren land. The residents from nearby settlements moved to the place and formed the town with a fixed population. However, because of the military struggles, the population of the territory suffered heavy losses. Out of 6 sons that Xanten had, 3 were killed in those skirmishes. After a long term of battles and wounds, Xanten also died of illness. After the death of Xanten, his 4th son took over the control of territory. But after a few days of control, on his own wedding day, a demon tribe attacked and killed the 4th son. Xiao Yu's sister-in-law became a widow before entering the bridal chamber. The 5th son Yi took control over the territory after the 4th brother. Unfortunately, he was sickly and died of illness not so long after. His wife was also left after. As a result, 5 sisters-in-law who weren't even touched were kept in the dominion. After everything, the 16-year-old prodigal son of the family, Xiao Yu, inherited the lordship. Xiao Yu was too outrageous since childhood. He ate, drank and gambled all day long, but he was proficient in everything. He was known as a bastard in the Xanten's house, as he liked to peep at sisters-in-law who took bath. In a time frame of 1 year, Xiao Yu crippled the family's possessions, which were weakened by the long battles and wars. He gambled with a youth called Carrie, who was the son of a general that was the lord of territory not so far away from them. Carrie for long was obsessed with 5 sisters-in-law of Xiao Yu, so he made a wager with Xiao Yu. If Xiao Yu won, then he would give back all the money that Xiao Yu had lost in the last year. The prodigal son had unexpectedly bet his 5 sisters-in-law as a wager to win back the money that he had lost. Naturally, Xiao Yu was cheated and he lost even the sisters-in-law. However, although he was a prodigal son, he knew that losing sisters-in-law seemed wrong, so he took advantage of the situation and ate the contract. Carrie was in fury as he ordered people to beat Xiao Yu half to death. When the body of Xiao Yu was carried home, the boy died and this Xiao unconsciously transmigrated over. What the hell? Why am I so unlucky? Originally, I thought that I would be swimming in boundless wealth and enjoying the great life with 5 beautiful sisters-in-law, but I have to face such a terrible situation. This prodigal son was too hateful. You had enjoyed every single day of your life and I can't even enjoy one. Xiao Yu thought that he would be the little emperor of this territory, enjoying the bodies of 5 sisters-in-law. It seems he would be finished before even having a chance. He was pissed off about the idea to hand out 5 sisters-in-law, let alone the girls themselves. In any case, he was a modern socialist university student. How could he outdo everything? Even that prodigal son Xiao Yu didn't want to hand over his sisters-in-law by eating the contract. However, the other side will send soldiers for a battle in 1 month if he didn't hand out the girls. According to the memories, his own territory couldn't withstand the attack of anyone. Otherwise, his own 4th brother wouldn't be killed on his own wedding day. Master, you have a good rest. This old slave will go out now. There are many things that I have to deal with. A white-haired old man said. Xiao Yu was shocked with the transmigration and the beauties. He was immersed in his own fantasy and hadn't realized that there was another man in the room. The old man was wearing fit but old clothes. He was looking at Xiao Yu. There was no anger in his eyes, but it felt as if he was looking at a wood instead of a human. It seems the old man was disappointed with Xiao Yu. According to the memories, Xiao Yu knew that this old housekeeper was called Xiao Hong. He had followed his father for more than 3 decades. Uncle Hong. Xiao Yu smiled in an embarrassed manner. Old Xiao Yu was only cautious of the housekeeper. After the death of Zhao Dan, old Hong was the only one who could control prodigal Xiao Yu. If there was anyone that Xiao Yu feared in the world, that was Xiao Hong. Old housekeeper didn't say anything but left the room. After a while, a 14-year-old maid came in to bring a bowl of porridge to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu didn't even have spirit or energy to molest this girl because of the harsh decision he was facing. What a bad luck. What a bad face. Such a prodigal son. Xiao Yu almost cried out. Chapter 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After the maid-servant girl went out, Xiao Yu was left alone in the huge room. He was lying in bed feeling unwell. Why my luck is so bad. Anyone else who transmigrates to another world would get hugs right and left, while I'm left with a fate that directs me to total annihilation. Xiao Yu finally got to admit the fact that he was in a situation that he couldn't reverse, so he began to ponder about ways to deal with the situation. Should he just commit suicide by hanging? Is there any way out? I'm a man from modern Earth. I can invent gunpowder and get some guns to spray bullets at enemies. But it's not as if I will get gunpowder and rifles in a day or two. I'm a university student, but I haven't learned anything useful in the unit. I used my days playing Warcraft. If you had given me a base of orcs, then I could sweep through this world. Xiao Yu was entangled in depressing thoughts when a woman's voice sounded. You can operate the game now. Do you want to open the system? Xiao Yu was shocked as he looked around. There was no one. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Am I hallucinating? Xiao Yu muttered, open the game system. Is it possible that I can still play the game, Warcraft? A familiar picture appeared in front of Xiao Yu when he said the word Warcraft. It was the interface of the game Warcraft that he used to play on daily basis. Is it that I have transmigrated with the game? Xiao Yu stood up in excitement. I'll try. Xiao Yu calmed down after some time. He watched the game interface and found that the familiar buildings shown on it. There were town halls for the 4 races and altars to summon heroes. Great Hall of Orcs, build that. Xiao Yu said. Please reselect the location of the building. This place doesn't meet the requirements. The electronic sound of the woman echoed in his mind. I can really build a great hall, altar, barracks and so on to call out units and heroes of Warcraft. Xiao Yu was laughing in excitement. He looked like a madman. Damn it. If I can summon warriors from the Warcraft world, then no one can stand against me, let alone carry. Damned idiot. Don't you know that only this little brother can molest the sisters-in-law? Xiao Yu checked the interface. He found out that as long as he thought about Warcraft, the information will pop up in his mind. He could see the information about the buildings too, but he had to construct them first. He did his best to talk to the electronic voice, but found out that it wasn't meant for conversation but only to convey the instructions. It didn't even take initiative to explain anything. However, Xiao Yu didn't need an explanation as he was extremely familiar with the Warcraft game. Now, I have to find a good location to build a great hall and then began producing warriors. Otherwise, I'll be finished after a month. Xiao Yu quickly ran out of his room and went outside the mansion. He found a horse from the stable and rode out. The construction of town hall or great hall was inappropriate in the city. He had to find a suitable location and it had to be outside. He was best using the orcs, so he was planning to summon orc warriors. The appearance of so many orcs in the city would cause riots at this point. Let alone orcs, even such a strange building would attract the attention of the city and they may not accept such a thing that appeared out of thin air. Xiao Yu didn't know anything about riding horses, but old Xiao Yu knew, so he used his memories and ride the horse. He wasn't that fast. He got out of the town in excitement. Several sisters-in-law and housekeeper Hong saw his departure. They sighed. Coward. He knows that he has done wrong and won't be able to bear the consequences, so he chooses to run away. The 4th sister-in-law, the cold beauty, said, let him go. At least we can consider the blood of Xiao family will continue on. Xiao Yu's sister, the previous maid said as she sighed. The other sisters-in-law didn't even comment. They had lost belief in Xiao Yu long time ago. Xiao Yu ride the horse towards the Ankigan Mountains. The town was built by the foothill of the Ankigan Mountains. As a result, you could enter the endless Ankigan Mountains if you ride from the back of the town. It was said that there were numerous orc, elf tribes and other creatures in the Ankigan Mountains. According to the legend, there was even a dragon. However, it was only legends and tales. People only saw trolls or low-level creatures. Xiao Yu was thinking about a good location for the Great Hall. He remembered a location from the memories. Old Xiao Yu used to play in a remote place in the mountains. It was a very steep location, but there was a flat wide place under it. It was very suitable for the construction of Town Hall. Moreover, Xiao Yu had to be careful from the creatures inhabiting in the Ankigan Mountains. He wouldn't be able to kill a chicken, let alone another creature. Xiao Yu ride along the path from the memory. After half an hour he reached the location under the steep cliff. If he located the town hall in the space below the steep cliff, then it would be very difficult for others to attack the place from the front. Xiao Yu had lots of experience about finding the locations for building because of his game skills from the Warcraft. He couldn't wait to start the construction of the hall. "Are you sure to build the Great Hall in here?" the voice asked once more for confirmation. "Yes, begin construction." Xiao Yu's voice was trembling because of excitement. Nevertheless, countless people had dreamed to be in the situation that he was in. He was playing the game in real life. Boom! A loud sound echoed. A majestic and huge red Great Hall appeared in front of Xiao Yu. It was impressive and magnificent. It didn't look much in the game, but it was so huge in reality, and Xiao Yu was shocked. Haha, awesome. It is a Great Hall. Xiao Yu restrained the excitement in his heart and ordered, "Construct Altar of Storms." A loud noise echoed as a 10-meter-high altar of storms made out of jade appeared in the location where Xiao Yu pointed towards. Both Great Hall and Altar of Storms were made for free. However, it was not the game but reality, so some things weren't the same way as in game. The Altar of Storms is built. You can summon a hero for free. Do you want to summon? The voice resounded. So it's like the game. The summoning of the first hero is for free. Summon. Xiao Yu said without hesitation. Altar of Storms can summon following heroes: Blade Master, Tauren Chieftain, Farseer and Shadow Hunter. Which hero would you like to summon? Blade Master. Xiao Yu said without hesitation. In his past life, the Blade Master was his favorite hero. Moreover, it was the hero he was most skilled with. The summoning began. It will take an hour. As soon as the voice stopped, a strange green light covered the altar. A music was sung as a green person began to form above the altar. "I'm so looking forward to seeing Blade Master in real life, but it takes so long. It is simply a torture." Xiao Yu was bored as he circled around the altar. He suddenly remembered that he couldn't delay time but construct other buildings. An elite player like him had made a rookie mistake. He wouldn't be able to beat the troops just by using Blade Master. At best he would be able to beat dozens of people, but he wouldn't be able to do anything if he faced troop of thousands. Construct barracks. Xiao Yu ordered. He had the Great Hall and now he could build barracks. You need peons in order to construct barracks. 5 peons come for free with the system. Do you want to summon them? The voice of the system responded. I have to rely on labor to construct them. Ah, all right. Immediately summon them. Xiao Yu ordered. Not long after 5 peons came out from the Great Hall. Xiao Yu curiously looked for a long time. Even the lowest level peons were more robust than him. They had green skin, stout muscles, fangs and big eyes. They seemed like sturdy and ferocious orcs. Ordinary people would be scared and rushing away the moment they encountered them. Xiao Yu ordered them to build barracks so that he didn't lose time. The construction of barracks was going to take half an hour. Xiao Yu rubbed his hands together in torment as he waited for the building to finish. A magic array flashed round the Altar of Storms. A roar echoed as a tall figure stood above the altar. The figure was burly and had green skin. It was holding on to a long blade which was cold and shining. It was the Blade Master from the game. Oh my god, it's a Blade Master. Xiao Yu was familiar with the heroes, but he was still in shock as he saw it in real life. Blade Master leapt down from the altar and bowed. Grom Hellscream greets the owner. I will rely on you. Unexpectedly it turned out to be Grom, first generation Blade Master. Xiao Yu was excited as he looked at the strong orc that was 2 heads taller than himself. Xiao Yu saw the current attributes of the Blade Master as Grom stood by his side. Blade Master statistics. Name, Grom Hellscream. Race, Orc. Level, 1. Attributes. Strength, 20. Agility, 30. Endurance, 25. Skills, can be acquired. Wind Walk, Omnislash, Critical Strike. Remaining skill points, 1 point. Xiao Yu walked around the Blade Master for several laps. He was satisfied as he observed the orc. His safety would increase for several times when such a bodyguard would hang around him. Such an appearance would intimidate anyone. However, the sword of the Blade Master was rusty. Xiao Yu was extremely dissatisfied with the sword. It seemed like a scrap of iron. Heroes' attributes and equipment can be upgraded. You need to construct blacksmith shop, war mill, to upgrade the weapons of hero. The system explained. It seemed as if it knew the questions that arose in Xiao Yu's mind. It's very good that the weapons can be upgraded. Xiao Yu laughed. Sustainable development was much better than weapons that would go out of use after some time. The remaining skills for the Blade Master is 1 point. May I ask if you want to distribute it? System asked. Skills. Of course. What skills should it learn? Whatever. I'll go with the Wind Walk. It will increase the speed of the Blade Master and have stealth. Xiao Yu made an order to distribute the point and made Blade Master learn Wind Walk. At the same time, skill appeared at the bar by the Blade Master. Wind Walk, level 1, increase of speed by 50%. Damage increase by 10%. Stealth. Cooling time 5 seconds. Players can learn the skills of the hero. You have 2 skill points left. Do you want to learn skills? What? Exclamation mark. I can learn skills too. Xiao Yu was shocked and frozen on spot. At the same time, game interface reappeared in his mind. The interface was showing his own image. Next to himself were attributes and skills. Name, Xiao Yu. Race, human. Level, 1. Attributes. Strength, 4. Agility, 5. Endurance, 6. Meditation, 6. Skills, none. Remaining skill points, 2. My attributes are way too bad. 4 strength and only 5 agility. But hey, I have 2 points for skills. I can learn the skills of hero. Xiao Yu laughed like a madman. People would dream about having the skills of Warcraft heroes in reality. Today such a dream was realized. But he had only 2 skill points. The most critical is the Wind Walk. I have to be able to peek at sisters-in-law when they take a bath. It's more convenient for me. I can come in stealth and escape easily. This skill was set up for peeping. Haha, Wind Walk. Xiao Yu didn't hesitate as he ordered. I have cross-checked skill names with proper WoW translations. Omnislash is written in Chinese and belongs to Paladin skill set. So I'm not sure at this point, but I think author mixes up some skills. We will wait and see. Because orcs need war mill, but it's clearly written that it's a blacksmith shop in the raw. Chapter 3. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu couldn't wait to try Wind Walk. He thought about the skill and his body began to become illusory. His body was transparent and could blend with the scenery in the surrounding. Although he wasn't completely invisible, it would be very hard to detect him as long as no one was close to him. Awesome. Haha, I can peep at my beautiful sisters-in-law. I'm too happy to express myself with words. Xiao Yu thought about the happy life that was awaiting him. It is a pity that time of stealth at level 1 is only 1 minute. Fortunately, the cooling time is only 5 seconds. There shouldn't be any problems as long as I'm careful enough. Xiao Yu wanted to use the other point to increase Wind Walk to level 2. However, he gave up as he needed to learn more practical attack skills. At the same time, the voice of the system echoed and interrupted Xiao Yu. The barracks are built. Do you want to purchase warriors? Great, it's finally built. I want to buy 100 orc warriors. Xiao Yu said in a lofty manner. I'm sorry, but you don't have enough resources. The response of the system was as if a pot of cold water was poured down Xiao Yu's head. I have forgotten that resources are needed for everything because of excitement. Xiao Yu checked the resources displayed by the system. Resource list: food 100, stone 0, wood 0, metal 0, money 1000. I have to mine stone, wood, and metal. It's reality after all and totally different from the game. Xiao Yu realized that the system couldn't completely follow the game rules in the real life. How many orc warriors can I buy with 1000 gold coins? Xiao Yu asked. Their warriors were the key as there was going to be a war in the near future. An orc warrior costs 100 gold coins. The system replied. I need 100 gold coins for an orc warrior. Xiao Yu was depressed as he could only produce 10 warriors at first. How can I get gold? Xiao Yu asked. He wasn't in a game and there were no gold mines like in the game. The problem of gold was a big problem. The currency of the world can be used as equity and capital. The system replied. It is reasonable. After all, we are in a real world. So the game and real world are interlinked. What about stone, metal, and wood? Do I have to mine them? Xiao Yu asked once more. You can either mine them by using peons or take over from real life. System replied. Do warriors need food? Xiao Yu saw that there was only 100 food. It should be enough for the orc warriors for few days. Yes, you will need to provide shelter to orcs. If you don't provide the resources for a long time, the peons and warriors will die because of energy depletion. The system explained. So many restrictions. Xiao Yu thought that he wouldn't need to support the warriors, but it seems he had to take care of each of them. The problem was that Xiao Yu didn't have any resources at hand right now. Moreover, there had been a gold mine from which he could directly mine from in the game. But now he faced the problem of gold. There is a way to get gold. I have to build burrows and blacksmith shop. Xiao Yu wanted to cry. He was thinking about ways to develop his base. In the game, he was an elite, but in real life, he was nothing but a rookie. He had to slowly grasp the development in the real world. After thinking for a while, he decided that it would be very difficult to develop buildings and prepare for a battle in a month's time. The time frame was very limited. I can check the town's inventory of gold. Materials can be mined from the surroundings. The peons can take wood from the forest and stone from the ground. I have to produce orc warriors and see their combat effectiveness. Xiao Yu decided, produce 10 orc warriors. Xiao Yu ordered. He had to focus on warriors. Without warriors, he couldn't resist Carrie's troops. Barracks immediately began the production of orc warriors. However, Xiao Yu was depressed. It would take half an hour to produce an orc warrior. It meant that only 48 orc warriors could be produced in 24 hours. It's alright. I don't have money to buy so many orc warriors, to begin with. Xiao Yu ordered the peons to begin logging the forest. He was now ready to stroll in the vicinity with the Blade Master. He had his first hero and Xiao Yu was planning to see its strength. Xiao Yu walked towards the depth of mountains with Grom. He had to take Grom to practice in the wilderness. Since Grom was a character from the game, it meant that Xiao Yu could upgrade him. The Blade Master's strength would be manifested in battles much better if it had reached a high level. They went in dozens of miles to the depth of the mountains. Xiao Yu was tired. He couldn't ride on the mountain roads, so he was affected. Fortunately, I can even upgrade my own strength. This body is much weaker than my original body. Xiao Yu was considering to take a break when a roar of a beast resounded in the forest. Xiao Yu looked towards the direction of the roar. A huge brown bear was about 100 meters away from them and looking at Grom and Xiao Yu. Time to practice, Xiao Yu said. However, his heart was shaking. It was his first time to encounter such a huge beast in real life. The bear could slap Xiao Yu to death. The bear was huge and looked clumsy, but it was running extremely fast. In the blink of an eye it closed the distance. Grom roared loudly and came forward. It used its sword as it slashed towards the brown bear. The orc was aggressive by nature and didn't fear any beasts. Grom was born into a race of warmongers. The more dangerous the battle was, the more its blood was stimulated. Brown bear was only a level 1 beast. Grom slashed its sword and left several wounds on brown bear's body. However, the bear wasn't able to hurt Grom. Chunk luck. Grom's sword constantly hit the brown bear's body and left scars. The brown bear's thick skin was its best defense. As a result, it was still tenacious even though it had suffered dozens of sword attacks. If Grom had Omnislash, then its attacks would have more damage. Xiao Yu knew that he had to increase the attack stats of the orc. It doesn't matter now, you can learn new skills when you reach level 2. Xiao Yu was looking forward to seeing Grom when it became powerful. A wailing howl echoed after a minute. The brown bear's body fell to the ground. Its body was covered in wounds and wrapped in blood. The Grom was hit by the bear twice during the battle. However, its strong body suffered nothing serious. So Grom can easily kill a bear. I think that about 4 or 5 soldiers need to simultaneously fight the bear to contain it. Xiao Yu was speculating about Grom's combat effectiveness. The bear is killed. Blade Master will get 50 experience points. You will get 5 experience points and meritorious service value of 1. The system said, 50 experience points are a lot. I got experience points even though I didn't even participate. It seems I can enjoy getting free experience points as the heroes fight. Haha, so cool. I will upgrade as they upgrade too. What is meritorious service value? Xiao Yu didn't understand what meritorious service was. The merit points are for the meritorious service that you show. You can use them to obtain a rank to upgrade your base, by other buildings as well as the hero. System responded, wait. Can't I just upgrade the base with money and gold? What meritorious value? What ranks? Xiao Yu was perplexed. The meritorious service value is used to measure the level of your rule as a commander. If you can't promote a rank, then it means that you are an unworthy commander. And an unworthy commander doesn't need powerful base or warriors. System replied. There are even ranks with so many restrictions. What are the ranks and which rank I currently hold? Xiao Yu asked. The ranks are Marshal, Major General, Major, Knight Captain, Knight Lieutenant, Knight Sergeant, Sergeant Major, Master Sergeant, Sergeant, Corporal, and Private. Your rank is Private. The system replied in a mechanical voice. Only a private. I hold the most junior rank. So how are my meritorious service points are calculated? Xiao Yu was concerned about this point. The system analyzes your battle performance and gives results. The voice replied. It turned out the way I thought it would. Xiao Yu wondered about the solution of meritorious service and rank to get more buildings and warriors. It meant that he had to continue to fight to accumulate those points. Xiao Yu moved with Blade Master as he understood the role of meritorious service. They continued to fight. Blade Master needed 500 experience points to level up, so they needed to kill 9 more brown bears. Moreover, Xiao Yu didn't dare to go far into mountains. There must be high-level monsters which Blade Master couldn't compete with at the moment. That's why they were strolling in the periphery. Finally, they killed a number of beasts needed to upgrade. Twice they met first-level orcs that Grom killed. However, he had some minor injuries. Because of its strong will and body, Grom ignored those injuries. After killing the other 9 beasts, a golden light burst and wrapped the Blade Master's body. It was able to upgrade to level 2. Chapter 4. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Finally level 2. Xiao Yu's mood was excellent. He made Blade Master to immediately learn the second skill. Learn Omnislash. Xiao Yu ordered. At the same time, the new skill appeared in Blade Master's statistics bar. Omnislash, level 1, a powerful chopping attack which results in 80 points of damage in addition to damage by the weapon. Consumption of 10 grudge points. The cooling time of 10 seconds. The attributes of the Blade Master changed after reaching level 2. Blade Master statistics. Name, Grom Hellscream. Race, Orc. Level, 2. Attributes. Strength, 22, Agility, 34, Endurance, 27. Skills, already learned, Windwalk, level 1, Omnislash, level 1. Remaining skill points. Xiao Yu looked at the changes in Grom's attributes. The strength, agility, and stamina had increased by 2 points, 4 points, and 2 points respectively. It was the promotion that came up with level up. The basic attributes are up and Grom has learned Omnislash. The problem that we faced with a lack of attack strength has been solved. Xiao Yu was looking forward to seeing Omnislash in action. It was a true attacking skill in comparison to just blindly slashing and waving around. However, Grom's sword was bad and lacking. Xiao Yu knew that the sword at best had either 8 or 9 attacking power. He knew that he had to quickly build the blacksmith shop and improve the level of Grom's sword. A cheetah rushed from distance. Xiao Yu immediately used wind walk to hide and let Grom deal with the creature. Xiao Yu was too fragile at this stage to fight against a beast. That's why the wind walk was a handy life-saving skill. It seemed that Grom was also eager to try the Omnislash skill. It launched the wind walk and rushed towards the direction cheetah was coming from. It leapt up and slashed with its sword. Whoosh! The sound of a sharp wave whistled before the sword connected with cheetah's neck. The beast issued a howl. However, the sword slashed through and made a huge cut. Cheetah's head swayed towards the side as its neck was almost cut in half. It died on spot. The Omnislash is really strong. Ha ha ha! Xiao Yu immediately ran towards the dead cheetah. He saw the deep wound on cheetah's neck close hand. They had encountered cheetahs before, but it went through some twists and turns before Grom was able to kill them. However, now Grom could do with a slash of his sword. Xiao Yu ordered Grom to attack the tree nearby. The sword smoothly cut the tree. Xiao Yu was very satisfied when he saw the strength of the Omnislash. Blade Master had learned a new skill, which meant that Xiao Yu could also learn it. He used the skill point to learn Omnislash. The Omnislash didn't play much a role with Xiao Yu. His physical fitness was weak. His attributes were low and he didn't know a thing about swordsmanship. Grom was able to cut a thick tree while Xiao Yu was able to cut off a branch as big as a child's arm. The Omnislash was able to show its power when the user had the strength to back it up. Xiao Yu wasn't greedy, so he decided to go back to the base when he saw that the sky was getting dark. Grom needed almost 2,000 experience points to rise from level 2 to 3. Xiao Yu was aware that it would get difficult to upgrade from level to level as the status of the warriors and weapons increased. However, if he could get Grom from level 2 to 3, then he could make Grom learn the critical strike. It would make Grom much more powerful. Xiao Yu was surprised to find that the orc warriors were produced when they got back to the base. All of them were 2 meters tall, had green skin and sharp fangs. They were standing by the door of the barracks. All 10 of them cried and saluted Xiao Yu. Master. Xiao Yu was satisfied with the performance of the orc warriors. They were very loyal to Xiao Yu. The orc warriors were slightly shorter than Grom but much stronger than a human. Each of them was as wide as 2 Xiao Yus put together. Their arm was thicker than Xiao Yu's thigh. He knew that each of them had explosive power. A slap in the face from an orc warrior would make Xiao Yu fly away. Xiao Yu imagined the role of orc warriors on the battlefield. Conservatively speaking, 1 orc would be easily able to fight against 3 regular human soldiers. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu was unsatisfied with the rusty axes that the orc soldiers used as weapons. Moreover, they had no armor and looked like they came from a remote rural tribe. Xiao Yu knew that he must have blacksmith shop to support his army with armor and weapons. Xiao Yu felt like he had a lot of warriors, but he understood that those 10 wouldn't be much of a help against an army. According to Xiao Yu's understanding, Carrie's father's territory wasn't small. They had a regular army of 20,000. Although they would not bring all of them, they would at least take 1,000 soldiers with them. Xiao Yu had about 400 or 500 soldiers in the town. Even if he brought the orc warriors, he still couldn't win the battle. Orc warriors were powerful, but they can fight against 3, maybe even 4 or 5 soldiers at most. But 1 orc soldier can't go head-to-head against dozens or hundreds. Xiao Yu calculated and came to decision that he needed at least 400 or 500 orc warriors. He would be able to beat Carrier with the help of soldiers from the town. But 400 or 500 orc warriors meant 40,000 Oregon 50000 gold coins. Where am I going to find that many gold coins? Moreover, he had to build burrows to solve the food problem of the orcs. Burrows will cost him too. Fortunately, Xiao Yu had asked and found out that orcs and peons can live inside the burrow. This way he doesn't need to provide food to them, as the game system will do it instead. Otherwise, it was impossible to provide to such big guys with food on an everyday basis. I'll have to go back and see how many gold coins I have in the town. It is a massive territory, so there has to be a little bit of savings. I can get more orc warriors to resist Carry as long as there are 40 or 50,000 gold coins. Xiao Yu decided on the action plan. He ordered Grom and 10 orc warriors to stay in the base and protect it while he returned back to the town on a horse. Xiao Yu quickly returned back to the town. However, the gates of the castle were closed because it was night time. Open the door. Open the door. The Lord hasn't come back yet and you have closed the gates. Xiao Yu shouted. The soldiers standing on top saw Xiao Yu and opened the gate for him to enter. Housekeeper Hong had ordered the soldiers to close the gates early as he knew that carry may lead troops over. Xiao Yu went back to his own home and looked at the little maid servant. Call over Uncle Hong. The little girl was cleaning the room. She was told that Xiao Yu may not come back today, so she wasn't expecting him. She put down the job in her hand and ran out to call Xiao Hong. Xiao Yu walked back and forth in the room in rapid pace as he pondered about the orc base. He had a base, but the situation wasn't optimistic. There were many things to do in order to stabilize the situation. Gold was the most important thing at this point. He could develop his base quickly with money. He was looking for Xiao Hong for gold too. Housekeeper Hong came in after a while. Master, what are your orders? In Xiao Hong's perspective, Xiao Yu had gone out for good and he didn't expect Xiao Yu to come back. Xiao Yu looked at the grey hair on Housekeeper Hong. The housekeeper's eyes were muddy. Xiao Yu knew that the housekeeper was operating and running the territory with his whole heart. Cough cough. Xiao Yu saw that there was no anger in housekeeper Hong's eyes. According to his own memories, old Xiao Yu, the prodigal son, had come up with lots of excuses to get money from the old housekeeper. Moreover, he had spent it all. Uncle Hong, you know that we are facing a huge crisis at the moment. I'm the person who had created this trouble, but I'm thinking of ways to make up for it. Carrie will send people to fight us and I'm planning to hire some mercenaries to defend the territory. So Xiao Yu had to do something. He couldn't rely on strength of his territory, but he was penniless too. As a result, he had to find the old housekeeper for money. Xiao Yu felt guilty when he looked at the worn dress the old housekeeper was wearing. He knew the territory didn't have much money. However, as a housekeeper, old Hong wouldn't be wearing clothes like this if he used a bit of money. Surprisingly, the old housekeeper didn't nag or try to say anything. He just nodded, but there was despair in his eyes. Old Hong sighed and went out. It wasn't long before housekeeper Hong came back with few heavy bags in his hands. These are the last savings of the territory. I have taken apart and divided into 5 for the 5 ladies. The rest is in here. I and Huey have followed after Master for a long time. We will follow the Lord's will and stay in here. Old Hong looked at Xiao Yu. He said the Lord, but Xiao Yu was aware that Old Hong was referring to Xiao Yu's father Xiao Zantan. Housekeeper's words meant that there was no hope for the territory and most probably they had begun to demobilize the personnel. Housekeeper thought that Xiao Yu came back for money. He had left in hurry without money. This, Uncle Hong, please, believe me. I have found a way to save the territory. Don't let sisters in Zero Law to leave. I will beat Carrie. Xiao Yu looked at the sad eyes of the housekeeper. He had a base and after a certain period of time, he would be able to develop it. Housekeeper nodded and bowed. Master, this old slave will leave now. Xiao Hong left the room. Xiao Yu helplessly sighed after Xiao Hong left. All of them thought that there was no hope for the territory. Damn it. This prodigal son had left a mess for me to clean up. Even Xiao Yu itched to give lessons to previous Xiao Yu. Afterward, he poured out all the gold coins and began to count them. He wanted to develop the base as quick as he could. Xiao Yu found out that there were more than 4,000 but less than 5,000 gold coins. He could get 40 orc warriors for 4,000 gold coins. However, that many soldiers would have a limited role in the battle. Damn it. Money. I have to have money for everything. Xiao Yu knew that he had never been in such an embarrassing situation. During the old life, he spent most of his money on the game. He lived a frugal life without worries or problems. But now he needed lots of money but didn't know how to make it. Where can I get money? Xiao Yu couldn't sleep. He walked back and forth in the room until early morning. He laid on the bed for a while. Xiao Yu got up very early, took few bags of gold and went out of the town. Housekeeper Hong was silently looked at Xiao Yu from distance. He didn't say anything. Old Hong went to the hall and saw ladies of the house there. Ladies, you must leave. It's not too late if you go now. Captain Huey was trying to persuade Xiao Yu's 5 sisters-in-law to leave. Let them go. I am already part of Xiao family. I have nowhere to go and it's not a big deal to die in here. We have to let 4th and 5th sisters go. They are still young and it's pity to stay in here. Xiao Yu's eldest sister-in-law Qi Yin said, "Do I look like a prodigal son? I don't want to go. I'm going to stay in here until the end. Let fifth sister go. Carrie is interested in fifth sister and we can't let her fall into his hands." Xiao Yu's fourth sister-in-law said, "Don't worry about me. I'll commit suicide even if that Carrie is successful at robbing me. I won't corrupt Xiao family's name." Xiao Yu's fifth sister-in-law Siwin said, "Don't act so brave. How am I going to face the dead lord if something happens to you all?" Captain Huey was in a dilemma. Chapter 5. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu reached the base. Grom and the other 10 orc warriors were standing in a row. They respectfully shouted when they saw Xiao Yu arrive. "Master." Xiao Yu was very satisfied with their loyalty. The peons were working and had logged continuously. He saw dozens of long trees accumulated by the base. The speed of logging was very slow because the peons didn't have good tools. Xiao Yu asked the system and confirmed that he could get better tools once the blacksmith shop was bought. Nevertheless, the physical strength of the orcs was much stronger than an average human worker. Xiao Yu saw that there was enough wood to build few burrows. Grom and the 10 warriors haven't slept during the night as they didn't have a place to rest. They had stood still all the time, which was taken a stroll on their state. But Xiao Yu had brought more than 4,000 gold coins. He was planning to get 30 more orc warriors, build a burrow for 1,000 gold coins and recruit more peons. He didn't want to get only orc warriors as 10 more wouldn't play much of a role. Xiao Yu threw the bags full of gold into the Great Hall. The resources list showed 4,657 gold coins the same instant. Produce 30 orc warriors, construct a burrow and 30 peons. Xiao Yu issued an order. The burrow needed 1,000 gold coins and 50 pieces of wood for construction. He had reached the conditions, so he was planning to build one. Moreover, a peon cost 20 gold coins, so he decided to buy 30 of them. The more peons he had, the easier it would become. After all, they built buildings, mined for resources and so on. In addition, at the crucial time, they were useful for battle. Although they were used for labor by the game, their strength was more than an average human. The barracks could produce only 48 orc warriors in one day, so Xiao Yu had to wait for the production. However, he didn't plan to, as he gestured at Grom and 10 orc warriors to follow after him. He didn't have any money, so he had to upgrade his hero. He didn't want to stay idle, so it was time to act. Xiao Yu and 10 orc warriors moved towards the depths of the Ankigan Mountains. He had 11 warriors with him, so Xiao Yu could fight against even a second-level beast if they encountered one. Sometimes you travel very carefully but still get entangled by beasts, while at times you specifically search for beasts but can't find one. Xiao Yu encountered such a situation this day. They walked for a long time but didn't encounter even a single beast. He led the orc group until noon all around the forest. His belly was growling when Xiao Yu smelled barbecued meat. "Is someone having a barbecue?" Xiao Yu's eyes jumped up. Who would have a barbecue in the forests of Ankigan Mountains? The orcs were more sensitive to smell than humans. Grom had sensed the smell too. "Go and check," Xiao Yu commanded. Grom was a very good scout because of his windwalk ability. Grom ran towards the source of the smell. Xiao Yu didn't go with him. He was too lazy to move. Moreover, because of his unfit body, he was too tired after half a day of walking. Grom was back soon. Grom said to Xiao Yu, "Master, there is a small troll tribe. There is more than 20 of them there." "Trolls?" Xiao Yu said. He knew that his fourth brother was killed by trolls, so the existence of trolls in the forest wasn't a secret. He just didn't expect to encounter trolls today. His base could also produce trolls. They were a subrace of orcs. Xiao Yu pondered about the existence of trolls. Maybe he could even make them join his troops. He urgently needed troops, so the idea popped up in his mind. He asked the system, but it replied that the management of those trolls was out of system's scope. It meant that Xiao Yu had to rely on his own ability to make them join his army. But would they follow after him? Can 11 of you win against the trolls? Xiao Yu put away the idea of swallowing the trolls as part of his troops. More than 20 trolls meant a lot of experience points. There were risks involved with the battle, but Xiao Yu had to enhance the hero's level. "Master, Half of the tribe is made up of young and old trolls. There are only 10 or so adult trolls. We can deal with them without a problem. Grom replied. Xiao Yu listened to Grom's analysis. Grom was leveled 2 and had wind walk and omni-slash skills. He could take on 4 or 5 trolls on his own. If Xiao Yu did a sudden skirmish, then he would be successful. Good. Get ready for action. Xiao Yu ordered. Orcs didn't like sneak attacks. They preferred proper face-to-face battles which showed their pride and honor as orcs. However, Xiao Yu was planning to teach them that sneak attack was the right way to solve problems. It may sound despicable, but as a gamer otaku, he had a wretched character. The small camp was about 200 meters away from them. It was made out of simple tents. In the middle of the camp, a fire was lit and some unknown meat was being cooked. After checking it up carefully, Xiao Yu found out that the meat hanging on the bonfire was a man's thigh. He vomited the moment he realized it. Get them. Xiao Yu ordered and continued to vomit. Grom was the first to attack because of the wind walk. He was running in stealth mode as he rushed into the troll camp. Grom appeared out of nowhere and chopped down by using the omni-slash skill. He killed a strong troll with the first slash. The orc warriors also roared and waved their axes as they entered the camp and joined the battle. Xiao Yu was puking and at the same time watching the battle in tension. The physical strength of a troll was somewhat weaker than an orc. However, their bodies were more flexible. In the blink of an eye, both sides had suffered damage. Grom with his superb sword skills caused a lot of damage to the trolls. Several trolls surrounded him. Number 3. Get back here. You got such a heavy injury. Are you crazy by going forward? Xiao Yu shouted out loud. He had given the orc warriors numbers according to the production time. So the number 3 was the third orc warrior to be produced by the barracks. Number 3 was fighting in front. Its one arm was severed and it had lots of wounds on its body. Normally, orcs were aggressive and would continue to fight until they died. But Xiao Yu made sure that the orc warrior withdrew back. They could return back to the battlefield as long as they didn't die. A dead orc didn't have effect in the next battle. Moreover, Xiao Yu had paid 100 gold coins per orc. He couldn't watch them die just like that. Ugh. Orc warriors and Grom continued to roar and fight. Grom killed 7 or 8 trolls by relying on wind walk and omni-slash. The other orc warriors killed the rest. The battle was over in 3 minutes. The trolls were tough but orc warriors were trained fighters. The trolls fought by following their instincts while orcs used systematic combat fighting. Xiao Yu didn't have mercy towards the trolls. He made sure that even the children of the trolls were killed. In fact, a child troll was taller than Xiao Yu. A slap from a child troll was enough to send him flying away. In addition, the trolls didn't understand human language and moral normative. They wouldn't follow after him. 2 out of 10 orc warriors were seriously injured. The others had minor injuries but nothing serious. Grom also had few injuries. However, with the recovery ability of his body, they could be healed in short time. The event was fruitful. Grom had received 1,200 experience points. He needed 800 more points to reach level 3. The system calculated experience not just by quantity but by the record. There was bonus experience because they had ambushed a troll tribe. Xiao Yu as a commander received experience points too. Now, he had accumulated more than 100 experience points but he was far away from leveling up. Xiao Yu was surprised to find that orc warriors gained experience points too. It meant that he could upgrade the orc warriors. Ha ha ha, I can level them up. Xiao Yu was excited and was looking forward to them time to see high-level orc warriors. There were 2 seriously injured orc warriors so he decided to take them back to recuperate in the base. The burrow was built and 11 more orc warriors were produced. Xiao Yu ordered seriously injured orc warriors to rest in the burrow while he took 11 new ones with him. He had 19 orc warriors and Grom. They went back to the depth of the forest. Along the way they encountered beasts. But a single beast couldn't do anything against their group. Moreover, they couldn't get much experience points. That's why he ordered the rest of the team to stop acting and Grom to deal with the beasts on his own to enhance his level. Increasing the Blade Master's level was the key point of their travel. In addition, Xiao Yu divided orc warriors to several groups of two. He tasked them to go around and looked for beasts. They would come back to report and Xiao Yu would send Grom to kill the beasts. This method made sure that their productivity was much faster. By the time the sky got dark, Blade Master had killed dozens of beasts and creatures. Finally, golden light burst out and wrapped around his body. Grom had reached level 3. Xiao Yu chose critical strike without a hesitation. As soon as he saw the Grom level up, critical strike, level 1, there is 15% chance to deal twice the damage to an enemy. Blade Master was known for its agility. Its sword attack was rapid too. 15% of chance to deal twice the damage would further enhance the Blade Master's damage ratio. Xiao Yu returned back to the town in the evening. However, he was frowning all the way. Although the Blade Master had leveled up, the crisis was still there. He didn't have money to get more orc warriors. How was he going to beat Carrie's army? Chapter 6. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu came back evening to the town hall. Housekeeper Hong, Captain Huey, and the 5 sisters-in-law were surprised. Yesterday, they thought that he had come for money. But if he was going to run away, then why did he come back today? Xiao Yu was worried about gold. He wasn't in a mood to talk to them. They should believe what they wanted to believe. He simply chose to get into his house and continue to think about solutions to solve his problem. Xiao Yu went for another sleepless night. In the morning, he went out of his room. Xiao Yu's eyes were dyed red. He was listless as he rode the horse out of the town. He was constantly pondering about the gold. Suddenly, a soldier came out from the corner of the gate and hit the horse. The horse that Xiao Yu was riding got frightened and raised its forefoot. Xiao Yu wasn't an experienced rider, so he fell down from the horse. Ah, damn it, my lord. The soldier ran over to help Xiao Yu in fear. Xiao Yu was feeling dizzy because he was thrown out. He looked at the soldier. Don't you have eyes? What's the rush for? The soldier was afraid of being punished, so he explained, Lord, mercy. Please. The Dragon Teeth bandits have plundered nearby villages. Captain Huey called us over, so we are in rush to get them. Are there any bandits in my territory? Who are these people and where do they get the courage to rob from me? Xiao Yu said in an angry tone, It is the Dragon Teeth bandits, Lord. They have plundered many times. Soldier changed the topic and attracted Xiao Yu's attention towards bandits. How many times they have done this? How big is the group of bandits? An idea popped up in Xiao Yu's mind and he wanted to get more information. Dragon Teeth bandits are about 200 or 300 people. They mainly rob from villages. Soldier replied. Xiao Yu was aware that robbery was happening in his territory. Originally, this territory was a buffer zone, so there were many bandits living in here. However, these nomad tribes or bandit groups didn't come to attack his town because of the tall walls. Moreover, Xiao Yu's city had no oil or water, so the bandits even didn't bother to plunder this place. Bandits. Ha ha ha. I was short of money and they came to knock my door. Xiao Yu began to laugh like a madman. The soldier looked at Lord's actions and thought that the Lord was sick. Robbers were stealing gold and resources. It seemed as if his own Lord was going to steal from the thieves. Actually, Xiao Yu was going to rob from bandits. It was certain that bandits would have a little bit of savings. By robbing the robbers, he wouldn't be guilty under the law. It was a cost-effective business. So I have to rob from robbers. Xiao Yu shouted and laughed. Xiao Yu and Grom effortlessly went into bandits' camp after observing the place for a while. Xiao Yu had 30 new orc warriors and 8 veterans from before. He had brought all of them to kill the bandits. The 2 orcs that were seriously injured were left in the base by Xiao Yu to rest and guard. Xiao Yu ordered 38 orc warriors to be on standby in the forest while he and Grom entered the camp to explore the place. Xiao Yu found out that there was indeed about 200 bandits in the camp. Their equipment was poor and weapons were old and rusty. They looked like a mob rather than trained soldiers. Xiao Yu speculated about his own situation. He had 38 orcs, so it was certain that he was going to have casualties if he went for a head-on battle. Xiao Yu was poor, so he didn't want to lose orc warriors at this point. We will not storm the base but use an alternative method. Xiao Yu gestured towards Grom after he made up his mind. They walked to a tent. Xiao Yu had found out after the investigation that the bandits have put the materials inside this tent after their successful heist. Xiao Yu and Grom casually took valuable things and ran out. Grom used his sword to kill the patrolling bandit while they went out of the camp. Xiao Yu and Grom used Windwalk to quickly escape in stealth mode. Boss, someone has robbed us. Hurry, we have been robbed. Ah! A tragicomic scene was playing out in the camp. The nest of bandits was robbed. Who is so daring so rob from us? A sturdy man came forward. He was using an eye patch to cover one of his eyes while wearing an armor made out of chains. I don't know, boss. They have taken away few things and killed out brother. An underling reported to the boss. Damn it. They want me to give a chase in my old age. Get those pricks. I will use their skulls to drink wine. Boss shouted out loud. The bandits ran out of camp in search of Grom. Grom would show himself from time to time to lead the bandits away. He was leading the bandits to the prearranged place by Xiao Yu for the ambush. Xiao Yu had covered Grom's body with a cloak so that the bandits didn't get scared of his body. As a result, the bandits weren't aware that Grom was an orc. The terrain of the forest was complicated. The bandits couldn't find Grom, so they scattered around to make it easier for them to search. They viewed the enemy as a human, so they weren't worried about consequences. It was the key to the trap laid by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's plan was to separate and kill the bandits respectively. There would be many casualties if 38 orc warriors fought face to face against 200 bandits. Don't roar. Kill them as soon as they reach our vicinity. No one can get alive from here. Xiao Yu ordered the orc warriors not to act in a rush and scare away the bandits. The orc warriors weren't wearing cloaks or hoods, so their appearance was enough to scare anyone. Now, Xiao Yu watched as dozens of bandits got close to them. He ordered Grom and 38 orc warriors to rush out. A series of screams echoed out. However, none of the bandits were able to warn the others. Beast. Most of the time the bandits died before being able to call out the type of the enemy they were facing. 38 orc warriors were enough to kill dozens of bandits in less than 10 seconds. Withdraw. Xiao Yu ordered them to withdraw after killing a dozen bandits. What's happening? How did they die? The bandits who heard the call of their companions rushed over but only saw corpses. They have killed so many people in such a short time. Who is the enemy? Look at Firth corpse. It was split into two. What kind of strength the enemy has? The bandits had seen lots of bloody scenes, but the sight in front of them made them shocked. It seems that it's not a lone person. Group together in 30 people or more and don't scatter around. Bandit leader shouted out, another batch is coming towards us. Xiao Yu looked at a group of bandits coming towards them. Everyone be very careful as the other side may be prepared in advance. The bandit leader said as he used his dagger to cut tall grasses. A miserable sound echoed as a bandit was pulled down into tall grasses and disappeared. Be careful, they are here. A bandit shouted to warn others. However, his heart was full of fear. Orc warriors rushed out towards the bandits using their big axes. The bandits were stunned when they saw the orcs. They simply didn't have time for response. Such a flaw meant that they were already too late to protect their lives. Xiao Yu was very satisfied as he looked at the corpses scattered in the forest. After half an hour, they had killed the bandits that had come out to chase them after several successful ambushes. The bandits didn't have a chance to run away. The speed of orc warriors was too fast, let alone Grom's Windwalk. But, even though most of the bandits were killed, there were few who hide. They escaped without a sound nor trace. They came back to the camp and reported to their boss. Boss, the ones who are attacking us are orcs. ORCs. They are as tall as 2 meters and use axes. Why are you panicking? What orcs? Don't you know that orcs have long been extinct? The boss couldn't believe their words. They are real orcs, boss. They have green skin and fangs in their mouths. They are at least a head taller than you. They are way too powerful and we aren't their opponents. We will all die. The bandit continued to cry in panic. The boss looked at the bandits. How could they be orcs? They have been in this part of the mountain for 10 years. They have never seen orcs. There were some trolls but they didn't come out so often. Take me to see them. The boss was playing with a knife. He had to stabilize the morale of the bandits somehow. They were getting out of boss's tent when he got shocked. Xiao Yu saw dozens of orcs which were 2 meters tall standing in the camp. There was a tall but thin teenager standing in front of the orcs. Grom, who was standing by Xiao Yu's side, had an oppressive aura around him. His face was painted and he looked more vicious than the rest of the orcs. "You, who are you, what you want?" Xiao Yu's attitude turned 180 degrees and his voice began to tremble when he saw the orcs. He didn't expect the orcs from Legends to be real. He was aware of the legendary feats of the warmonger orcs. At the same time, he saw the burly orcs in front of him. Xiao Yu was aware that bandits that he controlled weren't the enemy's opponent. Fortunately, the enemy had a human on their side. Xiao Yu stepped forward. "Bandits, listen to me carefully. I'm the lord of the land. Xiao Yu, you have been plundering my territory and territory of neighbors for a long time. Today, I have come over to get rid of you for good." "What? The head of the Xiao family?" The bandits looked at Xiao Yu but couldn't believe him. Xiao Yu was aware that the lord of the territory was a teenager, but he had heard that the kid was involved in eating, drinking, and debauchery. Xiao Yu raised his chin and looked at the boss of the bandits. "Yes, I'm the lord of the land. Now I will give you a chance. If you hand over all the gold that you have plundered, then this master will spare your life. Otherwise, I'll trample over this camp." Chapter 7. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Yu and pondered for a while. He had less than 100 bandits by him. The other side had dozens of fierce orc warriors. However, he couldn't bear to let go of wealth that he had saved for dozens of years. It meant letting go of 10 years of effort. Xiao Yu saw that the boss of the bandits wasn't responding. He was too lazy, so he motioned with his hand for a direct attack. Grom and orc warriors rushed out. Xiao Yu had determined that the bandits weren't his opponents. Moreover, he would get a lot of experience points if he killed them all. The bandits were scared of orcs, so they tried to escape in fear one by one. Xiao Yu was shocked to see that his underlings were trying to run. It was true that the orcs were ferocious. Even Xiao Yu wanted to turn away to escape, but a bright light passed by him and split him into 2 halves. Xiao Yu wasn't Blade Master's opponent, so he died without a fight. Originally, Xiao Yu was planning to bring these 100 out from the camp and kill them using ambushes. However, he later found out that the humans had fear burst out in their minds the moment they saw orcs. It would greatly reduce their combat powers. The bandits which didn't have military training were immediately defeated. As a result, he decided to trample the camp in one move. It turned out that his speculation was correct. The bandits scattered and flee away when the leader was killed. Xiao Yu ordered the orc warriors to chase after the bandits that run away. He roamed inside the camp in search of the loot. "Lord, show mercy. Don't kill me. I know where the boss hid his treasures. I'll take you to there, but please spare me." A youth knelt in front of Xiao Yu and begged for mercy when he saw that everyone had run away. "Do you know the exact locations where your boss kept the treasures?" Xiao Yu didn't show mercy to the bandits, but now Grom was with him. I know everything. I will lead the Lord." The guy was eager to prove himself. He turned around and led the way. Xiao Yu slightly pondered as he followed after the bandit. He believed that the bandit wouldn't play any tricks as Grom was with him. The bandit took out everything valuable from the tents. There were many things that weren't useful to Xiao Yu. The bandits have even stolen home furnishing which wasn't worth money. Although the territory was in decline, Xiao Yu was that the families weren't as poor as what was in front of him. The game only recognized gold, so he had to convert these things to gold and later add them to his inventory. As a result, Xiao Yu didn't care for things that he couldn't sell. But the guy brought up a lot of gold coins to please Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu looked at several heavy bags. On estimate, he decided that he had acquired at least 10,000 gold coins. About 10,000 gold coins. Xiao Yu was surprised. But even 10,000 gold coins wasn't enough. Doesn't this bandit leader save anything? He was just way too poor. So that's it? Xiao Yu asked. Of course not. There are other locations that boss had buried gold coins. Others don't know their locations, but I do. The guy hesitated for a bit, but his face turned pale when he looked at Grom. He immediately spilled out everything he knew. Xiao Yu smiled. Lead the way. The bandit nodded and walked uphill. Bandit began to dig a place that had strange marks close to it. After about 10 minutes he said in excitement, Here, Xiao Yu went to look at the pit. He saw several bags of gold coins. Ha ha ha. Good. About 30 or 40,000 gold coins. It will be easy to move on with this much of gold. Xiao Yu muttered. They put all the gold coins together and Xiao Yu ordered the bandit to count them. There was a total of 50,000 gold coins. In addition to the gold, Xiao Yu and Grom's experiences points increased a lot. Grom needed 10,000 experience points to reach level 4, so there was a lot until that point. Xiao Yu as the commander got a share of experience points from all their warriors. Moreover, he leveled up to 2 because he was the commander that captured the camp. The meritorious service value had reached to 200 points. I got only 10 points when we killed the troll tribe last time. Xiao Yu's stats had changed. Name, Xiao Yu. Race, human. Level, 2. Basic attributes, strength 4, agile 5, endurance 6, meditation 6. Remaining assignable attribute points, 10 points. Skills, wind step, 1, invincible cut, 1. Remaining skill points, 2 points. Xiao Yu was happy and excited as he looked at his stats. He didn't think that he would get 10 points to assign to his attributes after he loses a level. Moreover, he could learn a skill too. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu decided to raise his strength by 3 points, agility by 4 points, and endurance by 3 points. As a result, his strength reached 7, agility 9 and endurance 9. His fitness improved instantly. At the same time, Xiao Yu felt as if his body was slowly regenerating the stamina that he had lost. He had 2 skill points, so he chose to add all to critical strike. He improved his chances of skill critical strike by 30%. Hero has to be powerful, but I'll become more powerful. 10 attribute points and 2 skill points. I think after a while I will become more powerful than the Blade Master. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yu raised his eyebrows as he looked at the loot. The robbery was a profitable industry with a bright future. He was planning to continue to be involved in this business later on. All the bandits were killed and some had fled away. The only human in the camp was the bandit who helped Xiao Yu, except for Xiao Yu himself. There were no outsiders. Xiao Yu planned to go back. He looked at the bandit and asked, "So who are you? Why do you know the locations of the treasures?" The bandit replied, "I followed Xiao Yuan for years and was his military aide, so I know more than others." "Oh, a military advisor. So what do you do as a military advisor?" Xiao Yu was interested in the bandit, so he asked for more information. Bandit rapidly replied, "I don't have much of a talent. I'm good at gathering intelligence and summarizing the news. Xiao Yuan would use my intelligence and I'll provide tactics." News. "Do you have information about the location of other bandits?" Xiao Yu asked in curiosity. "Of course I know. I'm familiar with the surrounding location. Otherwise, we may offend people who we mustn't offend or get someone else's prey. It would lead us to extinction." The bandit nodded. "Good. You will stay with me and help me destroy those bandits." Xiao Yu responded. Originally, he was planning to release the bandit. He wasn't a killer and he didn't like the murder that he saw in this world. It was a contradictory feeling to his nature. Moreover, the bandit wasn't much of a threat, so he didn't care much about him. But the guy seemed to be useful, so there was only one way, and that was to keep him. 50,000 gold coins were enough for now, but he would need more in the future. Therefore, he had to be involved in the bright and profitable robbery business. It would be more convenient if someone led him towards the source, and a bandit was the perfect choice. "What is your name?" Xiao Yu looked at the bandit. "This one is called Fox." The bandit replied. Fox thought that Xiao Yu would release him, but it seems it was going to be otherwise. "Ah, Fox. I was just looking for a fox like you. However, don't make me angry or I will end up making a barbecue out of a fox meat." Xiao Yu mildly threatened Fox. "I would never dare to so. I'm a timid person. I would absolutely never think of such thing." Fox continuously nodded his head. Xiao Yu didn't care much. He wasn't planning to make Fox go to battles anyway. Xiao Yu didn't take Fox back to his town. He didn't want others to know that he controlled orc warriors. He had to introduce orcs very slowly. Fox's eyes were covered as they moved through the Ankigan Mountains for a long time. They reached the orc base and Fox was thrown into the burrow. A peon was sent to look after him. Peons weren't warriors, but they wouldn't have problems by subjugating a normal human. Fox fainted when he saw that he was inside the orc tribe's base. Xiao Yu began to produce orc warriors. He made the barracks to produce 400 orc warriors. He was planning to buy blacksmith shop, produce some equipment and armor for the orc warriors and upgrade Blade Master's weapon. However, Xiao Yu was stunned to learn that he needed 300 meritorious service points to buy the blacksmith shop. He understood why he needed merit points. However, he couldn't understand why the system set up such a thing. He asked the system once more and system replied that the base had to match the strength of the commander. It was pointless to award the commander with more resources if he wasn't worthy of it according to the system. Xiao Yu added 10,000 gold coins and planning to get another 100 orc warriors. However, Xiao Yu was shocked once more. His current rank was private, so he couldn't have more than 500 orc warriors. If he wanted more, then he had to reach a high rank. What the hell? There are limits on everything. People transmigrate through worlds and directly become kings of empires and control millions of troops, and I'm stuck with 500 orc warriors. Xiao Yu was angry. He couldn't get 500 orc warriors even though he had 50,000 gold coins. He could get 460 more orc warriors as he already had 40 orc warriors. I have to get as many merit points as soon as possible and built the blacksmith shop. I can't go against an army with orc warriors who have nothing but broken axes. Although the axes looked sturdy, they weren't swords. Moreover, Carrie's army wouldn't be like the bandits that he faced. Barracks could produce 48 orc warriors a day, so it would take about 10 days to produce 460 orc warriors. Xiao Yu knew that after 10 days he will have maximum half a month to face Carrie. If I have an army of 1,000 orcs, then I could barely go against Carrie. In addition, they will go for a siege and I can't fight them in a silly way. The best way to protect a town is to use archers. Alas, if I had elven archers, I don't even know if I can build a second base. Xiao Yu asked the system about establishing a second base. The system's answer delighted him. Xiao Yu was told that as long as he was promoted to corporal, then he could build a second base. It was good news. The establishment of second base meant that he could build a town hall and altar. He would get his first hero free of charge. Moreover, he could use the money to buy barracks and save meritorious service. This way he could amass an army of archers. How many merit points is needed to upgrade to corporal rank? Xiao Yu looked forward to asking. It requires 1,000 merit points. The system replied, 1,000 merit points. I got 200 points by getting rid of the bandit camp, so in order to reach 1,000, I have to take care of 5 such bandit camps. Xiao Yu calculated about the fastest way to reach corporal rank. Xiao Yu had come up with a new idea after he found out that he could build a second base at the corporal rank. He would give priority to the second base rather than blacksmith shop. The orcs weren't as good as in long-range battle like the archers. Moreover, he wasn't able to produce trolls yet. To do that he had to upgrade the barracks. In addition, the cost to troll was very expensive. The archers were much cheaper in comparison. The most important thing was that he would be able to summon beautiful Tyrande after he established the elven base. Xiao Yu's saliva flew down through his mouth as he got indulged in fantasies. I have to continue to rob both to get gold and meritorious service. Xiao Yu made up his mind. P.S. Are you guys enjoying the novel? Chapter 8. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu didn't go out for few days as he was thinking about which den of bandits to rob. Xiao Yu had marked the locations of bandit dens on the map according to the information given to him by Fox. He was thinking about tactics and strategies while he waited for another 100 orc warriors to be produced. He was aware that he couldn't successfully accomplish the next task with just 30 orc warriors. Housekeeper Hong was guessing about Xiao Yu's thoughts when he saw that Xiao Yu wasn't coming out of his room. It had been several days and it was possible that Carrie would have sent scouts and spies. In that situation, the escape would become much more difficult. He tried to persuade ladies quite a few times for the last few days, but none of them were willing to leave. He was having a headache because of this. Housekeeper Hong secretly looked at Xiao Yu to find out that Xiao Yu was studying a map in his room while muttering to himself. Should I go here? Maybe there? Way too many people. Plains and flat terrains. It would be hard to escape if something happens. So he is planning an escape route and I was worried about him. Alas, housekeeper Hong sighed and left. Barracks had produced 100 orc warriors, and including 38 orc warriors from before, the number of warriors had increased to 138. The wounded 2 orc warriors hadn't fully recovered yet. They had suffered serious injuries and it was the reality, so it was naive to think that they would recover in few days. If Xiao Yu had a healer, then he could have treated the orc warriors rapidly. Otherwise, he could build a voodoo lounge and buy potions from there. However, at this point, Xiao Yu couldn't even afford to buy a blacksmith, let alone a voodoo lounge. I will start when I have 300 warriors. Xiao Yu made up his mind regarding the attack. He knew that he would have the chance to accomplish more after he reached the corporal rank. Xiao Yu went out of his room when he finished the details of the attack plan. He stretched his legs and relaxed his body. Xiao Yu looked at the town and secretly made an oath that he won't let it get destroyed. Moreover, with the help of the game, he was planning to expand the territory and become a real lord. He was walking along the street when he saw a mixed lighting emitted from a familiar room. Isn't that 4th sister-in-law's room? Is she bathing? Xiao Yu knew that something was certainly having a bath. That much of steam and light effect would be produced only when someone had a bath. Should I, or not? It's very unethical for a modern man like me to act so. I can't act like that prodigal son and peek on beauties. Xiao Yu hesitated for a bit. After all, as a modern man, he was facing moral conflict. He was saying that all the sisters-in-law belonged to him, but when it came to action, the moral shackles of 20 years made him hesitate. However, Xiao Yu felt a hot feeling rise in his lower abdomen as he looked at the steam blowout from the room. I'm very disappointed by this prodigal son's body. It got on fire as soon as it saw steam blow out from the room. I have just crossed worlds and can't control the body, so it acts on instinct. So even if I peep to satisfy the needs of this body, the blame should be credited to that prodigal son. What can I do if his body is tempted? There is only one way, and that's to take a peek. Xiao Yu decided that it was right to peep as the body was tempted and wanted to act so. If the soul of old Xiao Yu saw this scene, it would cry out, "Also it is my body, but you are the owner of the desires." Xiao Yu swallowed the saliva in his mouth and looked around. He saw there was no one, so he quickly ran past. He activated the wind walk and entered the stealth mode as soon as he got close to the place. He was by the corner of the room when he moved few stones and stepped on them to climb up. The curls of steam were exuded from a little hole in the wall. Old Xiao Yu had tried many times to peep at his sisters-in-law bath. That's why he had dug a lot of holes in the bathroom. Most of them were closed or repaired, but there were some that were still not covered. And now Xiao Yu was using the most hidden and the best hole to peep. Xiao Yu raised his head a bit and looked down from the hole. There were a huge bathtub and a beautiful woman present in his line of sight. It's 4th sister-in-law. Indeed it is her. Oh my god, what a beautiful body. Xiao Yu was feeling amazed as he looked at the scene. No wonder the old Xiao Yu was always trying to peek at them when they took a bath. Although only half of body was exposed, it was worth the risk. A beautiful crystal clear jade skin. That exquisite curvy body would bring endless temptation. Those long black hair were like satin. In short, all the primitive desires of Xiao Yu rose up in a matter of seconds. In the old world, Xiao Yu would see the body of naked women only in movies. It was the first time for him to see one in real life. Gulp. Xiao Yu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A slight sound was emitted from Xiao Yu's throat, but it attracted the 4th sister-in-law's attention. Su Shao turned around to look at the source of the sound. Note, Yusha, pronounced as Yusha, means snow yarn. Xiao Yu calmed down but was concerned even though he was in stealth mode. He didn't dare to move as he would attract Su Shao's attention once more. What's the matter? Another voice echoed from the bathroom. Nothing. I just felt like someone was looking at us. 4th sister-in-law replied. She was a first-rank martial artist, and as a result, her eyesight was far superior to a regular human. She could certainly see if someone was outside and peeping at them. That prodigal son is concerned about his own life, so he certainly isn't in here. The voice said. Xiao Yu judged from the tone of the voice that it was his fifth sister-in-law Siwin. He didn't expect both of them to be having a bath. He would be able to see two beauties bath tonight. Xiao Yu almost fainted from happiness. However, he was in a location from where he couldn't see fifth sister-in-law and only could peek at Susho. If I had one more hole. Xiao Yu was relieved to see that Susho couldn't detect his presence. He continued to stare inside. HMPF. Speaking of that prodigal son, although the situation of the territory wasn't good, to begin with it wouldn't reach this point without his help. The most important thing is that that bastard lost you in a gamble. Bastard. Susho cussed at Xiao Yu in anger. Xiao Yu wasn't concerned about her curses as he was more concentrated on peeking. In addition, she didn't curse him but the old Xiao Yu. No need to talk about him. I'm a daughter-in-law of the Xiao family and I'll be loyal to the family until the end. I would die here rather than lose family's face. By the way, fourth sister, I heard that your father is a general. Why don't you go back home and remarry again? You can have a good life if you left the Xiao family. Fifth sister Siwin advised Susho. Susho frowned. I won't go back. Not everyone is pleasing to my eyes. My husband was a good man but unfortunately, I don't know why all the descendants of the Xiao family were good but this one has sprouted out like this. Siwin sighed. It is inevitable to have such men in the family. Several of my brothers are like that too. Unfortunately, other sisters aren't willing to leave. There is a child although she is a girl she is flesh and blood of Xiao's. Susho added. Xiao Yu whispered to himself as he listened to their conversation. Two sisters-in-law is enough too. I'll protect them and provide them with sexual bliss. Oh no, happiness. Susho and Siwin stood up and came over to wear their clothes after a while. Oh my god. Xiao Yu almost fainted. It was his first time seeing naked women's body. He hit his head on the roof in excitement. Who is there? Susho snapped. Xiao Yu knew that his location was leaked. He jumped down and quickly ran towards his own room using the wind walk. Housekeeper Hong had made sure that Xiao Yu and his sisters-in-law's rooms are totally separate for their protection. If it was old times, then Xiao Yu wouldn't be able to run away. But now he was able to get back to his room. At the same time, Susho covered her body with a towel and quickly rushed out with her sword in hand. She leapt to the top of the roof but found out that there was no one. Her cold beautiful eyes turned towards Xiao Yu's house. By this time Xiao Yu had returned back to his room. He went into bed and wrapped himself in a quilt. Bang! The door was kicked open. Xiao Yu rubbed his eyes and held the quilt as he sat up. He pretended to be shocked. Sister-in-law. What are you doing? Susho looked at Xiao Yu with a trace of doubt. This prodigal son shouldn't be able to come back and cover himself with a quilt on time if she thought about her own speed. Where were you? Susho asked as she pointed her sword towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu pretended to be in fear. This fourth sister-in-law. What do you want? I was sleeping and you broke into my room. I'm not even wearing clothes. If the rumors spread out what I am going to do in the future. Xiao Yu acted as if he was a little girl while Susho was a brawny mad that broke in. You son of a, are you wearing clothes? Susho looked at Xiao Yu while her chest went up and down. It was a feast for Xiao Yu's eyes. I'm not wearing clothes. Sister-in-law, I'm used to sleeping naked. You know. To prove my innocence, I'll let you take a look. Xiao Yu took away the quilt as soon as he finished talking. Susho turned her head as her face flushed red. You little rascal. Fourth sister-in-law, you are wronging me. You were the one who broke into my room and you are calling me a rascal. Xiao Yu said. At the same time, his eyes were observing every inch of Susho's body. She was covering her body with a towel and her hair was wet. The water drops were falling and soaking the towel. Gulp. Xiao Yu swallowed saliva once more. I will catch you. Susho remembered that she wasn't wearing clothes. She turned and ran away. Ha ha ha. Little girl wanted to have a battle with this master, Xiao Yu said in a proud tone after Susho left. Xiao Yu got up early the next day as he was going on the next mission to rob the bandits. Xiao Yu's determination to develop his strength and territory had increased because of the charming scene from yesterday. Fox was leading the way. According to the information from Fox, the bandit group was quite large. They had 400 or 500 bandits. Moreover, The leader of the group was a defeated general who had run away from the battlefield. I will get enough meritorious service points to reach corporal level if we kill them all, Xiao Yu speculated. Chapter 9. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This is their location. Xiao Yu and Grom went into the bandit camp to probe the situation. Intelligence gathering played a vital role in the course of the war. Xiao Yu was very clear on this issue even though he was not a military expert. They checked for the place where the bandits may have kept their treasures. His priority was gold as it was the most urgent need. I have more than 100 orc warriors. According to my knowledge, it won't be a problem to kill 400 or 500 bandits with them. But I can't act recklessly and can use tricks to solve problem the easy way. I may use the old trick to lead them out, separate and kill in small groups. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes as he made his mind. Blade Master sneaked into the camp once more. He stole few things and deliberately revealed himself. While at it, Grom killed a bandit and ran out. Xiao Yu nodded in approval at Grom's performance. However, few black lines were raised on his forehead when he saw the item Grom had stolen. What the heck? Is that a teapot? Although it was not something of value, Grom was able to catch the attention of bandits. They shouted loudly as they chased after Grom. Grom used wind walk to quickly leave the camp. He didn't use the stealth mode of the skill as he had to keep the bandits follow after him. Xiao Yu also quickly went out. There were about 40 or 50 bandits following Grom. Grom would run for a while and stop for them to catch up. Who is the courageous son of a mother to steal from us? A bandit cussed as he panted while he chased after Grom. There was a triumphant look on Xiao Yu's face as he went after the group of bandits. He knew that they wouldn't be able to escape the death. However, Xiao Yu was able to see a figure running in front of the bandits. The man soon caught up with Blade Master. Xiao Yu saw the tall man wearing a fine high-quality leather clothing. There was a determined look on his face as he pointed his sword towards Grom. Grom also stopped when he detected this man. A warrior? Xiao Yu immediately understood who the man was. There were people who practiced battle energy and reached certain ranks. He was one of them. Xiao Yu's fourth sister-in-law Susho was the first-rank warrior. However, this person was obviously much stronger than Susho. He was at a higher stage. Xiao Yu's heart sank as he was worried that Grom wouldn't be able to defeat the man. He knew that Grom was a level 3 hero, but Xiao Yu wasn't aware of this person's strength. Run. We will kill him by overpowering him, Xiao Yu ordered. Xiao Yu wasn't going to fight against such a person fairly. If the man couldn't be killed in one-on-one battle, then he was going to use orc warriors to overpower the man and kill him. He didn't think that the man could keep his own against hundreds of orc warriors. Grom was eager for a battle, but it followed Xiao Yu's order without a hesitation and escaped. The man couldn't see Grom's face as it was covered with a mask. Grom was escaping and the man was after him. The bandit saw that Grom's speed was very fast. He slightly hesitated as he saw that the person next to Grom had said few words before they turned to leave. Xiao Yu used stealth mode once again to disappear from sight and follow in the back. He tried to avoid the bandit with powerful aura, as it was possible that the bandit could detect through Xiao Yu's invisibility. Xiao Yu's fitness had been strengthened after the level up. Additionally, he had the wind walk, critical strike, and omni-slash skills. But he didn't dare to fight against this special bandit. Hey, are you trying to lead us somewhere? The man stopped and shouted towards Grom. Grom stopped and turned to look back at the man. Xiao Yu quietly lurked around and came to stop by Grom's side. Xiao Yu's was like a god at this moment, as he knew that there were more than 100 orc warriors behind the woods by their side. Those 40 or 50 bandits reached the location and stopped beside the man. The tall bandit seemed to feel that there was an ambush if they moved a bit more. Hey, tall kid, are you the leader of the bandits? Xiao Yu revealed himself. He was using a gold-framed jade sword and pointing it towards the man. The tall bandit's eyes narrowed when he saw Xiao Yu appear. He hadn't detected his presence up to now. It meant that Xiao Yu was an assassin. Only assassins knew how to use their battle energy to be one with the surrounding environment and stay invisible. My name is Hao Tong. I'm the second in command. Who are you? Hao Tong asked. Initially, he was itching to fight against the swordsman. However, His instincts told him that he wouldn't be able to cope with the swordsman if the assassin joined the battle. HMPF. A second-in-command of bandit groups dare to ask my name. I will tell you. I'm Xiao Yu, head of the Xiao family and the lord of this territory. I'm giving you two options. First is to obediently surrender and become my troops. Of course, you will have to give all your gold to me. Second, is death. Xiao Yu tilted his head upwards, making himself look like an aloof lord. Skylion dynasty's vassal. Hao Tong frowned. He was aware that the empire bestowed the land upon a lord. However, they didn't care for that because this piece of land had no lord, to begin with. Moreover, the lord of the territory had never been able to issue orders that encompassed the land. Do you think that you can beat us all with you too? Hao Tong looked at the bandits that had come and stood behind him. Xiao Yu smiled. Of course, I won't get involved in such a petty fight. It will be them. He waved his hand and more than 100 green-skinned orcs came out from behind the trees. 2-meter-high orcs looked grim. All of them were holding on to axes which were at least 1 meter long. Orcs. Hao Tong was stupefied. Usually, he was a calm man, but he could no longer stay normal. He was aware that orcs had long gone extinct. How could so many orc warriors appear at such a time? Get them. Xiao Yu wasn't planning to act polite. He issued the order because he wanted to take advantage of the stunned bandits. Grom roared and dumped out the huge cloak from his body. He used his sword as he rushed out. Xiao Yu wanted to change Grom's sword, although his family was declining, but finding a good sword wasn't a problem. But the system told him that the weapon of the hero can't be changed or replaced. It could only be upgraded. It had made Xiao Yu depressed. Xiao Yu used the Windwalk skill and used the stealth mode. He began to chase the bandits that were fleeing in fear. Although Xiao Yu's attributes weren't good, his speed was fast. However, he wasn't planning to face a bandit on a vis-a-vis fight. If he was killed, that would be an injustice. How could he die before enjoying his sisters-in-law? That's why he used the stealth mode to chase after the bandits. He used Omnislash to directly attack a bandit. The man got split into two halves the same moment. Xiao Yu didn't expect that the Omnislash would have such a power. Blood was spilled onto his face and body. He felt numb and strange. It was his first time that he killed a man, and it happened in a way that he would never imagine. Xiao Yu spent a long time lying on the ground. He puked for a while. Murder of another person using a cold weapon wasn't something that a student from a modern world could handle at first. Xiao Yu looked up to see that the rest of the bandits were annihilated. However, Grom was still fighting against Hao Tong. Hao Tong had good swordsmanship skills. Xiao Yu speculated that Hao Tong would have killed an ordinary orc warrior after a few rounds of sparring. However, Grom was a blade master. His level was low, but his swordsmanship was unparalleled. In addition, Grom had 3 skills that were used to fight against Hao Tong. What the hell are you looking at? Kill him. Xiao Yu shouted towards the orc warriors that were standing idle and watching the fight between Grom and Hao Tong. All of them issued roars and rushed up. Hao Tong saw that the situation was getting worse. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't outrun Grom's Windwalk. Orc warriors surrounding him. Dozens of giant axes smashed down at him. Hao Tong was chopped off into pieces. In the end, he turned into a meat sauce. They are still thinking about the honor and dignity. This idiot. Kill the enemy. The only thing that matters is to get alive. Come over and help me. Xiao Yu ordered. Damn it. I have seen those knights on TV who have heroic posture after the war. I can't stand myself. Disappointed. Xiao Yu cursed himself. He had become like this after killing a person. Orc warriors helped Xiao Yu move, and they once again came to the camp. Xiao Yu speculated that there won't be anyone strong left in the camp. There would be only ordinary bandits, and they weren't opponents of the orc warriors. Kill them. Xiao Yu ordered the orc warriors to sweep through the camp. The orcs roared up and rushed into the camp. The orcs were fearless once the battle began. They didn't get tired, didn't know fear. They knew only to fight until death. It was the characteristics of the orc race that made them invincible warriors. The guard on patrol saw green-skinned orc rush over. He panicked first. Then he wanted to scream, but was killed by orcs before being able to issue a warning. The orc warriors entered the camp without a warning and caught bandits off guard. The morale of the bandits had collapsed and most of them turned to escape. However, their fate was death. Even ordinary soldiers were able to destroy bandit camps, so powerful orc warriors were like the Grim Reapers. The battle was over in less than 10 minutes. Most of the bandits were killed and some were successful in their escape. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes as he sat on top of a large stone. He was satisfied. The mob of bandits couldn't resist against the elite orc warriors. Even if the bandits got the courage to face them, a single orc warrior was enough to topple 3 or 4 of them. However, Xiao Yu began to ponder. The meritorious service and experience points didn't go up by much. What was going on? They got lots of points after destroying the camp of Dragon Teeth Bandit. At the same time, an orc warrior came over to make a report. A team of bandits was coming to the camp. Xiao Yu ordered the orc warriors to hide while he and Grom waited. It didn't take long for a group of people riding horses enter the camp. A burly man roared up when he saw the bloody scene. Who has got so much courage to invade my camp? The man's eyes swept through the camp and saw Xiao Yu smile and sit on top of the stone. Who are you? Are you the one who has killed my underlings? Xiao Yu smiled. Yes, it was me. So, you are courting death. The man was furious. Xiao Yu looked at a group of maximum 100 bandits behind the burly man. I'm not sure who is courting death, but I'm sure that I lack meritorious service points. Xiao Yu waved his hand and the orc warriors rushed out from the hiding. The burly man was aware that there was an ambush. However, this place was his stronghold. He didn't believe that everyone was killed. That was the main reason why he rushed in without hesitation. However, he didn't think that the force that attacked his camp was a group of orcs. The bandits were stupefied. Even the burly man got caught by surprise. Xiao Yu didn't give him chance to react and made Grom attack him. Ugh! Grom roared and used Omnislash with Wind Walk. The burly man roared and took out his sword. He used it to block Grom's attack. An ice blue energy burst out from his sword. Xiao Yu understood that this person was much stronger than Hao Tong. Blade Master was able to barely keep up with Hao Tong while they confronted each other. Xiao Yu was afraid that Grom would suffer if he faced the burly man. Sure enough, after a while, Grom was wounded by the man. Although they were minor injuries, it was a proof that Grom wasn't the burly man's opponent. The man seemed to be a higher level warrior. Their warriors were the most powerful fighters in this world. Although Grom was sturdy, he was only level 3 hero. But Grom as a blade master was meant for wars and battles. The more blood was shed, the fiercer he got. Xiao Yu immediately entered the stealth mode and waited for an opportunity to attack the opponent. After a while, he found that the burly man was too concentrated on the fight against Grom, so he got careless on a few occasions. Xiao Yu sneaked towards the man's back and stabbed the sword to his ass. The man screamed and used his hand to cover his ass. Xiao Yu decided to attack the man's ass because the burly man may not react if he attacked to another place. But ass was a place which would make the burly man react subconsciously. Grom took the opportunity and made consecutive slashes. The person wanted to turn to chase Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu quickly ran away. He waited for 5 seconds for the skill to cool off and sneaked once again. He used the same trick again. The burly man shouted, "Be a man. Why are you using such a way to attack?" Xiao Yu laughed from distance. Come on. Why should I now use tricks? You are talking as if you are a priest or some holy person. Damn it. You are a thief, robber, and bandit. Acting mighty, Xiao Yu was able to control orc warriors to break up the bandits and kill them. He was getting used to controlling orc warriors much better as time passed. He ordered them to attack the burly man. Although the burly man was strong, he couldn't withstand the attack of so many orc warriors together. Grom's sword slashed through his head and he was killed on spot. At the same time, a golden light trapped Grom's body and he rose to level 4. Xiao Yu also received 500 meritorious service points and reached level 3. Haha, I have leveled up. Can I beat my 4th sister-in-law with my strength now? Chapter 10. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Grom's level rose to 4. In addition to all the basic attributes that increased, it gained a skill point. Xiao Yu added that skill point to critical strike skill. As a result, Grom's critical strike rate reached 30%. It was the double the usual, 15%, and, as a blade master, it was very effective in while making damage. Xiao Yu reached level 3. He gets 10 attribute points and 2 skill points because of increase. He added 3, 4 and 4 points respectively to strength, agility, and endurance. After careful consideration, he added 2 skill points to increase Windwalk's level. This way his Windwalk skill reached level 3 and he got an increase of 150% in his speed. Ha ha ha. I will be able to peek more conveniently and there is no way that 4th sister-in-law can catch me. Xiao Yu laughed in a proud manner. However, the main reason underlying behind his choice was that his strength was relatively weak. As a result, he must be able to run away in case of a danger. If he wanted to upgrade his speed, then he had to add attribute points in the future to his agility. Xiao Yu had decided to learn swordsmanship. Afterward, he would become a master swordsman with the help of Omnislash and critical strike skills. Which teenager didn't dream to become a knight? Xiao Yu was planning to realize the dream from his childhood. Nevertheless, at the end of the ambush, Xiao Yu was depressed. Although he got 500 meritorious service points, he still lacked 200 meritorious value points to be able to build a second town hall. Where can I get those 200 meritorious service points? It seems I have to go after another bandit group. Xiao Yu calculated the odds. Moreover, the only thing that his territory wasn't lacking was bandit groups. They were scattered everywhere. Xiao Yu ordered the orc warriors to search the place for the treasures. He called Fox to help them in the search. Fox was a useless man in a battle but was good at sniffing the treasures. Xiao Yu had ordered orc warrior to look after Fox during the battle. Fox was willing to help Xiao Yu in search of treasures. Fox had once visited this bandit camp as his previous boss and the boss of this camp had some friendship. As a result, Fox was very familiar with the place. Moreover, his ability to memorize was excellent. Almost all the valuable things within the camp were taken out under Fox's leadership. Xiao Yu grinned as he looked at the pile of gold coins in front of it. He got 20,000 gold coins from the camp. In addition, he got food, clothing, and a number of materials. Xiao Yu delighted to find out that the bandit leader had brought back a lot of cloaks. Even the orcs were able to wear them, so it was a productive heist. Xiao Yu could camouflage his orc warriors by using these cloaks. Is there any bandit camp close by? Xiao Yu was pleased as they were able to sweep out almost 500 bandits in one move. As a result, he was hoping to go after another group to get enough meritorious service points. There is one nearby but we can't easily offend them. Fox was a bit hesitant as he said to Xiao Yu, "What kind of bandits they are so that I can't provoke them? This master is the lord of the territory. Who the hell they are?" Xiao Yu had won few victories, so he intended to fulfill his needs in one move. There aren't many bandits. As much as I know, only 300 or 400 people. But I have heard that Western Cloud Empire is supporting the bandit group from the shadows. They have well-equipped cavalry, so no one dares to mess with them. Fox replied, "Cavalry?" Xiao Yu muttered. Normally, the orc warriors had absolute dominance against normal human infantry. However, he knew that it was another matter facing well-equipped cavalry. Moreover, orc warriors would have great casualties if they faced an assault from cavalry. Let's go and check them. Xiao Yu decided that he had to move. He urgently needed a total of 1,000 merit service points to build the second town hall and call Tiran that he dreamed of. He ordered 20 orc warriors to get the treasures and goods and go back to the base. Other orc warriors including Fox went to the new bandit camp. The bandit camp was about 2 hours away. It wasn't a normal camp but was surrounded by mountains. As a result, the place was easy to defend and hard to attack. The camp was on a high slope but on relatively flat ground. They could see bandits walk in the camp and hear occasional hisses of the horses. It would be nonsense to send orc warriors straight uphill to face the enemy. I will lose a lot of them. Xiao Yu began to measure his own strength and the strength of the enemy. The orc warriors were tough but they didn't have armor and their weapons were relatively poor. He wasn't willing to see his newly made army get destroyed. I'll go inside with Grom. Xiao Yu and Grom would sneak into the camp to explore the place. Both of them activated Windwalk and Stealth mode and quickly went into the camp. Previously, Xiao Yu couldn't catch up with Grom even when he used Windwalk. Grom would always run slower so that Xiao Yu didn't fall behind. Grom's agility was very high and 50% increase from the Windwalk as a bonus made him much faster. However, Now Xiao Yu had 150% speed increase because of the wind walk and was able to run head to head with Grom. Guards at the gate only felt a breeze blow past by them but couldn't detect either Grom or Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu observed the place and understood that the bandits he was facing now were totally different from the two groups that he had annihilated. This group was much different as the bandits in the group were much sturdy and wearing neat uniforms. Their armor was good and shiny. They looked like real soldiers rather than bandits. Xiao Yu nodded as he looked around. The first two bandit groups were made up of ordinary people while this one could be considered to be made of real soldiers. It seems Fox was right. They may be supported from the shadows by the Western Cloud Empire. Western Cloud Empire was a strong nation like the Sky Lion dynasty. However, they didn't take much interest in the northwest as the place was cold and bitter. However, this bitter land was Xiao Yu's territory. Xiao Yu used Windwalk to explore the camp in depth. He decided that a face-on attack against the bandit camp would be an ultimate failure. Cavalry is much stronger than infantry. Xiao Yu pondered as he looked at the stables full of horses. It didn't take long for a treacherous smile to appear on Xiao Yu's face. Let's go back. We will assault them at night. Xiao Yu decided on an action plan. Xiao Yu led more than 100 orc warriors to halt close to the bandit camp. They all sit back and waited for Xiao Yu's orders. He and Grom sneaked over the fences into the camp. The wooden fences covering the camp wasn't very high. Perhaps the bandits were too arrogant and decided that nobody would dare to attack them, so there was no need for an extraordinary protective wall. However, this could stop Xiao Yu and Blade Master. Grom was able to pass over 3-meter-high wall very easily. Xiao Yu's speed had increased because of the wind walk, but his jumping force wasn't affected. As a result, Grom came back and Xiao Yu stepped on his shoulder to jump over the fence. My strength lacks a lot. Xiao Yu and Grom sneaked under the darkness of the night towards the stables. Xiao Yu didn't rush to act as he observed and found the places where patrol members were on guard. Although the guards were elite soldiers, they couldn't protect themselves from Grom. He used Windwalk to come after them and kill them one by one. They couldn't even utter a cry for help before their death. After the patrol problem was solved, Xiao Yu moved towards the stables. He lit them using the flint. The wind was exceptional in the mountainous area. It contributed towards the power and influence of the fire. In a minute all the stables were on fire. Xiao Yu continued to set fires in other locations and ordered Grom to kill the patrols at the gate. Water. The cries of bandits resounded in the camp. The patrols were killed, so they found about the fire a bit late. The fire had spread around and the horses were running in the camp. The situation was chaotic. For a while, people didn't know what was happening as horses were screaming. Even though they seemed like seasoned and trained soldiers, but even professionals will rush in face of a sudden attack. Control the fire. Stop the horses. Kill the horse that acts rampant. A bald man carrying an axe appeared. The bandits began to implement the instructions of their leader. They would kill any horse that wouldn't act obediently. The chaos made by the horses was affecting their fight against the fire. They had killed few horses when beast-like roars echoed from the gate. The horses that were obedient began to act more chaotic. Corpses. There are corpses in here and all of them are killed. Someone has deliberately made the fire. A bandit began to shout out loud when he found the dead bodies of patrols. It was at this moment that the orc warriors rushed in. They began to mercilessly kill any bandit that passed through their sight. The bandits weren't prepared for a battle. Moreover, they weren't the opponents of the orcs on ground battle. In a few minutes, almost half of the bandits were killed as they were caught off guard. Orc warriors were merciless and ferocious. On a one-on-one fight, they would kill anyone unless they faced warriors. So it seems we will see people use battle energy or mana in the future. Xiao Yu's plan to fire the place was useful too. The bandits didn't know whether to put off the fire or resist the orcs. Orcs, don't panic. Kill them. The bald man shouted. He used his axe to face an orc warrior. Orc warrior roared as it waved the giant axe in his hand. The bald man swayed to the side and escaped the orc warrior's attack. At the same time, a dark yellow light swept over the orc warrior's body and cut it off in half. Ugh! Grom's eyes reddened when he saw the scene. It rapidly rushed over towards the bald man and used Omnislash to attack him. The bald man was fearless as he waved his battle axe to stop Grom. The man is strong. Grom wouldn't be able to fight against him if he hadn't reached level 4. Xiao Yu was shocked by the bald man's strength. Xiao Yu lurked in stealth and went behind the man. He raised his sword and stabbed towards the bald man's ass. Puchy. The sword stabbed into the bald man's ass. He jumped up the same instant. The man wouldn't be so unprepared if you tried to attack his neck. Grom didn't let go of the opportunity. He used the Omnislash as he waved his sword towards the man's shoulder. Schluck. The bald man screamed as his arm was cut off from the root. At the same time, the bandits in the camp began to lose their confidence in the battle against the orcs. However, there were few teams that were tenaciously resisting the orc warriors. They weren't as weak as the previous two bandit groups. Their discipline and military training were much better than the previous two groups. However, without their horses, this group's fate would be no different than the previous two bandit groups. It was very difficult to resist against orc warriors on the ground. Who are you? The bald man's eyes were full of anger as he shouted out. Xiao Yu replied, "Who am I? You dare to ask me who am I? It is I who should ask you that question. This territory belongs to me and nobody can live in here without my permission. Are you from the Sky Lion dynasty? Are you the Lord?" The bald man wasn't as stupid as the leaders of the other two bandit groups. He immediately guessed Xiao Yu's background. "Yes, I'm the head of the Xiao family and lord of the territory, Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu raised his chin. "I didn't expect that you would collude with orcs, Xiao Yu. I'll remember you. I'll come back for you after I report this situation." The bald man clenched his teeth. He grabbed the frightened horse that passed by them. The horse immediately turned obedient. He jumped over it and hit the horse with his legs to ride it. Xiao Yu shouted, "Keep dreaming. Do you think you will be able to escape from my clutches?" Both Xiao Yu and Grom acted. Although they weren't faster than horses, they weren't slow either. Moreover, the horse couldn't accelerate very fast. So both Xiao Yu and Grom were able to catch up with their horse. "Hit the horse," Xiao Yu ordered. Xiao Yu threw his sword towards the horse. The bald man's legs hit the horse's body and the horse jumped up for half a meter and escaped the attack. Good skills. Xiao Yu was surprised as he didn't expect the bald man to be so capable. Ugh. The bald man's effort to avoid the first sword attack had delayed the horse and Grom were already the horse's side. He attacked and directly split the horse into two halves. The bald man jumped out and rushed to escape. Grom and Xiao Yu were much faster than him because of the wind walk. Moreover, bald man was badly injured, which brought his morale and stamina down. "Little Lord, you will regret your actions." The bald man was facing a difficult situation as he was using his one arm to defend himself against the attacks of Grom. Xiao Yu was in stealth mode as he constantly tried to attack the man's ass. "Regret. It is you who must regret that you have decided to rob in this master's territory," Xiao Yu shouted as he attacked the man's ass. Grom was successful in cutting down the man's head because of the last distraction made by Xiao Yu. A golden light emerged and wrapped around Grom's body after he killed the bald man. Grom had reached level 5. However, Xiao Yu wasn't able to level up yet. It was getting too difficult for Xiao Yu to upgrade and gain meritorious service points as he moved up the ladder. "Idiot dares to threaten me. One day, this master will lead his own raiders and wolves to baptize the Western Cloud Empire with blood." Xiao Yu spat on the bald man's body. Xiao Yu was becoming immune to brutalities of war after 2 battles. Almost all the bandits were killed and few were able to escape. However, for the first time, the orc warriors had suffered casualties. In the previous 2 battles, there were no dead orc warriors. Most of those bandits tried to escape by scattering the moment they saw orc warriors. But this group resisted them. They were very well trained too. As a result, 3 orc warriors were killed, which brought Xiao Yu's mood down. Although the orc warriors were summoned and acted like robots, Xiao Yu treated them as real people. He didn't want them to die. He didn't know if he could resurrect the dead heroes or soldiers. So he asked the system. The system answered that the dead soldiers or heroes couldn't be resurrected back to life. It told that they were in real life and death was part of the cycle and natural law of the world. It couldn't violate it. Xiao Yu asked if he could make the dead hero to rebirth by using the Altar of Storms. The answer was that the hero couldn't be born again. The hero would be taken back to Altar of Storms and sealed if he or she died. Xiao Yu knew that if Grom died it means that he would be dead for eternity. I have to pay attention to the way I use them in the future. I can't let heroes or orc warriors die easily. I would lose big if I lose a hero. They killed the bandits but couldn't control the fire, so they had to wait until the next morning for the fire to get extinguished on its own. Xiao Yu ordered Fox to use orc warriors to find treasures from the rubble. At the same time, he was checking the game interface. Xiao Yu received 530 meritorious service points for killing the bandits. His total merit points had reached more than 1,300. His commander rank was upgraded to corporal. Now, he would be able to build his second town hall and get another 500 warriors. Chapter 11. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fox had good skills with finding treasures. He was able to get more than 20,000 gold coins from the heap of rubble, which made Xiao Yu very happy. According to Fox, the bandits should have more money, but it seems they have sent some part of their loot to Western Cloud Empire. Xiao Yu didn't care much as he got what he wanted. He could buy orc warriors with the money. In addition to the gold coins, Xiao Yu ordered the orc warriors to take back the weapons of the bandits. He had asked the system and learned that blacksmith shop would need steel and other raw materials to manufacture armor and weapons. If he couldn't provide raw materials, then he had to buy them with the equivalent amount of gold coins. In short, the weapons were in a sense money too. Xiao Yu brought back the corpses of the orc warriors who died in the battle. He decided that the corpses of the orc warriors had to be cremated in altar so that their souls can return to the place where they belong with the help of orc shamans. Xiao Yu knew that the orc warriors were summoned characters. However, he cared for their lives. I have to construct an elven town hall. Xiao Yu had decided. He walked around the Orcs' Great Hall and chose a location where he wanted the Elven Town Hall to be built. Build Tree of Life. Boom! A huge old tree appeared in front of him. It was 10 meters high and gave a different aura. Is this the Tree of Life? Xiao Yu was shocked as he looked at the giant tree. He didn't expect it to be so magnificent. Tree of Life was the essence of the elves. The elves could survive as long as their town hall, the Tree of Life, existed. It was said that the Tree of Life was the creator of the elves. Build Altar of Elders. Xiao Yu ordered once more after he recovered from the initial shock. He would be able to call Tyrann Whisperwind with the help of Altar of Elders. Another boom echoed and a huge altar appeared by the Tree of Life. The Altar of Elders looked more beautiful in comparison to Altar of Storms. It was surrounded by green plants and had a strong breath of life around it. Do you want to summon a hero? The system asked. Of course, ha ha ha. Summon Tyrann Whisperwind. Xiao Yu exclaimed in excitement. There is no Tyrann Whisperwind hero category. System replied in a cold tone. Xiao Yu scratched his head. He remembered that the category was the Priestess of the Moon. Summon Priestess of the Moon. A green energy began to exude above the Altar of Elders. A blurred silhouette of a slim woman appeared on it. There was an animal figure by the woman's side. Xiao Yu was sure that it would be Tyrann's white tiger. Xiao Yu rubbed his hands back and forth as he walked around the Altar of Elders. He was anxiously waiting for Tyrann Whisperwind. What would the number one beauty of the elves look like? Every otaku would be looking forward to seeing this in real life. Who wouldn't get excited if they could get such a beautiful maid? Build barracks. Summon archers. Even if they would be general elves, but I think they would be very beautiful. Oh, I'll be playing around with them day and night. Xiao Yu almost fainted out of happiness. He was indulged in his fantasies. The Ancient of War was immediately built. Xiao Yu ordered 300 archers to be built. He had more than 40,000 gold coins and he was going to spend 30,000 on archers. He was a corporal now and can lead up to 500 soldiers. He was planning to use 200 orc warriors and 300 elven archers. Xiao Yu felt that 1 hour lasted almost like a century. Finally, after an hour later, the white tiger roared and a figure jumped down from the altar to stand in front of Xiao Yu. Tyrann greets master. A clear and soft voice echoed. It was so soft that it could take away the breath of a human. Xiao Yu almost fainted as he looked at Tyrann standing in front of him. Too beautiful, way too beautiful. Xiao Yu uttered the same phrase one after another. Tiran was taller than Xiao Yu and had a slim body. The ratio of her body was perfect with exquisite curves on the right places. She had a pair of long legs covered with hollow leather. The snow-white skin made Xiao Yu's heart beat fast. Her thighs were covered with a leather skirt. Xiao Yu believed that he would be able to take a glimpse of the mysterious zone if she bent a bit. Her slender waist was completely exposed. Her small novel was like a clear crystal. Xiao Yu dreamed to use her waist as a soft pillow. Xiao Yu had a nosebleed when he looked at her towering peaks. This was the best day in his life. 36C. Oh my god. Yes, it's more than that. It is F. The armor worn by the elf priestess was aesthetic. The soft and shiny breastplate was wrapped around a pair of explosive balls. Her cleavage was like a deep drench. The figure of Tyrande was much better than Susho's who Xiao Yu picked a few nights ago. He was mesmerized by Tyrande's face. Xiao Yu believed that such a perfect beauty couldn't be born in this world if not for the system to summon her. The tattoos on Tyrande's face had made him more tempted. Gulp. Xiao Yu swallowed his saliva. He rubbed his hands as he lecherously smiled. Tyrande, you are my subordinate. Will you resist if I gently touched your body? There was no one else close by and Tyrande was a hero produced by the system. Xiao Yu was too shameless as he licked his lips and asked the question. Tyrande seemed to be aware of Xiao Yu's intentions. She glanced at Xiao Yu and spoke in a cold tone. I can resist and defend myself if the master wants something indecent. If the master's attempts to assault me, then subordinate has the right to refuse and punish master. Oh, so you can defend and punish. It was good that I asked in advance. So how the punishment works? Xiao Yu asked. Tyrande's face was expressionless as she glanced at Xiao Yu's lower body. I will cut off the place where the master wants to touch me. Xiao Yu covered his lower body out of instinct. Tyrande was way too aggressive. He was feeling as if he was being tortured. He could look at the cake in front of him but couldn't eat it. Ah, so, what kind of orders are you obliged to listen? Xiao Yu asked in a bitter tone. I will only obey orders related to bottle. I have right to refuse any other command. Tyrande wasn't even looking at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu asked some more question. Tyrande answered few of them and ignored the others. This is not pride. It is arrogance. Xiao Yu looked at Tyrande. Elves were a proud race, so it wasn't that strange for Tyrande to be arrogant too. Ah, I thought she would become my maid, but it looks like as if I am her servant. Nevertheless, saliva was flowing out of Xiao Yu's mouth as he looked at Tyrande. After half an hour the first archer was made. But Xiao Yu was extremely disappointed. The elven archers were male. They listened to his orders but their eyes betrayed their feelings, that which they held against Xiao Yu. It made him burst out with anger. He was friends with orcs. Although orcs had a bad habit of eating human meat once in a while, they were much stronger than these pretty boys. I would be too lazy to summon you if I didn't need archers. Xiao Yu shouted in anger. He asked the system to clarify the time when he could summon female elves. Xiao Yu couldn't stand looking at the proud male elves. It would be much better looking at the female ones. The system said that it couldn't tell when he will have such permission. Xiao Yu was depressed by the answer. However, he remembered that there was a class of elves called huntresses. They must be female elves. Xiao Yu wanted to immediately stop the production of archers and produce huntresses. However, he saw through the game interface that the huntresses had changed to hunters. Xiao Yu cursed out loud as he knew that they should be male too. Nevertheless, he knew that hunters must have mounts and he didn't have cavalry at this point. Their mounts wouldn't be as strong as wolves that orc used. Nevertheless, he could use them as scouts. As a result, he decided to produce 200 elven archers and 100 hunters. Xiao Yu left from the elven base as soon as possible. He couldn't stand the proud elves, though he was thinking about ways to get Tyrande. After all, she would be the dream of any sane man. Xiao Yu asked the system but it didn't give an answer and stayed silent. So he decided to ask Grom. He was friend with Grom and Grom was more loyal to him, so Xiao Yu knew that he would be able to dig up some information. Xiao Yu found out that orc warriors were training in the base. He learned that the orc warriors could upgrade a level if they trained. However, the speed would be very slow. The only way to quickly upgrade a level was through real battles. Xiao Yu called Grom to the side and smiled like a fox. Grom, recently your life seems good. There was a simple and honest look on Grom's face. He nodded. Thanks, Master. We are living well in here. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. There is something that I want to ask you. You know, I just summoned some archers from the elves, but it seems as if they have any prejudice towards me and their attitude isn't good. Is there any way that I can improve their attitude? Grom pulled his sword from his back and roared, I will go and teach them a lesson if they dare to disrespect Master. Hey, do not. Xiao Yu pulled Grom back. Grom's loyalty was perfect and Xiao Yu was delighted by it. The problem was that orcs and elves didn't have a good racial relationship, to begin with, so he didn't want to have problems in the base. They are listening to my orders, but it's just that they don't respect me. I want to know ways to make them respect me. Xiao Yu smiled as he tried to calm Grom. Grom's chest was going up and down sharply. It seemed that his anger hadn't disappeared. Those self-righteous and proud elves. They think that they are the race of goods. Sooner or later I will teach them a good lesson. Master, it's very difficult to get them respect you, but you can have their loyalty. If you can get the highest level of loyalty, then they will respect you, but it's very difficult to earn their loyalty. Loyalty? Xiao Yu suddenly remembered that he saw such a value on Grom's statistics. However, he didn't care much for it. He opened the game interface and found Grom's loyalty. It was showing 20 points on a green background. On the side, there was a red background indicator. It showed negative values only. It turned out that Tyrann's loyalty was -10. It is -10? Xiao Yu muttered. Is it possible for loyalty to increase or decrease? Xiao Yu asked. Grom replied, it is accumulated very slowly. We fight side by side and go through life and death battle. This way you can earn our loyalty. Moreover, you have to move our emotions which would earn you that loyalty. For example, we would be very grateful and loyal as long as you bring back the corpses of dead warriors back to Altar of Storms. Likewise, our loyalty will fall if the owner tries to abuse us. So it is like that. Xiao Yu realized why Grom's loyalty was high while Tyrann's loyalty was negative. He intended to molest her the moment Tyrant had summoned. As a result, Tyrant had a bad impression of him. If he knew that it was so, he would have put gentleman's appearance when she was summoned. What would happen if the loyalty is too high or low? Xiao Yu asked. If loyalty gets to -50, then the warriors will leave you. If the loyalty reaches -100, then they will see you as an enemy. If the loyalty is high, then the morale would increase. If the loyalty reaches 100, we will do anything for the master. Grom explained in details. Anything? Xiao Yu was shocked to hear the word. Yes, master. We will be obedient and do anything that you ask with our whole heart. Grom replied in an honest manner. It turned out to be that way. A sinister smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face as he narrowed his eyes. He found a way to conquer Tyrant. Chapter 12. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Ancient of War took half an hour to produce an archer, so it was able to produce more than 40 archers in 2 days. Tyrann's level was still 1, so Xiao Yu was intending to increase her level so she can be more powerful. The skills that Tyrant could learn were, Searing Arrows, up to 3, Eagle Eye, up to 2, Multiple Arrows, up to 3, and Beast Soul, up to 3. Searing Arrows was a skill which Tyrant would use her spell power to ignite the feathers of the arrows. Eagle Eye was a skill that would help her observe long distance and increase the accuracy of her shooting. Multiple Arrows referred to the skill which helped Tyrant to send multiple arrows in one shot. Beast Soul was a skill that helped Tyrant to communicate with some beasts and tame them. She could instruct the beasts to go to battle. Moreover, she could enhance the combat abilities of the beasts. In addition to these skills, Tyrant had a skill which was called Shadow Escape. She was able to use shadows to hide from the eyes of the enemies. It was a common skill used by all the Night Elves. However, Shadow Escape didn't mean that it would bring complete invisibility. There were certain conditions that have to be met to hide the user to a certain extent. They couldn't hide their presence if there were no shadows. Xiao Yu ordered Tyrant to learn Eagle Eye skill first. It was a very practical skill. Moreover, it would increase both her range of sight and accuracy of shooting, which meant increased damage to the enemy. Xiao Yu was planning to take Tyrant to sweep through a bandit group. Unlike his first moves, now he had an army of orc warriors, so he wasn't afraid to take on small bandit camps. In short, He was full of vitality. He would follow Fox's intelligence reports and use 200 orc warriors to surround small bandits groups with less than 100 people and let Tyrande kill them using her archery skills. The bandits would get scared and turn to run in panic. Tyrande would stand on shoulders of an orc warrior and rapidly shoot arrows. She would take lives of dozens of bandits in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yu was standing by the orc who was carrying Tyrande. Once in a while, his eyes would turn to look upwards. However, each time Tyrande would point an arrow towards his eyes which would make him fear for his life. Most of the bandits surrendered after seeing that there was no way to escape from Xiao Yu's clutches. Xiao Yu wasn't ruthless to kill them all, but he tied them to use them as slaves. After the interrogation, Xiao Yu found out that bandit leader had done lots of misdeeds including rape of women and many other wicked things. The bandit leader was shot to death by Tyrande. Tyrande had reached level 3 by the end of the attack. Xiao Yu allocated skill points for Tyrande to learn searing arrows and multiple arrows skills. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu was depressed to see that he was only able to plunder about 2,000 gold coins. Fox explained that not all bandit groups were rich. The previous groups had got their loot from wealthy businessmen. In addition, their luck was better to be able to amass a wealth of 20,000 gold coins. However, general bandit groups would have about 4 to 5,000 gold coins. In the short time frame, 10 days, Xiao Yu was able to clear every bandit group in the vicinity of the town. He would use the bandits that surrendered as slaves to cut wood back in the orc base. Elves would never allow dirty humans to live in their base, so Xiao Yu didn't have a choice but to use slaves in the orc base. Because of constant raids, the orc warriors had reached level 2. Their sizes were a bit bigger and they were more powerful. Grom had reached level 6 while Tyrande was at level 5. Grom's skills were, Wind Walk, level 1, Omnislash, 2, Critical Strike, 3. Tyrande's current skills were, Searing Arrow, level 2, Eagle Eye, level 1, and Multiple Arrows, level 2. Xiao Yu calculated that it was time for Carrie's troops to arrive. He had 500 troops and was ready to deal with thousands of soldiers that Carrie would bring. Xiao Yu was looking for the battle because it would be the biggest test that he would face in the near future. Xiao Yu was able to build a blacksmith shop and produce equipment for the orc warriors. However, the prices for armor and weapons had shocked Xiao Yu. He didn't have steel or other materials, so an armor for an orc warriors cost 200 gold coins, upgrading axe cost 50 gold coins. Xiao Yu customed the system as buying and upgrading equipment was much expensive than buying warriors. In short, he needed about 250 gold coins to get proper armor and upgrade the axes of the orc warriors. He had 200 orc warriors and about 50,000 gold coins. In the end, Xiao Yu decided to buy only 100 sets of armor and axe upgrade. In addition, he had to build burrows for orcs and moonwells for elves. Otherwise, they would starve to death. But Xiao Yu was pleased to see that blacksmith shop was able to upgrade the Blade Master's sword. The broken and rusty sword had changed a lot. The attack range of the sword increased to 1423 range after the upgrade, which was much stronger than the original. Scrap steel. Xiao Yu knew that it would be too expensive to rely on gold coins to buy equipment. He now understood why wars needed a lot of money. He used the blacksmith shop from the game system to buy the equipment in a direct way. However, in reality, he knew that it would be much costly and time-consuming to buy armor and other equipment. Xiao Yu was satisfied when he saw the first set of armor. Although it didn't bring any additional effect, at least the armor was able to cover key parts of orc body. The orc warriors would rely on their body to sweep through the battle. Although their skin was thick, it didn't mean that their skin couldn't be hacked. Xiao Yu was aware that buying steel in the bitter cold northwest was an issue. The materials were inherently short in this area. Xiao Yu tried to peep a few days ago while his fourth sister-in-law was taking a bath. Although Sushaw wasn't able to catch him, she was certain that it was Xiao Yu who was peeping. All you are talking about is buying iron and steel. Carrie will bring troops for the fight after a few days and you are doing these boring things. Why aren't you running away? Why have you come back? Sushaw was wearing a military uniform and had a sword on her waist. She looked like a valiant hero as she scolded Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu felt that he was being wronged, sister-in-law, but I'm trying to get steel to build weapons. This way I'll be able to protect you. Why are you scolding me? You still have the face to talk. It was you who lost fifth sister-in-law in a bet and made Carrie bring troops to end this fiefdom. Do you think that you can beat Carrie's army with just steel? Do you want to die in here? Escape. Are you going to be worthy of your father if you die in here? Su Xiao was scolding Xiao Yu non-stop. Although she was angry on the surface, she was trying to persuade Xiao Yu to escape. It was a proof that the fourth sister-in-law was a good person in heart. Don't worry about me, I have a way to beat Carrie. I will bring mercenaries after a few days and they will help us to defeat him, Xiao Yu said in a confident manner. However, no one believed Xiao Yu's statement about bring a bunch of mercenaries to beat Carrie. Xiao Yu was known as a liar who could lie without blinking his eye. They would need at least 2,000 to 3,000 mercenaries to beat Carrie, which meant they had to spend around few 100,000 gold coins. The financial situation of the territory was rock bottom. Master, you should still leave the territory. If you have the determination, then you can get the revenge when you get the chance in the future, Housekeeper Hong said after he sighed. He always thought that Xiao Yu would escape any time, but he didn't expect that Xiao Yu would stay in the town for the last half a month. Xiao Yu sighed as he looked the despair in Uncle Hong's eyes. He knew that no one believed that he would be able to beat Carrie. Uncle Hong, rest assured. I said I'll be able to protect my territory and I will. At the same time, a soldier entered the room. Carrie has sent a message. Xiao Yu looked at the scroll in the soldier's hand. Tell him that if he wants a war he will get one. I'm here and I'll be waiting for him, Xiao Yu calmly said. Master, it's time for you to escape. Housekeeper Hong and Captain Huey tried to advise Xiao Yu. Actually, these last days both Housekeeper Hong and Captain Huey had tried to change minds of Xiao Yu and ladies to leave. However, no one was planning to escape. Xiao Yu had told that he would never leave. Housekeeper Hong was anxious. If Xiao Yu had such an awakening long before, they wouldn't have reached this situation that they faced. However, if Xiao Yu died, then they wouldn't be able to face Xiao Zhan in the afterlife. The date of the battle was set to 3 days later. Xiao Yu was feeling confident as he looked at 200 orc warriors, 200 elven archers, and 100 elven hunters train. Because of constant battles in the last half a month, 200 orc warriors had reached level 2. The elf archers were almost level 2. The 100 hunters were weak at defense and Xiao Yu was afraid that he would lose them very easily. That's why he didn't plan to use them much in the initial battle. He felt that hunters would be useful only in pursuit. Half of orc warriors were equipped with armor and upgraded weapons. They were able to deal twice the damage the normal orc warriors would be able to do. The elf archer would support them and Xiao Yu believed that they would be able to parry against 4 to 5,000 soldiers as long as they tried to protect the town. Is it going to cost me to buy arrows? Xiao Yu roared up as he heard System's answer. Original. He bought armors to half of the orc warriors because of lack of money. Now, the system was telling him that he would have to pay for the arrows too. Fortunately, it wasn't expensive. He could buy a bag of arrows for 5 gold coins. Each bag had 20 arrows. In addition to arrows, he had to pay for equipment, wear and repairs fees and everything. Xiao Yu was planning to build Ancient of Wonders to upgrade armor, bow, and arrows of elves. But he was taken aback when he saw the requirements: 20,000 gold coins and 1,000 meritorious service points. It was only to build the Ancient of Wonders. He would need thousands of gold coins for upgrades. It was relatively cheap to buy blacksmith shop and other buildings with your first base. However, everything began too expensive with the expansion of the second base. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Captain Huey had mobilized 400 soldiers of the territory for the battle. However, none of the soldiers had morale or spirit for battle, as they knew that the outcome will be nothing but defeat. The shadow of failure had shrouded the minds of the soldiers. Although Xiao Yu had said that he would hire mercenaries, they saw his words as nonsense. Few truthful words had come out from Xiao Yu's mouth. Housekeeper Hong was wearing a new dress as he looked at the sky. Lord, this old slave will be loyal till the end and die in here. But, this slave is ashamed that he couldn't send young master and ladies away. At the same time, Tears began to flow down from his face. Xiao Yu's first 3 sisters-in-law were sitting in the room looking at a pot of fresh fruit juice. It was honey juice, which was their favorite drink. They hadn't drunk it in a long time because of the financial problems of the territory. It is going to be their last drink as there was poison mixed in it. Su Shao was wearing her military uniform and standing on the walls of the town ready to fight until death. However, in the morning an army came towards the town. At first, Captain Huey thought that it was Carrie's army, but he was surprised to see Xiao Yu standing in front of the troops. What's going on? Did he really hire mercenaries? On what conditions this prodigal son has hired so many mercenaries? The mercenaries were strange. Their bodies were covered with huge cloaks. The ones in the front were burly and 2 meters tall. They looked like very strong soldiers. The ones in the back had slender and symmetrical bodies. Those ones were carrying fine carved bows and arrows. In front of that team, a woman was riding a white tiger. Her body was covered with a cloak and only her pair of eyes were exposed. Those eyes belonged to a very conceited and arrogant person. Young master, did you hire them? Captain Huey was perplexed and shocked. Xiao Yu smiled. Yes, this army will be able to resist Carrie. Captain Huey looked at the orc warriors walking in front. He knew that they were elite warriors. It is a small army but seems to be made of elites. We have around 400 people in here and including our force of 400 we can protect our city. But we may not necessarily be able to defeat Carrie's army. Chapter 13. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Master, why are we taking 5,000 people? I can flatten that town with only 2,000 soldiers. A bearded man looked at the blonde youth sitting in the carriage. Hammer, what do you know? Do you think that his master is attacking Skyline territory just for that girl? I want that territory. The troubled times is coming and this territory is the best place to establish a base. We can slowly develop it. The blonde youth was drinking bright red wine. His eyes narrowed as he enjoyed the drink. He was fantasizing about breaking into the town. He would see people surrender and beauties in his arms. Yes, young master is wise. We can establish a base in here far away from the curious eyes. If Xiao Yu was here then he would recognize that this blonde youth was his enemy. Carrie. Rows of soldiers were walking behind his luxurious carriage. There was an arrogant expression on the faces of these soldiers. They thought that they had already won the battle. In their perspective, there wasn't going to be a real battle and the other side would surrender very easily. They were worried that their swords wouldn't taste blood by the end of the battle. At noon, Carrie's troops were about 10 miles from the lion town. What about that little girl? Carrie asked. The head of the army answered, rest assured young master. I have implanted spies in the town and they have said that the girls haven't left the town. Carrie nodded in satisfaction. The vicinity of the lion town was a desolate land. There was no vegetation and Carrie was able to see the walls around the town from afar. At the same time, Xiao Yu was looking at the other side as he stood on top of walls. It seems they have brought a lot of people. Captain Huey looked at the crowded army of the enemy. He didn't expect Carrie to bring so many people over. It doesn't matter. They will all end up as fertilizers. Xiao Yu looked at the distant black spots and talked in a lofty manner. He was confident as he had elite orc warriors and elf archers by his side. Are these mercenaries reliable? Captain Huey looked at the orc warriors and elf archers who were covered in cloaks. There was a trace of doubt in his heart. Captain Huey thought that Xiao Yu was too young. He didn't know the background of the mercenaries and he may have led wolves in the den. Captain Huey had followed Xiao Zhantan for many wars and seen many things. He wasn't doubtful about the combat effectiveness of the mercenaries. But the problem was that how could 400 mercenaries act against 5,000? They are here. Tirand reported to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu nodded and took the glass of red wine from the table. He slowly sipped from the glass and put it back on the table. Xiao Yu had taken the red wine that his father had collected. He was drinking and enjoying wine on top of the wall while Tirand stood on his left and Grom stood on his right. Xiao Yu wasn't a military strategist but he knew about psychological tactics. He didn't have much of an experience in wars but he had seen a movie and read a novel to know that he had to use psychological tricks to capture hearts of his people. On one hand, he was trying to confuse Carrie while on the other hand he was trying to show to his people that their lord was full of confidence. In fact, Hunters had long detected and sent intelligence reports about the arrival of troops of Carrie when they appeared 30 miles away. The hunters could use stealth mode and stay invisible. Moreover, they had leopards as mounts, which meant they could move rapidly. He could use them to gather and send information from long distance in the future when they reached higher levels. However, it required elf hunters to reach at least level 10. Carrie's army reached a distance where Xiao Yu was clearly able to see Carrie's figure. At the same time, Carrie also saw Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, I didn't think that you would be safe and sound after the last beating. Carrie smiled and said. There was a mage by his side, which made sure that Carrie's voice echoed out and reached the town. You may have a mage by your side, but you will face tragedy. Xiao Yu touched his nose. He didn't have a mage, so he couldn't echo his voice like Carrie. However, he didn't want to shout out loud as it would affect the gentleman's appearance he had. So he used his right hand to raise the glass of red wine and moved it towards Carrie. At the same time, Xiao Yu stretched out his left and formed a fist. Afterward, he raised his middle finger up. Xiao Yu had an elegant smile on his face as he sent the clear message. Carrie's face turned livid and he got angry. The glass on his hand fell to the ground. Attack! Carrie shouted. Carrie was planning to use rhetoric to ridicule Xiao Yu, but that middle finger of Xiao Yu had made him angry. I'll get the town and I'll play with your sisters-in-law in front of you. I'll make them slaves and let everyone to play with them. Carrie whispered. Carrie didn't have battle experience, but his family had prepared ladders and catapults in order to break through the walls of the town. Geez, those catapults must have cost a lot. Xiao Yu saw the troops pushed the 10-meter-long catapults. He didn't have anything to attack such big catapults. Moreover, he didn't have a mage to attack those machines from distance. Xiao Yu had also thought about the production of Orcish demolishers and elven glaive throwers. However, he needed 2,000 meritorious service points and 50,000 gold coins in order to be able to develop them. That's why Xiao Yu had abandoned the idea. Captain Huey's face changed when he saw the catapults. He was clear that the walls of the Lion Town wouldn't be able to withstand attacks from those catapults. They would be massacred once the walls of the town broke out and Carrie's troops rushed in. Originally, Captain Huey thought that they could surprise the enemy by relying on extra 4 elite soldiers brought by Xiao Yu. However, his plans were upturned when he saw the catapults. Captain Huey knew that they had no way to stop the attack of 5,000 soldiers. The same moment, despair began to take over in his heart. The soldiers of the Lion Town were trembling as they held on to their weapons. At this point, it was only Xiao Yu who was able to keep his demeanor. Grom and Tyran weren't human beings, but they were born warriors. They didn't know what fear was. Xiao Yu poured wine into another glass and handed to Captain Huey. Captain Huey, try this. It is from my father's collection. It would be a pity not to drink it. Captain Huey gently sighed as he grabbed the wine cup and drained it one go. He said, today we are going to die in here. It is the best place to be our graves. What has happened to you, Uncle Huey? Why are you so frustrated? Why are you talking about graves? Look how wonderful the world is. How fresh the air is. Xiao Yu looked at Captain Huey. Captain Huey was very puzzled as he looked at the confident expression on Xiao Yu's face. There were 2 reasonable explanations. Either Xiao Yu had a problem in the head or he had a way to cope up with the crisis. What did Xiao Yu rely on? Only on 400 people? Could these 400 resist an army of 5,000? Carrie's army was rushing towards the Lion Town. The footsteps of soldiers echoed around the wilderness. Kill! The commander of the enemy shouted as countless soldiers charged carrying ladders. They were about to start climbing the walls of the town. The roars of 5,000 filled the whole sky. However, sharp sounds echoed out the next moment. The enemy soldiers looked up to see arrows cover the sky. Chapter 14. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Kai more than 200 arrows whistled through the sky and fell down like rain. Swish swish. The elf archers who were at the back came to the front. They neatly stood in rows and began to shoot from their longbows. The success rate of each hit was 70%. In a matter of seconds, almost 200 people from the enemy side were killed. The archers were of a low level, so the fatality of their shots weren't high. However, They could learn more skills as the level of the archers increased. The elf archers would automatically master 3 skills as their level increased. They would automatically master the skill precise shooting as soon as they reached level 3. The hit rate and strength of each arrow attack would increase by leaps and bounds at that level. The elf archers would master the skill multiple arrows as soon as they reached level 6. This way they can send 3 to 7 arrows on each attack. At level 10 an elf archer would master the skill Guardian of the Moon. This skill would increase their accuracy and intensity of shooting rate. Moreover, the attack wouldn't be limited to only physical but to magical level 2 with the help of lunar aura. If an elf archer could break through level 10 to 11 then it would become a hero. Afterward, the archer may continue to grow and learn skills like the ones used by Tyrande. Orc warriors had same capabilities too. They would learn the skill called Berserker when they reached level 3. It would increase their attack power by 50%. However, some of the orcs lose their sanity and know only to attack and kill until the effect of the Berserker disappears. They would learn a skill called Cleave when they reached level 6 which would increase the attacking range and strength of their weapons. It is a very suitable skill for melee combat. At level 10, the orc warriors would learn attack skills that would strengthen their attack by a couple of times. If an orc warrior is able to break through level 10 to 11 then he would become a hero. They can choose to follow the path of Blade Master, Tauren Chiefs or some other hero. The death of 200 soldiers didn't shake Carrie's army. They had 5,000 soldiers and 200 was only a small part. However, the next moment the sounds of arrows echoed once again and 150 more soldiers died. The second wave of arrow attack didn't kill as many as the first wave because the enemy was prepared. Some soldiers from the enemy side took out their shields while others dodged and some died. However, the accuracy of archers was already very high for normal humans. The commander of Carrie's army shouted out for the soldiers to rush forward. According to their intelligence, there shouldn't be too many troops in the Lion Town. So where did these elite archers come from? From where did Xiao Yu hide mercenaries? If so, how Lion Town was going to pay for them? Weren't they broke already? The archers were strong but commander from Carrie's side couldn't order the soldiers to retreat. If the momentum of the charge was broken the losses would be more serious. They had begun the assault and the only option was to rush to the walls. They had to set up ladders and climb all the way up. The role of archers would be minimized as soon as the soldiers reached the wall. Captain Huey was taken by surprise when he saw the 200 archers act. The enemy was going to suffer because of these archers. He got back a bit of self-confidence. Block them. Don't let them get on the wall. Captain Huey commanded 400 soldiers and ordered them to greet the enemy soldiers that had come to siege them. The sound of arrows echoed as if the main music theme of the battlefield. The soldiers from the enemy side continued to fall down to never stand up again. However, the enemy was able to pass and reach the foot of the town. The soldiers began to put the ladders. By this time almost 800 soldiers were killed from Carrie's side. It was an incredible feat because not even a minute had passed since the start of the war. The archers did their best but they weren't very effective in close range. As a result, many enemy soldiers were able to climb up. Once the enemy soldiers reached the wall and turned the battle from long range to melee combat, the role of archers would be reduced tremendously. The most useful part the archers played in the battles was in the initial stage. However, that initial stage was a relatively short amount of time. Where did they get archers? Carrie saw the resistance. Although he had lost almost 20% of his force he still could continue with the battle. However, having so many archers stationed in the walls was a big threat to him. He had thought that Xiao Yu didn't have an army and would surrender very easily. Carrie had brought a mage and catapults but he wasn't planning to use them. They were brought just for show. However, the initial phase of the battle was beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, Carrie wasn't worried. He knew that Xiao Yu didn't have more than 1,000 troops. He wasn't facing a problem as he had 5,000 soldiers, let alone the mage and catapult. A smile appeared on Carrie's face as he watched the soldiers climb up the ladders. As long as the soldiers positioned themselves on top of the walls then the Lion Town would fall. Ugh! Ferocious roars echoed from the top of the walls. 200 warriors wearing black cloaks rushed forward to the side of the wall. They began to attack the enemy soldiers that reached the top of the ladders. A hit from the black cloak wearing warrior would send the enemy soldier flying away. The enemy soldiers who were climbing up saw the brawny warriors. They were clear that they couldn't retreat either. There were soldiers piled under them. After a slight shock, the enemy soldiers began to climb up. But they were met with giant axes. As soon as they set foot on the wall, an axe would hack down. Sometimes the axes would tear apart the shields that they used. The wall of the lion town was very long. It was about 2,000 meters long. However, 200 orc warriors were distributed along the line of defense. Moreover, the strong orc warriors were facing the soldiers that came up from the ladders one-on-one. That was why they had massive advantages over the enemy troops. Carrie's soldiers were using ladders, and it seemed that the outcome of the battle wouldn't change no matter how many soldiers climbed up. The appearance of the archers had caught Carrie by surprise. However, the appearance of orc warriors had completely shocked him. Moreover, he didn't know the other side was made of orc warriors. He just recognized them as tough soldiers. The commander of Carrie's army was having a bad time. His face had turned ugly as a corpse would fly down from the ladder almost every moment. There were so many ladders distributed along the long wall, but not a single soldier was able to get on the wall. The archers had stopped shooting either. They were constantly sending arrows. Although the soldiers were using shields for protection, the casualties were increasing as every minute passed by. It had been 10 minutes since the start of the war, and he had lost more than 1,000 people, and the other side didn't have a single casualty. They have elite warriors and archers. It would be very difficult to climb the wall, so we have to break through the gates. We can rely on the advantage of numbers to outbeat them if manage to get through the gates. The commander murmured. Originally he had thought that using 5,000 soldiers to go against such a small territory force was like bullying them. However, he didn't expect that the outcome would be like this. In addition, he was sure that he would get a penalty when they got back. Although Carrie was the figurehead of the troops, the commander believed that Carrie would be able to find a way to push all the guilt onto him. He hoped that he would be able to use a battering ram to break into the town and win the war. This way he may minimize the punishment that he would face. Boom! Battering ram reached the gates of the town. The huge wood hit the gates of the town as soldiers swayed it back and forth. Chapter 15. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fortunately we have brought a battering ram, or else it would be a headache to break into the town, Commander whispered. Carrie, in order to show their strength, had brought a battering ram that cost tens of thousands of gold coins. Xiao Yu, I have paid heavy costs for this battle. I'll make a killing festival after breaking into the town. Carrie stood by the luxury carriage. He was holding onto a glass of red wine. However, his hand was very pale, and it was in clear contrast in comparison to the red wine. Xiao Yu was also sitting on the top of the wall. He was drinking wine, eating fruits, and watched the battle. He hadn't lost a single warrior, while the enemy had lost more than 1,000. The battle was the proof of combat effectiveness of the summoned warriors. He could make them kill 10 times more than their own size as long as he came up with a reasonable plan. The number of warriors is a big issue, so I have to make up for it with good equipment. The Orc Blacksmith Shop and Elf Ancient of War can produce good equipment as long as I spend enough money. If I can equip my warriors with T1 or T2 set equipment, then I won't have to fear anyone, Xiao Yu whispered. He had asked the system for the equipment upgrades and found out that some classic equipment from the world of Warcraft can be produced. The prices were very expensive, but Xiao Yu was looking for the time when he would be able to get his hands on T5 sets. This book is a combination of Warcraft and WoW. Don't get too tangled, as there will be slight differences from Warcraft at some points. Note: it was written by author. Boom! The loud noise echoed as the battering ram hit the gate. Even the citizens of the town heard the noise. It was as if a mountain was constantly taken up and hitting the ground. Originally, Lion Town was made very strong. However, the gates began to issue crunching sounds after a few hits from the heavy battering ram. It was obvious that it wouldn't take long for the ram to be able to break the gate. The archers were constantly getting lives of the soldiers on the ground. However, it would be very difficult to resist once the gates were broken. Xiao Yu wasn't worried as he saw the situation. Instead, he issued an order to Grom. Grom nodded. He shouted out in the language of orcs. 50 orc warriors went down with him. Boom! Battering ram was still continuing to hit the thick gates. Moreover, the soldiers using the ram were hidden under the protective armor of the machine. As a result, Even the Tyrann's searing arrows were useless. At the same time, a golden light burst out by Xiao Yu's side. Tyrant had reached to level 7. All the archers were going through rapid upgrades. Tyrant was able to use her searing arrows skills to kill soldiers that used ordinary shields to protect themselves from arrows. She would use multiple arrows. Skill in the arrows would sprinkle out to kill several soldiers. She alone had killed more than 300 soldiers. She had reached level 7, which was beyond Grom. However, Grom's performance was about to begin, so Xiao Yu was expecting him to upgrade rapidly too. Tyrant got 2 additional skill points because of passing from level 5 to 7. Xiao Yu used both points to enhance the Eagle Eye skill. The reasoning behind that decision was that Xiao Yu was aware that the enemy side had a mage. Tyrant would be able to use her Eagle Eye skill to shoot from a long distance with high accuracy. Tyrant's Eagle Eye skill had reached level 2, which was full level. Multiple arrows also had reached level 3, which meant that there was no more upgrading. As a result, Tyrant began to kill enemies much fast. Boom boom kaka. Crisp sounds echoed out and the copper nail of the battering ram was able to break a hole in the gate. Enemy soldiers began to throw spears from inside to kill the gatekeepers. However, they found out that there was no one by the gate. At the same time, crunching sounds echoed as the gates began to slowly open. The enemy soldiers were surprised. Although they were successful in breaking a hole in the gate, they hadn't broken the plugs of the gate yet. Why would they open the gates? Soon, they were able to see dozens of huge warriors wearing black cloaks. They felt bloodthirsty feeling from the bodies of the warriors. It seemed as if they were not humans but beasts. The feeling lasted for a moment as the command to attack echoed. The enemy was going to launch a direct attack. Since the gates were opened, then it was time to get revenge for the death of their comrades. Kill. The enemy soldiers began to rush towards the warriors in black cloaks. The soldiers that were rushing in front stopped for a moment as their faces changed. Their warriors that were waiting for them were full 2 meters tall. The one in the lead was much taller and was like a towering mountain. The leader was holding on to a sword. Ugh! The orc warriors took away their cloaks and threw them away. Their green skin and large muscles were exposed to the enemy soldiers. Orcs won. The eyes of the enemy soldiers in the front popped up in fear. They didn't expect that they were fighting against orcs since the beginning. No wonder they couldn't reach the wall. A slight panic in the army would end in terrifying consequences. The soldiers at the back hadn't seen orcs, so they were still trying to dash forward. However, the soldiers in the front began to panic and their formation got messy. They began to push the soldiers from behind and trample them to run away. Ugh! Grom roared up and rushed out. He used Dominaslash to attack the first soldier he saw and cut the enemy into 2. The orc warriors also kept up with him. They completely blocked the wide gates as their axes smashed down on enemy soldiers. The soldiers couldn't resist the giant axes that smashed down. In a matter of seconds, Grom and orc warriors were able to kill dozens of soldiers. They didn't continue with the assault but stood side by side to block the gates. No one was going to get inside the town. The enemy tried to constantly assault but all the soldiers turned into corpses. In less than 3 minutes more than 200 enemy soldier corpses were accumulated. Orc warriors were using basic armor so their important parts were protected. They would get occasional injuries but they didn't suffer any serious damage. In addition, the bloodier the war got, the fiercer the orcs would become. They are ORCs. The enemy soldiers passed the message from mouth to mouth. What the hell? They have orc soldiers. Did you see them clearly? Carrie was also surprised. The glass of red wine fell down and his luxurious gown was sprinkled with red wine. Yes, young master. They are definitely orcs. A group of orc soldiers is at the town gates. We can't go in. It seems they don't have lots of orc soldiers. Moreover, the ones wearing the black robes should be orc soldiers. The soldier replied in a respectful manner. Where the hell did he get so many orc soldiers from? Carrie was angry. He had lost almost 2,000 soldiers. His father would scold him when he got back. But Carrie couldn't understand. The orcs were extinct. There were tales that orcs existed in the depth of the Ankagan Mountains. Did Xiao Yu went inside and made a pact with orc tribes? But orcs aren't good with archery. Moreover, the archers were much slimmer than any orc. Confusion and irritability ran amok in Carrie's heart. He had fantasized about victory, celebration ceremony, enjoying beautiful women and so on. They must have mobilized the orc soldiers from the top of the wall. It shows that they don't have many orc soldiers. Can we beat orcs with 3,000 people? Carrie pondered for a moment. He said, order the soldiers to attack inside at all costs. The orcs will be useless once we enter the town. We can rely on numbers to kill them all. Moreover, Master Kimmer is in here. Can you please give us a hand? A man wearing a gown was standing next to Carrie. He turned towards Carrie and said, young Master Carrie, I'm willing to serve you. Afterward, a group of soldiers and Master's guardians surrounded Kimmer as he walked towards the front line. Chapter 16. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Ugh! Grom roared as he waved his sword. He rushed towards the side and waved his sword right and left while he constantly killed enemy soldiers. At the same time, Grom reached level 7. Xiao Yu immediately used the skill point to increase Omnislash to level 3. Each time Grom would slash his sword, an energy wave of up to 2 meters would follow it. Kill them. Kill. The commander's eyes were red as he saw soldiers die. The gates were open but they couldn't penetrate through. He mobilized 2 captains who were both first-rank warriors to help the soldier to break through. Unfortunately for them, Grom had reached level 7. His critical strike skill was giving 45% extra damage to his attacks. In addition, he had Omnislash which greatly enhanced his attacking strength. As a result, 1 or 2 first-rank warriors weren't Grom's opponents. Some of the orc warriors who fought behind Grom had reached level 3. Their muscles bulged up as their eyes turned blood red. The orc warriors roared in fury as the berserker skill got into play. They combined with Grom to kill both first-rank warriors. The enemy soldiers were afraid of the brave orc warriors. However, they kept charging forward because of the orders. Moreover, they were thinking that there were only 40 or 50 orc warriors and they wouldn't be able to protect the gate for long. However, the corpses of enemy soldiers increased every minute while not even a single orc warriors were killed. This was the tactics that Xiao Yu had come up with. He was using the strength of orc warriors to his advantage. He had accidentally remembered watching a famous movie in his old life. The movie was called 300 and it was about 300 Spartan warriors using a narrow canyon to hold back the enemies. The gates were wide but they weren't as wide as a canyon. The combat capabilities of the orc warriors weren't worse than Spartans. In addition, there was support given by archers from the walls. As a result, Xiao Yu used the orc warriors to fight at the gates and get experience points at a fast rate. The length of the town gate was limited. As a result, only a number of enemies could attack at a given time. So the enemy lost the advantage of the number. However, a big fireball passed over the heads of the enemy soldiers and smashed into the formation of orc warriors. Boom! It smashed down on several orc warriors and bombed them. Mage! The enemy soldiers cheered up. They thought that they can break through the formation of orc warriors with the help of the magician. Orc warriors were powerful but like ordinary human soldiers, they didn't have resistance against magic attacks. Xiao Yu's eyes turned cold as he saw the mage attack from distance. He turned to face Tyrande. Kill the magician. 50 orc warriors and 50 archers, go down as support. Many soldiers tried to attack through the gates so the number of enemy soldiers trying to climb the ladder had decreased a lot. Xiao Yu sent orc warriors and archers down to support the ground troops. 100 orc warriors, 150 archers, and 400 soldiers were enough to protect the walls. Boom! The magician sent another fireball which smashed over the orc warriors. The formation was broken up and many enemy soldiers took the opportunity to rush in. Since the start of the war, it was the first time that a gap appeared in defense line of the gates. Orc warriors were brave but other side had the advantage of numbers. In fact, the most important thing that broke the formation of orc warriors was the emergence of the mage. This was why the role of magicians was influential during a battle. A purple light flashed past Tyrande's eyes when she received Xiao Yu's order. She used the searing arrow skill to shoot an arrow mixed with mana towards the magician. The arrow made a perfect arc and fell down like a meteor. The arrow wrapped in mana wasn't as powerful as a magic attack but it was able to pierce through the shield that soldier raised to protect the magician. Tyrande wanted to use another normal arrow to shoot the magician but then another guard filled the gap and raised a heavy shield to block Tyrande's arrow. The mage was shocked when he saw that the Xiao Yu had a master archer on his side. The mage was most afraid of powerful archers who could shoot them from far away. Moreover, The enemy was able to wrap their arrows with mana and kill a soldier who used a heavy shield. Nevertheless, the mage didn't retreat. He began to chant the spell, then fired another fireball towards the orc soldiers. He believed that there weren't many master archers on the enemy side. Moreover, he had a magic shield protect himself, so mage believed that he was in safety. But the mage had underestimated Tyrann's strength. She didn't have just searing arrow skill but eagle eye too. Tyrann frowned slightly when the first attack was downplayed. She pondered for a moment and took out another arrow. The shields used by mages' guards were very strong, so an ordinary arrow couldn't bypass them. The cooling time for the searing arrow skill was 10 seconds and she had to wait for the next attack. The arrow whistled past and took the life of a guard using the heavy shield. Tyranned didn't wait for a second as she sent the second arrow. Swoosh. Another guard brought up a shield to fill the gap, but the arrow was able to get through the gap in time and hit the mage's arm. Ah! The mage screamed and stopped chanting the spell. He was protected by a mana shield, but Tyrann's arrow was able to penetrate through it. Quickly. Withdraw. Withdraw. The mage clutched his arm and ordered the guards to retreat. The life of a magician was very precious. It was not worth it to die in here. The mage was hired by Carrie's father, so he wasn't a loyal vassal. In addition, the mage didn't expect that the other side would have an archer with such a long range of attack. Xiao Yu shook his head as he looked the mage retreat back. If he had enough money and merit service points, he could have given a better bow to Tyrann. The magician would be dead if Tyrann had a better bow. The orc warriors began to overpower the enemy soldiers without the threat of the mage. The reinforcements sent by Xiao Yu replaced the original orc warriors. The 50 archers began to shoot from distance and support the orc warriors on the ground. The tide of the battle changed once more. Carrie's army began to suffer heavy losses. The city gate had more than 1,000 corpses of enemy soldiers scattered around. By now, Carrie's army had lost almost 3,000 soldiers. Chapter 17. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Master, we have to retreat. The orc soldiers are too strong and we simply can't send our soldiers into the gates of the town. It's just sending them to death. The guard standing by Carrie whispered. Carrie's face was gloomy as he hadn't expected to face such an outcome. The number of soldiers on the other side was obviously several times less than theirs. However, with the help of strong orc soldiers and as well as those excellent archers, Xiao Yu was able to overturn the outcome of the battle. It made Carrie angry. Where did Xiao Yu get those orc soldiers from? Orcs have never been compatible with humans. How could they fight for a human? Does it mean that orcs and Xiao Yu have made an alliance? It must be the only reasonable answer. Otherwise, orcs would never help humans. The orcs were almost extinct, but they were intelligent beasts. It must be that they have migrated to the periphery of the Ankigan Mountains and want to develop a colony by the Lion Town. As a result, Xiao Yu and orcs have made an unusual alliance. Carrie hesitated for some time. However, during that time another 200 soldiers died. The archers were excellent and soldiers didn't have a place to hide from arrows. Soldiers had shields and armors, but it could not protect them forever. They could avoid one arrow, but the second or third arrow would take them to the afterlife. Retreat. Carrie looked at the sturdy town walls. He understood that he had to get back. The terrain at the town gates was narrow and was blocked by the orcs. His troops couldn't bypass the place. They had a magician and could have broken through the gates with the mage's help. However, Magician Kima told them that Xiao Yu had an extremely powerful archer. Master Kima was wounded and he wouldn't easily go forward. I will step into that town the next time. Coldness flashed past in Carrie's eyes as he looked at the battlefield. Soldiers were relieved to hear the order to retreat. The arrows were like endless rain that fell upon them. Moreover, they didn't have the courage to face orc soldiers face to face. Xiao Yu stood up and narrowed his eyes when he saw the enemy soldiers retreat. He was pondering about the pursuit. He hesitated for a while but decided not to pursue the enemy soldiers. They had already achieved great results, but they had relied on solid walls of the town, the strength of orc warriors and accuracy of the elite archers. However, Xiao Yu believed that he would lose all the advantage once they began to fight on the plains. There was no problem with the assault of the orcs, but elf archers were too fragile. The casualties would be great if they continued on. Elf archers were extremely powerful in long-range attacks, but their shortcoming was that they were very weak in melee combat. Even an ordinary bandit could easily kill them as long as the distance problem was solved. Xiao Yu had seen this shortcoming in previous fights against the bandits. That's why he was very careful in his usage of the archers. Xiao Yu had asked the problem he was facing to the system. The answer given by the system had perplexed him. In short, there could be some improvement to the melee combat abilities of the elves, but it couldn't be overcome. It was also the shortcoming of the game. Actually, the advantages of the game system were prominent, but the shortcomings were prominent too. The game system wasn't like the real life where you could train the soldiers in all aspects of combat. The soldiers of the town began to cheer up as they watched Carrie's troops retreat. Some of them even cried in excitement. All of them thought that they would be killed and the town would fall. They expected their parents, children, and spouses to be hurt in the process. However, they didn't expect that under the leadership of the prodigal son they would defeat Carrie's troops. They were able to beat an army of 5,000 soldiers with less than 1,000 people. In the process at least 3,500 soldiers from the enemy side were massacred. It was already a great victory. The elf archers and orc warriors stood still like trees as they couldn't express their excitements. We won, we won. Soldiers began to shout in unison. Xiao Yu's fourth sister-in-law Susha wiped her blood-stained sword. She had thought like the others that the town would be broken through and no one would be able to escape death. Susha wondered where this prodigal son got those elite soldiers. It was simply a miracle. She looked at Xiao Yu, who was standing on the wall and holding a glass of red wine in his hand. Xiao Yu was looking like a mighty commander. Is he really that prodigal son? It is as if he is a different person. Susha was thinking about the change Xiao Yu had gone through. It seemed as if he was a hero who has taken the responsibility to save the town. But the next moment, she found out that Xiao Yu's eyes were secretly aimed at the thighs of the female archer next to him. The wind was blowing hard on top of the wall. As a result, side of the huge cloak was blown up and Tyrann's thighs were exposed. Xiao Yu's saliva was flowing down the glass of wine. A dog can't help but eat shit. Susha cussed in anger. She went down quickly through the stairs to inform her sisters about the good news. Susha slammed open the door of the hall. The four sisters were sitting around a simple round table. There was a honey juice on top of the table. They were waiting for the results of the battle. They were going to drink it when the town was broken into. Housekeeper Hong was standing next to ladies. The hall was filled with a gloomy aura. First sister, second sister, third sister, fifth sister Susha rushed in. Her clothing was covered in blood after the battle. Fourth sister, did they broke into the town? We heard their cheers and we are going to die together today. Come, join us. Xiao Yu's eldest sister-in-law Yin sighed and picked up the pot of the honey juice. She began to pour it into bowls in front of everyone. No, sister, we won. We have defeated Carrie's army. Susha blocked Yin when she saw her pour the poison. What? All four ladies and housekeeper Hong were shocked as they looked at Susha. Fourth sister, are you confused? We don't have a proper army. How could we defeat Carrie's army? Sister Yin asked. She couldn't believe Susha's words. Yes, sister. That prodigal son has hired a group of mercenaries which have orc soldiers. We defeated Carrie's troops and they retreated back. Susha quickly explained. What? Xiao Yu has hired orc mercenaries. Kain and other ladies turned to look at Susha. They could understand him hiring mercenaries. But orcs? Haven't orcs gone extinct? Susha quickly came to the table and threw out the pot full of poison. I don't know how that prodigal son hired the orcs, but we defeated Carrie's troops. Check outside. We are all celebrating the victory. The full proverb used by Susha, Zusha, is a dog can't help but eat shit, a leopard can't change its spots. I believe there is no need to explain what it means. Chapter 18. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Housekeeper Hong and ladies of the Xiao family believed Susha's words when they saw archers wearing black cloaks and orc warriors. At the same time, Xiao Yu was commanding orc soldiers to take the corpses of the killed orc warriors. He ordered the people of the town to clean out the battlefield and get the weapons and armors of the dead soldiers from Carrie's side. The corpses were dragged and cremated in a large pit to avoid any plague. I will be able to forge another 100 sets of armor for the orc warriors with this old armor and weapons. The number of orc warriors is small, so I must equip them and implement a good strategy to win. Xiao Yu was pondering on future development as he ordered around. He had to buy equipment and replace bows and arrows for elves too. He was going to need a lot of money, but his territory was broke right now. In reality, the results of the war were excellent. It wasn't just about the defeat of Carrie's army. Both orc warriors and elf archers had improved and leveled up. All of the orc soldiers had reached level 2. There were more than 50 of them who had reached level 3 and had berserker skill. The archers had reached level 2 and there were about a dozen of them who upgraded to level 3 with precision shooting skill mastered by them. The archers got more experience points because of the way Xiao Yu handled the battle. Both Grom and Tyrande had reached level 8. Xiao Yu added extra skill points to Wind Walk and Grom's speed of movement was increased by 100%. Xiao Yu thought that Blade Master may face many powerful warriors in the near future, so having more flexible and agile body would be more useful than having powerful Omnislash or critical strike skill. Tyrande's searing arrow skill reached full level. The arrow that she shot using the searing arrow skill could make a large hole in a hard wall. Xiao Yu himself reached level 5 and gained a lot of meritorious service points. He quickly distributed the attribute points. He added 8, and 6 points accordingly to strength, agility, and endurance. As a result, Xiao Yu was almost on par in terms of physical strength with an average warrior. In the past, he was like a weak scholar. He had more than 4 skill points to distribute. He made sure that critical strike reached level 3 while his Omnislash skill reached level 3. His level of Omnislash skill was even higher than Grom's at this point. However, his strength was much weaker than Grom's, so his attack strength couldn't be compared to Grom's attack strength. He had a fruitful harvest, but there were casualties too. 8 orc warriors were killed, while 7 of them were seriously injured. The other ones had minor injuries. It was the result of the mage that got involved in the battle. The mages were like artillery or heavy firepower in this era. Fortunately, Tyrande was able to send off the magician from the battle in time. Otherwise, Xiao Yu's Spartan strategy wouldn't work. This situation made Xiao Yu to pay more attention to the mages of this world. Blade Master could cope with warriors, but it was very difficult for Grom to attack a mage that specialized in long-range attacks. He had lost an archer too. An enemy soldier was able to kill Elf Archer during the chaotic time when the mage attacked. Xiao Yu felt a headache because of the extremely low defensive attributes and fragile close combat abilities of the Elf Archers. He had to find nests of bandits, get some money and buy armor to archers as soon as possible. Xiao Yu lacked gold coins but not meritorious service points. Because of the successful defense of the town and killing 3,500 soldiers, he had got 5,000 merit service points. He had reached the rank of sergeant. It meant that he had a chance to summon another base. Xiao Yu was planning to choose a human base as his third one. Xiao Yu was looking to have his own magician when he saw the performance of the enemy mage in the battle. The game system can summon 4 bases. However, it is very difficult if one of his bases raises to level 2 or 3. Xiao Yu had pondered about the issue in advance. If he had risen the base to level 2, then he could summon Mountain Giant of the Elves. However, he would need to raise his rank to be able to raise the level of his base. In other words, Xiao Yu had to establish 4 bases before being able to raise their levels. Xiao Yu, did you really do it? Did you really defeat Carrie's army and held on to the territory? Eldest sister-in-law Kain came over. She had seen Xiao Yu grow up since childhood. She was excited to see Xiao Yu accomplish this feat in such a crisis. Rest assured, sister, I have grown up and become a real man. I will protect you. I will inherit my dad's legacy and make Lion Town one of the strongest territories. Xiao Yu's heart moved when he saw the pitiful look on Kain's face. He knew that he had to become strong. Xiao Yu, sister-in-law is happy to see you grow up strong. Kain rushed up and embraced Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu wasn't planning to refuse her embrace. Actually, He pretended to burst into tears as he rubbed his head into Qian's breasts. He felt as if his head was touching the soft clouds. Qian was 17 years old when she married into Xiao family. At the time, Xiao Yu was just 6 years old. Qian had taken a liking to lively and sweet Xiao Yu back then. She let Xiao Yu sleep in her room even after her husband died. Xiao Yu's mother had died prematurely. As a result, Xiao Yu had grown dependent on Qian. Xiao Yu began to understand the feelings between women and men as he grew up. As a result, he began to enjoy the blissful life. However, when the fire inside him burst out, he would find other women to solve out the situation. However, he would always think about eldest sister-in-law. In addition to Qian and second sister-in-law, Xiao Yu had molested the others. Second sister-in-law had married into Xiao family early on too, so Xiao Yu was more close to her too. But third, fourth and fifth sisters-in-law were young in comparison to first and second sisters-in-law. As a result, he would often try to peek at them when they took bath. Xiao Yu's status had grown in the eyes of sisters-in-law. Only fourth sister-in-law Susho was standing on the sidelines. Xiao Yu was excited as he held on to first and second sisters-in-law. His hands by mistake would touch their buttocks or thighs. Xiao Yu's sister-in-law was quiet and virtuous woman who was a small celebrity in the capital. He didn't know how his brother fooled her over to marry him. Her body was slender and soft as a willow. She was likely King Xiao from the previous world of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's relationship with second sister-in-law was fine too. However, she grew angry towards Xiao Yu as he grew up. That's why she had alienated him as time passed. Her name was Suan. She slightly resisted Xiao Yu, but she turned crazy when she saw Xiao Yu grab her buttocks. However, she couldn't just kick him in front of so many people and soldiers. Xiao Yu clung to his third sister-in-law afterward. Her name was Camilla and she was a blonde girl of European descent. She was extremely tall and had an open character. There always was a charming smile on her face. Xiao Yu thought that she looked like Madonna. Camilla was a head taller than Xiao Yu. As a result, his head fiercely ravaged the giant peaks. He saw that no one was paying attention, so he even took a bite. Camilla's face turned stiff. Her slender leg gently lifted and hit Xiao Yu's lower abdomen. Xiao Yu felt a bit of pain. Fortunately, his physical strength had increased a lot of the upgrades. Otherwise, he would lie down in pain. It seems that he couldn't mess around with his sisters-in-law. Xiao Yu was about to embrace his fifth sister-in-law when Susho appeared in front of him. Xiao Yu stopped and smiled. "I have nothing but time. Do you think that I won't get an opportunity?" Xiao Yu whispered to himself. Chapter 19. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu's mood was excellent after enjoying his sisters-in-law. He stood up on the wall and shouted towards the public, "My people, as your lord, I have been blessed by the gods to lead the orcs and elves who had vanished from the face of the world to unify the world under my leadership. I'm to bring peace and happiness to the world. Since the mission was given to me, you as my people are favorites of gods." Everyone was surprised when they heard Xiao Yu talk. At first, they were talking about orcs and beginning to worry about them. They would whisper here and there and point at orcs. Xiao Yu suddenly announced that orcs and elves would be serving him as their lord. Why would there be so many orcs if he lied? At the same time, the elf archers took off their cloaks. Their pointy ears and handsome faces were revealed. Their pointy ears and purple eyes were the best signs to prove that they were elves. Are they really the elves? Are they the nobles elves told in myths who reside in Ankagan Mountains? It is said that every one of them perfect and blessed with long lifespans. They are the beloved ones of the Creator. The people looked at elves with reverence and admiration. The people of the continent identified elves as nobility and thought that they should worship them. Tiran was the one who particularly took the limelight. 5 ladies of the Xiao family were beautiful. However, everyone was deeply impressed when they saw Tirande. Some people even knelt on the ground to worship her. Tirande was wearing a black cloak. Once in a while wind would blow and lift the cloak. Her white thigh would be visible. Her pair of cold eyes and peerless face made her look like a goddess. The white tiger by her side added another layer of mystery to her. Everyone was fascinated by Tirande. Some of the people even went mad by weeping bitterly and crying out that the goddess had come to save them. The 5 ladies of the Xiao house orcs were always conceited about their beauties. However, they turned humble and didn't dare to be proud of their beauty after seeing Tyrande. Tyrande's beauty was out of this world. Actually, Tyrande wasn't a human. Xiao Yu had planned to turn victory into another opportunity and introduce orcs and elves so that public could accept them. At the same time, he was planning to get credit by saying that he was the king of orcs and elves. This way he was ready to step into the big game to conquer and establish his hegemony. He had to find something to make sure that he, orcs and elves, could mix well into this world. Xiao Yu didn't have an extraordinary ability, but he had seen scenes like this in movies in his old life. However, he didn't expect that Tyrande would rob his limelight. He was the prophesied king of orcs and elves, but they were worshipping Tyrande. Do I look so ugly? What about morals? The beauty would always attract the attention. Xiao Yu didn't think that not just soldiers and public but even housekeeper Hong and Captain Huey were mesmerized by the Tyrande. Today was our first victory. This isn't the only one. I will lead you to one victory after another and unify this territory first. You will live a good and socialist life. Xiao Yu blurted out the word socialism in excitement. Fortunately, the others didn't know what socialism was. Who are the greatest warriors? They are the soldiers. The soldiers who guard our safety by laying their own lives on the line. They are the most respectable ones. They are the real heroes. Hear me well. This is an official order. I want a monument to be established in the square of Lion Town in memory of all the soldiers that died. It doesn't matter if they were from noble family, normal citizen or slaves. The names of people would be engraved on this monument as long as they are killed for the Lion territory. We will miss forever those who died for us. Xiao Yu shouted out. He had played a game in his previous life. There was here a monument which improved the morale of the NPC in that game, so he was planning to build one. Moreover, today the orcs and elves were the main ones to battle, so they didn't have many ordinary soldiers that were killed in the war. However, Xiao Yu had decided to use the highest possible funeral to bury them. The people of the town cheered with the release of the order. Public loved heroes and Xiao Yu was planning to make them. The soldiers were mainly citizens of the Lion Town, so the ones who had lost their sons in the battle would get the greatest comfort by Xiao Yu's move. Xiao Yu continued. The soldiers that died for the Lion Town. The families of those heroes will enjoy 10 years of tax-free life. They will get financial subsidies from the Lion Town. Moreover, their familia will get a hero medal which would hang on their doors. Xiao Yu added another policy to take advantage of the masses. He was doing this to increase his base within the public and increase future recruitment. The number of warriors which could be taken from the game system was limited, so he had to add ordinary soldiers to his army. These rules that he was coming up with would sway the youth to join his army. The people got excited and loudly praised Xiao Yu. Their attention transferred from Tyrande to Xiao Yu. Housekeeper Hong listened to Xiao Yu's words. Although he didn't agree with Xiao Yu's practice, he saw that Xiao Yu had changed 180 degrees. Xiao Yu was no longer the prodigal son only ate, drank and got involved in debauchery. Captain Huey was excited when he heard Xiao Yu's words. As a veteran soldier, he was relieved to see his lord respect the soldiers. Xiao Yu made Captain Hugh and housekeeper Hong control the public while he took orc warriors and elf archers to leave the town. He had more important thing to do. Xiao Yu had to build his third base. Chapter 20. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu went through a grand funeral when they reached the orc and elf base. He threw the armors and weapons taken from Carrie's army into blacksmith so that he could build some armors. He cremated the corpses of the orcs and put them into the altar of storms so that they could get the blessings of shamans. The corpse of the elf archer was buried under the tree of life. Their bodies returned to embrace the nature. The elves loved nature and did their best to maintain the balance. As a result, they hoped to return back to be part of nature after the death. Xiao Yu felt sad when he saw the corpse of the elf archer get buried. He resented the proud male elves, but the archer had died for him. Xiao Yu had lots of shortcomings in his personality, but he had great respect towards life and living beings. Death was commonplace in this world where cold weapons were used. However, he would get sad each time when he saw any life being burned out. He wasn't showing his sad face deliberately to win the goodwill of the elves. It would be hypocritical to attend a funeral if it was to act so. Xiao Yu checked Tyrande's loyalty level and found out that it had dropped to -5. He couldn't help but look forward to seeing Tiran's loyal reach 100. At that time, Xiao Yu couldn't help but take a glimpse at Tiran's slender legs and swallow his saliva. However, he found out that Tiran's loyalty changed from -5 to -6 at that same instant. What the hell? A glimpse can lower the loyalty. Xiao Yu immediately left the place. He couldn't help but take a look at Tiran when he stayed in here. He estimated that the loyalty would reach -50 if he didn't leave this place as soon as possible. He found another place close by to construct his third base. Boom! A giant castle suddenly appeared in front of him. Although it wasn't as big as his own castle in this lion town, the architectural style of this castle was much more majestic and magnificent than his. What an amazing castle! This is how a human castle must be. I will have to build one for myself as soon as I have money. Xiao Yu ordered the system to build Altar of Kings. He was planning to get a new hero as soon as possible. Xiao Yu didn't put much of a thought to his decision, but he had determined to have Archmage as his first human hero. During the war, he had seen the threat that a magician could play in the war. He could fight the magician of the other side if he had won. Xiao Yu could summon and control 1,000 soldiers as he had reached the rank of sergeant. However, he was almost out of money, so he couldn't summon any warriors. No wonder a celebrity from his past life said that the most tragic thing in life was the man was alive but there was no money to spend. Xiao Yu waited until the hero was summoned. He was expected that Lady Jaina Proudmoore would be summoned. Unfortunately, the first generation Archmage, Antonidas, was summoned. Antonidas greets Master. Archmage jumped down from the top of the altar using his horse. Xiao Yu looked at the appearance of the Archmage. He was dressed in a white robe and was holding a long wand. The man's hair had gone white and there was a long white beard on his face. An average person who would meet Antonidas would think that he was a wise man proficient in poetry and literature. Xiao Yu was regretting not seeing Jaina Proudmoore as he walked for 2 laps around the Archmage. Your identity as a magician and this horse don't match. Aren't magicians good at flight? Antonidas gently smiled. He looked like a grandfather from a next door. I'm an old man and my legs aren't good, so I'm using a mount. Moreover, this mount has been with me for hundreds of years, so it's more than a horse to me. Xiao Yu almost choked. He pondered for a while and began to check the skills that Archmage could learn. Archmage could learn only 4 skills until he reached level 10. There were Frost Bolt, up to level 3, Ice Barrier, up to level 3, Cone of Cold, up to level 3, and Summon Water Elemental, up to level 3. Xiao Yu was disappointed because the Archmage couldn't summon a blizzard or storm. It was a strong attack skill which can be used on the battlefield. However, it was very normal. He assumed that that skill will be available after the Archmage reached a high level. For example, Blade Master's Blade Storm and Tiran's Starfall skills hadn't appeared yet. Although there was no skill to summon a blizzard, Archmage could use Frost Bolt. It was a skill with good range and the scope of its damage wasn't small either. However, it couldn't be compared to Blizzard. Xiao Yu was satisfied with the number of attacks the Archmage could learn. Eventually, he decided to make Archmage learn Frost Bolt. Xiao Yu decided to check the strength of the Frost Bolt attack. Archmage used the spell Frost Bolt and ice arrows passed through thick trees. Xiao Yu almost jumped because of the initial shock. At the end of the day, magic was magic. This Frost Bolt was twice powerful than the Omnislash skill of Blade Master. The attacking strength of the magician was very high while his defense was very low. Naturally, Xiao Yu was planning to level up the Archmage. He had to continue to get the bandit groups to level up the heroes and get more money. He knew that it won't be long before Carrie came back. This time he had come over with 5,000 troops, but the next time he will bring more than 10,000. Moreover, Xiao Yu understood that Carrie would bring more powerful weapons and he wouldn't be able to go against Carrie with just 400 or 500 warriors. He had to accumulate enough strength before Carrie came back. He went to the Orc Burrow to find Fox. Fox bowed as soon as he saw Xiao Yu. The life in the Orc Burrow with the Orc had tortured him. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. Fox, how've your life in here been? Fox replied in a bitter tone, Master, to tell the truth, life isn't so good with orcs. I guarantee that I will be loyal to you until the end, but please give me another place to stay. Fox had seen orcs call Xiao Yu master, so he had followed them. Xiao Yu looked at him. It's not a problem. I will get you another place as long as you work for me. However, if I feel that your loyalty has swayed, then be aware that you will stay with orcs for an eternity. No problem. No problem. Fox has given his allegiance to Master. Fox loudly swore as he bowed his head. Xiao Yu nodded in satisfaction. Actually, he was planning to take Fox out of the burrow anyway. He knew that anyone who stayed with orcs would go insane one way or other. Chapter 21. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu wanted to get back to his room to rest for a bit when got back to the city. However, he found out that Captain Hugh and Housekeeper Hong were waiting for him at the door. Neither Housekeeper Hong nor Captain Huey had desperation reflected in their eyes. Actually, their eyes were full of energy, as if they had turned young once again. The battle that had occurred had greatly inspired everyone, including them. They didn't know how Xiao Yu got orc and elf warriors, but they saw hope. The source of the hope wasn't about the battle that Xiao Yu won. It was because Xiao Yu was like a reborn man. The way he took command and arranged the post-war situation was plausible. It seemed that everything was in his grasp, so that everyone had strong trust towards Xiao Yu. Especially, the way he added pensions to the families of the ones who lost their lives. In fact, Xiao Yu wasn't a great mind to think about stuff like that. He only acted as he had seen in movies and read in novels. Xiao Yu was from Earth, which had civilization at least 2,000 years ahead of this world. So a casual thought from Xiao Yu was a shocking advance for this world. Uncle Hong, Uncle Huey, do you need something? Xiao Yu said with a smile. Young master, we are here to speak about something. There was a rare smile on Housekeeper Hong's face. Young master, these orc warriors, and elf archers, where did you get them from? Can we talk about it? Xiao Yu smiled and replied, coming. Xiao Yu had long prepared for this situation. He was going to give a reason that would make them believe him. Actually, it didn't matter whether they believed him or not, as long as his strength was real. That time when Carrie's people beat me, I understood that I have brought a disaster upon my family and territory. So I escaped and run while fear had wrapped my heart. Xiao Yu began to talk. He used hand gestured and so on to make his talk look more real. They knew that Xiao Yu was all about eating, drinking, gambling and debauchery. Moreover, they knew him as a timid and coward. So it was normal for him to run away. Captain Hugh and Housekeeper Hong had normal face expressions. Xiao Yu was a man like that. A man who would run away. Xiao Yu continued. At that time I escaped into the depth of the Ankigan Mountains in panic. Thinking about it now, it was a silly decision. The Ankigan Mountains are full of beasts and monsters. It is a dangerous place. Anyway, I encountered a big brown bear in the depth of the mountains. It howled and rushed at me. I was paralyzed in fear and thought that I would die. However, at that time a light burst out and two figures appeared in front of me. One of them was a strong orc while the other was a slender and handsome elf. They just glanced at the bear and it was scared and ran away. I was surprised but still had the courage to ask them about their identities. They told me that they were gods of orcs and elves. The orcs and elves were almost extinct, so they were searching for a great man to lead the orcs and elves into a future. And the person they had decided to choose was me. Xiao Yu raised his chin as soon as he finished talking. He acted as if he was an emperor. Housekeeper Hong and Captain Huey blinked their eyes and looked at each other. They didn't utter a word for a long time. About 5 minutes later, Housekeeper Hong raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Yu. They selected you? Xiao Yu nodded. He had a proud look on his face as if he was the emperor of the continent. Yes. God of elves and God of orcs chose me. They told that I am destined to be the greatest king of all times and unify the whole continent. They said I'm the chosen one and they will use my strength to revive the orcs and the elves. Xiao Yu stopped. He didn't even blush or blink his eyes as everything he said was the truth. Actually, lying was a skill that original Xiao Yu was born with. Housekeeper Hong and Captain Huey looked at each other for a long while without uttering a single word. Xiao Yu's statement was just way too incredible. They may still believe if God of Orcs and God of Elves had chosen Xiao Zhantan. After all, he was a man of great character. But Xiao Yu? It was just too much. The God of Elves and God of Orcs must have gone blind to choose a prodigal son. Xiao Yu also knew that it was a bit bizarre statement, but he couldn't come up with a better excuse. At the end of the day, The orcs and elves that he ruled weren't a real race. How could they be willing to follow Xiao Yu? The contradictions and problems between the races were always something that couldn't be overcome. But Xiao Yu was able to order orcs and elves. Even if the others didn't believe him, they couldn't come up with a counter idea. Moreover, he added the destiny to explain the origins of elves and orcs following him to make people think that it was his fate to conquer the world. It was as if his ancestors were the sorcerers that had slain the white snake. Xiao Yu needs such an idea to convince people. His statement would be more convincing as he began to summon more elves and orcs and expand his territory. Right now, he was using this argument to set up his own prestige. He was aware that a person with a bit of intelligence would never believe this nonsense. But the vast majority of people would love to see such a fairy tale. Xiao Yu remembered that a politician from the earth told that people are used to be fooled. So it is the case. Young Master's fate is to conquer the world. We will help Young Master in this great cause. However, I and Captain Hugh are worried that God of Elves and God of Orcs may plan about something else. After all, why would they be so kind to lend so many warriors? Is there any plot behind the shadows? Housekeeper Hong couldn't believe Xiao Yu's words. However, he didn't want to hurt Xiao Yu's self-esteem by saying that those two gods couldn't be so blind to choose him. So he came up with different words to express his worries. Xiao Yu waved his hand. Uncle Hong, Uncle Hugh, I know what you guys are worried about. But no need, I'm not a child and I won't be easily fooled. These warriors are reliable. Moreover, their gods didn't just blindly give command over them to me. They have made a blood curse to me so that I will command their warriors to conquer the world. If I fail, the curse will kill me. Xiao Yu had learned the phrase blood curse from a martial arts novel and casually added to his story. What? There is a curse? Housekeeper Hong was surprised, although he didn't believe a word Xiao Yu said, but he was worried for Xiao Yu's health because of his loyalty to Xiao family. But keep it as a secret. Otherwise, enemies may use this blood curse to their advantage. Only you two know about this matter. Xiao Yu calmly said. There was an expression of utter grief on his face as if he was bearing the burden of the world. All right, we will keep the secret. But, is there any way to lift the curse? Captain Hugh said in a worried tone. Xiao Yu shook his head. Who can lift a curse done by the gods? But they will take it off as soon as I help them revive the orc and elf tribes. Don't worry. Therefore, our first step must be to enhance our strength as soon as possible. We have to expand our territory and dominate the world so that I can revive both orc and elf tribes to lift my curse. Chapter 22. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu was lying in bed and was getting ready to sleep after he was able to fool Housekeeper Hong and Captain Hugh. He was commanding the battle today, so it seemed that he hadn't done much. But he was very tired. He had to sleep and rest well so that he could get ready to rob more powerful bandits tomorrow. Although he had won the battle, he knew that the crisis has just begun. He was the hero of the day. He had defeated 5,000 soldier army of Carrie, but no one had come to comfort him in the bed. The night was going to be lonely. Xiao Yu held the big pillow as he imagined his fifth sister-in-law and fell asleep. Is this really a bandit camp? Xiao Yu was puzzled as he looked at the village in front of him. He couldn't believe, no matter how he thought about it. Xiao Yu had ordered Fox to find a bigger bandit camp so that he could kill lots of bandits, rob gold coins and begin the production of new armors. However, he didn't expect that Fox would lead him for 100 miles to this seemingly peaceful village. The elderly women were working and children were playing in the village. There was a tall wooden fence around the village. Yes, the bandits have taken root in this area for a very long time. As a result, they have married, brought their families. So the camp looks more like a village. It is relatively small camp as there are bandit camps which add up to tens of thousands of men and women and aren't smaller than an average town. Fox explained in detail. It means these punks don't put this master as the lord of territory in their eyes. They have become so unscrupulous that they have even built a village in my territory. Xiao Yu was angry as these bandits were too rampant and acting as if they were the lords of this territory. In reality, Housekeeper Hong and Captain Hugh were aware of these facts. However, they didn't have the strength to destroy the camps of these bandits. Because of long wars and constant conscription, The people were getting less and less in Lion Town. Many of them even fled to bandit camps to take shelter there. There were bandit leaders who were far-sighted and implemented light taxes to attract people. As a result, some camps were no less in strength than Lion Town. The Sky Lion dynasty who had bestowed the land to Xiao family was just a useless title. How many people live in this camp? Xiao Yu was observing the place while he wondered how to exterminate all the bandits. Total population of the camp is about 5 to 6,000 people. There are more than 1,000 but less than 1,500 bandits who can battle. The rest are old, women and children. Fox had a clear understanding of this camp. I have 200 orc warriors equipped with armor, 200 elf archers who had reached level 2 and 100 elf hunter which can be used as light cavalry. It won't be a problem to annihilate the camp, but the question is, how do I achieve my goal with the least loss? Xiao Yu was pondering a plan which could minimize the casualties from his side. At the same time, he didn't have any interest in killed women and children. He had to take that into account as he didn't want to hurt innocent people. Xiao Yu turned to look at a fox with a sinister smile on his face. Fox, does the leader of this camp knows you? Fox's heart jumped. I went to visit leader once. I think he should remember me once he meets me. It is going to be easy if it is so. Xiao Yu laughed like a sinister fox. It didn't take long before two horses ran towards the door of the camp. One of the horsemen shouted, "Brothers, I'm from Dragon Teeth Bandits and I'm here to bring an important message to Brother Ma." A guard stretched out his head and listened to Fox's words. "Wait here, I'll go inform leader." "Master, this merchant thing, wouldn't they kill us if they see through our plan?" Fox whispered in a bitter manner. Xiao Yu turned towards Fox. "What a no-good guy you are. Wouldn't you go into Tiger's Den if I ordered you so? How can you serve me if you don't have the courage? Don't let me see those flaws of yours or else I will do what I promise." Fox nodded in a helpless manner. "Yes, master." Xiao Yu pondered for a moment. If the situation goes wrong he was going to use Windwalk to escape. He had reached the maximum level in Windwalk and his body was strong too. He pitied Fox as it seemed the guy was quite loyal. If Fox knew the idea that popped in Xiao Yu's heart he would cry to death. His master was way too irresponsible. After a while, the door was opened. A man waved at them. "Coming." Xiao Yu and Fox rode their horses in and under the lead of the man went inside the village. They reached a chamber. A burly and strong man was sitting in the hall of the chamber. He was watching few dancers twist their bodies. Xiao Yu looked at the leader of the bandits. He was slightly surprised. This person's strength was high. He estimated that the man was at the peak of the first rank warrior level and could enter the second rank after a step of improvement. Xiao Yu understood that there was going to be a trouble. If something went wrong then he had to escape as fast as he could. Xiao Yu saw that there were another 4 or 5 warriors in the hall. It made Xiao Yu be vigilant. Orc warriors were extremely powerful but they couldn't handle human warriors on their own. To do so the orc warriors had to reach level 10 and make a qualitative change. Fortunately, the number of warriors were always limited and he had 200 orc warriors with him. Xiao Yu took another glance and saw that there was even a magician watching the dancers. They even have a mage. But this one seems to be weaker than the last mage we met. Xiao Yu pondered. He knew that he had to first kill the mage. Even a poor magician could launch fireballs and play a great role in fighting against his orc warriors. "Greetings Leader Ma." Fox went forward and respectfully greeted the bandit leader. Xiao Yu kept up with Fox and bowed too. "Oh, your name, aren't you Fox?" Ma laughed. Fox laughed. "Leader Ma's memory is great. I'm indeed Fox. My leader sent me to ask the great leader to cooperate on a deal once again." "Oh, what dead?" Leader Ma raised his eyebrows as he looked at Fox. Fox looked at the leader of the bandits. "Leader Ma, our group found information that a wealthy businessman is traveling to Western Cloud Empire to purchase a large number of furs. We have identified the travel route but there are many guards on their side. We don't dare to do this on our own. That's why I was specifically sent to ask for the cooperation your side will get while we will take a small portion of the loot." "Oh? Leader Ma, is the information accurate?" Fox glanced at Xiao Yu. He bit the bullet and continued. It is. We went after them but didn't dare to start. That's why I have come to invite you. If you are late then we will miss them. Leader Ma went back and forth as he pondered about Fox's words. Their warriors that were in the hall turned their attention from the dancer to their leader as a greed had taken over their minds. They knew that wealth was more important than beautiful women. Which beauty wouldn't enjoy being with them as long as they had money? Xiao Yu used his elbow to gently hit Fox when he saw Leader Ma act hesitant. Fox added, "Leader Ma, in order to express his sincerity our leader had sent his cousin Xiao Yu to come here. Please, help us." "Oh, sincerity?" Leader Ma looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu came forward. "Leader Ma, this is a rare opportunity which we don't want to lose. We hope that Leader Ma will enjoy eating the meal while giving us a bowl of the soup." Leader Ma laughed. "If there is enough for everyone then there is no reason to refuse. How many people they have in total? How many bandits do we have to send?" Xiao Yu stepped forward as he saw that he had caught Leader Ma's attention. "Leader Ma, we can't underestimate the strength of the other side. I suggest that Leader Ma sends his elite force and goes all out. It would be unfortunate if we fail at this time. As long as we are successful, Leader Ma won't be worried about eating and drinking until the end of the year." Leader patted Xiao Yu's shoulder. "I can't be stingy if your leader is so kind to share such a wealth with us. So, when do we start?" Xiao Yu looked at the leader. "Please, send troops as soon as possible. We don't want to lose even a minute." Chapter 23. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. I'm changing the phrase orc warriors to grunts. Xiao Yu and Fox were riding their horses in front of the long line. If you looked at the scene from afar it looked as if a snake was crawling. There was a sweet smile on Xiao Yu's face. Fox was frightened as he rode his horse by Xiao Yu. He almost fell off when he got onto his horse at the beginning. Xiao Yu and Fox persuaded Ma Tong to take the elite forces and go after the fortune that was waiting for them. This kind of partnership was very common with bandits as long as there were enough food and wealth for all. If a small bandit camp found out that they couldn't swallow the prey or they would face lots of damages during the fight, then it was normal for them to cooperate with a bigger group. As a result, Leader Ma Tong didn't have much of doubt as he took his troops and followed Xiao Yu. Dragon Teeth bandits and the other ones that Xiao Yu had wiped off from the face of the world were small bandit groups. Their disappearance didn't attract the attention of other bigger groups. It was normal for small bandit groups to get or lose members on daily basis. Moreover, Leader Ma Tong would never think that someone would use such a trick to take him out of his camp. He had never provoked the wrath of big enemies. In addition, there was no other groups in the vicinity that had such big ambition to annihilate his group. Likewise, he would never think that the lord of the territory would use such a method to kill and rob him to enhance his military prowess. About 4 or 5 miles after they left the camp, Xiao Yu turned towards Ma Tong. "Leader Ma, we have put some things in the woods in front. We will go and take them." Leader Ma Tong replied, "Be quick." Xiao Yu and Fox rode their horses towards the small forestry. Indeed, Xiao Yu had left 500 troops in the woods. Xiao Yu waved and his warriors came out. Xiao Yu looked at his elite warriors. "Today is going to be the first time we face an army 3 times our size in a direct battle. I believe that I have the best warriors and no one can beat us. We are invincible." "Ugh," a grunt roared. Several of the grunts had reached level 3 so they had berserker skill. "Grom, you will lead the grunts while Tyrande will lead 200 archers from the back." "Tyrande, if you see that archers are facing close combat then you guys can escape and use guerrilla warfare." "Hunters will divide into 2 teams of 50 and harass them from sides." Xiao Yu divided the forces and ordered them. He didn't have any real-life experience of commanding an army. However, he had played enough games and watched enough movies to get the gist of formations. "Ugh!" Grom rushed out as the grunts followed after him. Elf archers and hunters kept up from behind. Xiao Yu was riding at the back while observing his troops. He was situated there to make changes to the flow of the battle. Ma Tong was daydreaming as he was thinking about the gold that he was going to get. He was awakened by the sounds of roars. "What beasts are that? It seems as if hundreds of beasts are roaring. What has happened?" Leader Ma Tong was surprised so he commanded his group to make a defensive formation. The bandits were shocked when they saw a troop of orcs rushing out from the woods. They had heard about the existence of these strange creatures. However, Seeing orcs in real life shocked them. The name of orcs was spread throughout the continent. They were half man, half beasts who were powerful warriors. However, according to their knowledge, the orcs had long disappeared in the pages of the history. How could so many orcs appear in front of them? These bandits had gone through battles. They had robbed many villages and businessmen. But they were not a regular army and didn't have the discipline of an army. Even though they had almost 1,500 bandits, but still chaos erupted when they saw orcs rush out. The blood of grunts was boiling. All of them had armor and they hold on to their axes as they run straight to get the lives of their enemies. Damn it. Hold the lines. Where did these orcs come from? Kill them. Kill. Ma Tong shouted, but his heart was trembling. He had killed countless people, but he had never faced the beasts from myths. Ugh. An orc that was taller than 2 meters jumped up. He used the long sword in his hand and slashed down towards Ma Tong. At the same time, a light consisting of battle energy slashed down. It was Grom. Ma Tong was surprised when he saw Grom, but he was able to get the heavy sword from his spine and wave it to block Grom's slash. Boom. Blade Master had used Omni Slash and Critical Strike at the same time. The impact of the slash made so that a strong air burst out like a shock wave. The surrounding bandits were blown out, while the horse Ma Tong was using died there. Grom's physical attributes had reached as he was level 8. Moreover, Omni Slash was at level 3. Critical Strike was on level 3 and Windwalk was on level 2. He was on par with any rank 1 human warrior and maybe even more powerful. It was difficult for a human to fight Grom unless they had reached rank 2. It was not just Grom, but other grunts had rushed to the front too. Ma Tong had 200 cavalries, but they didn't assault on time and lost their advantage. Grunt rushed up and waved their giant axes. The horses were cut in two. Grunts that had reached level 3 were more violent because of the berserker skill. They were like wolves that had entered herds of sheep. Bandits were already on the disadvantage when they faced grunts. But elf archers had joined the battle too. 200 elf archers were following after the grunts. The arrows were like rain that poured down. The accurate hit rate was more than 70%. In the blink of an eye, 200 bandits were killed by elves. The most dazzling were Tyrann's multiple arrows. She could make a shot and 7 arrows would fly to kill an enemy. She didn't even need to aim as they were facing a dense group. But as a proud elf, she would accurately aim. After a whistling sound, 7 people would fall down to never stand up again. The magician of the bands had long stunned the moment he had seen the orcs. Tyrant used Searing Arrow skill to kill the magician. Their warriors of the bandit group couldn't cope up with grunts as Tyrant was backing them up using Searing Arrow skill. Archmage had only one skill, which was Frostbolt. Antonidas would use this skill as he constantly shot Frostbolt. From afar it seemed that Frostbolt was a monotonous skill. However, ordinary people couldn't resist Frostbolt. Those who relied on battle energy or mana could resist 1 or 2 ice arrows. But ordinary bandits or soldiers were like cabbage that was pierced by a Frostbolt. Archmage was able to rise to level 2 in moments. He was able to level up in this battlefield much faster in comparison to way Blade Master upgraded up in the mountains. Xiao Yu immediately chose Cone of the Cold to be mastered by the Archmage. It was a spell that could be useful in the dense battlefields. Archmage immediately raised his wand and began to read the spell. A large ice cone began to condense out of thin air. It was about 10 meters in radius. Kai kai kai. More than 100 icicles began to drop from the air and hit the bandits. Cone of the Cold is cool. Xiao Yu was excited. Grunts were unstoppable, elf archers were amazing, and Antonidas was helping out from the side. The bandits were losing and some began to flee. The hunters who were riding leopards began to act. They were as fast as the wind as they outmatched the fleeing bandits. In about 2 or 3 minutes, the bandits that chose to escape were killed by the hunters. Archmage's Cone of the Cold was much faster and effective than Tyrann's multiple arrows skill. It didn't take long for Archmage to reach level 3. Xiao Yu directly added the skill point to Cone of the Cold skill and it rose to level 2. The scope of the Cone of the Cold skill got wide and reached almost 30 or 40 square meters. All of a sudden, 400 or 500 icicles began to fall down and pierce the bodies of the enemy. Xiao Yu was satisfied with the performance of his troops as he saw the enemy bandits get defeated. It was his first frontal battle. Moreover, It was also a test to see the ability of his troops in the battle. After all, Xiao Yu wasn't going to be on the defending side for an eternity. Ma Tong saw that Xiao Yu was coming over. "You bastard. You lied to me." Xiao Yu pretended to be surprised. "Did you just realize that I lied to you?" "I won't lie to you about your IQ." Ma Tong was cornered by Grom and didn't have the strength to fight back. Xiao Yu winked at Tyrande. Tyrande used the searing arrow skill and shot a burning arrow which pierced Ma Tong's body. Ma Tong couldn't dodge and fight back against Grom. He died on spot. "You shouldn't be involved in battles, as looking at your name you will certainly die," Xiao Yu whispered. Chapter 24. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The rest of the bandits began to scatter and try to escape after Ma Tong was killed. But this was a chance for hunters to show their advantage. Hunters were much faster than bandits as they were riding leopards. Moreover, elf hunters and leopards were simply a perfect match. It seemed as if they were born to ride the leopards. They acted as if riding on leopards was no different than running on two legs. Hunters were dodging and attacking in a flexible manner, and bandits almost couldn't get a chance to fight back. It didn't take long for hunters to kill the rest of them. Xiao Yu ordered grunts to collect the armor and weapons of the bandits and take them back to the camp. Grunts were the most competent crowd too for such a job. They even took the underwear of the bandits. Xiao Yu sweated intensively as he looked at orcs who wanted to get almost everything. Archmage had reached level 4 after the battle. Xiao Yu added the additional skill point to Cone of the Cold skill and it reached level 3. Archmage was going to be more powerful in the next battle. However, Archmage was too fragile without the ice barrier skill. He could be killed by a simple arrow or with a knife. Archmage's attacks were very powerful and his attacks were much more productive than Blade Master's and Tyrande's. However, the Archmage's defense was way too fragile. It was the balance that the system had set up. Xiao Yu decided to use the next skill point to make Archmage to master the ice barrier. He would cry to death if the Archmage was accidentally killed in the battle. Xiao Yu took the rest of the orcs and elves to go back to the camp. At the moment, there were about 200 bandits left in the camp. Xiao Yu ordered Grom and Grunts to rush into the camp and encircle it. The bandits on the watchtowers panicked the moment they saw a group of orcs attack their camp. The children cried while women and old were in an utter despair. Xiao Yu ordered the orcs to control the gates of the camp while he found a high place to stand. "Listen to me. We don't kill the old nor the women nor the children. I promise that nothing will happen to you as long as you choose to surrender. Moreover, I promise a bright future to all of you as long as you give your allegiance to me, the Lord of the land." Xiao Yu thought that he sounded like an evil man who had invaded a village. He had seen this type of scene in movies in his previous life. The people in the village calmed down as they listened to Xiao Yu. 200 bandits put down their weapons as they didn't have a will to resist. Xiao Yu coughed twice and raised his chin upwards as he saw the situation get stable. "Folks, I will introduce myself first. My name is Xiao Yu and I'm the lord of this territory. The orcs are my soldiers and they won't eat humans unless I order them to do so. So be careful and rest assured." Children began to cry when they heard Xiao Yu's words. Xiao Yu was proud as he saw his words were effective in subjugating the people. "This land is part of my territory." But that Ma Tong made a bandit group in this land and even captured my people to use as his underlings. It made me angry, so I killed the evil called Ma Tong. Right now, this territory belongs to my land and will be ruled under our management. Xiao Yu turned sideways towards Blade Master. Grom immediately took out and raised Ma Tong's head to show it to everyone. Xiao Yu was satisfied when he saw the despair in their eyes. He knew that they had no way out. "I know that most of you haven't become bandits out of your own will. I know that you were forced to steal and rob. Now, as the lord of the territory, I assure you that as long as you return back to be part of my dominion, then I will exempt you from taxes for the next 3 years. I will help you people settle down and have good lives." Everyone looked at each other with suspicion as they heard Xiao Yu speak. At the end of the day, they couldn't verify if Xiao Yu was the real deal and whether he would honor his words. Xiao Yu pointed towards Tyrande and other elves when he saw the expression on faces of the people. "Do you know who they are? They are elves, the nobles of races. even they have pledged their allegiance to me as I'm destined to the King of Kings. Follow me and have bright future. The people began to look at elves. They were intimidated by the furious appearance of the orcs, so they hadn't noticed the elves that were using cloaks. People began to kneel down and worship Tyrande when they saw her. The trick that Xiao Yu used was very effective. People began to trust him when they saw the noble elves stand by him. Xiao Yu shouted loudly when he saw the situation had turned to his advantage. Who is the manager of the village? Tell him to come out. I will punish the evil ones and accept the innocent. Report to me who is the evilest one so that I solve out the problem right now and here. The manager had just come out from the crowd. The people began to look at him in a resentful manner. Xiao Yu pointed towards the manager. Is he the worst man in here? Most of the people began to nod. Normally they didn't dare to defy the manager, so they nodded in a silence. Xiao Yu ordered Grom and he chopped off manager's head. Xiao Yu was able to carry out his work very smoothly. The people were looking at Tyrande as if they were seeing a goddess. Xiao Yu began to check the valuable things in the camp. The assets in the camp were more than he had in the Lion Town. There were more than 200,000 gold coins, and with the extra valuable things that he got, he estimated the value of his loot to be around 300,000. Xiao Yu confiscated the valuable things but didn't touch the properties of the ordinary villages. Afterward, Xiao Yu saw the dancers who were taken captive by Ma Tong. The owner of the dancers was killed, so these dancers didn't have any place to go. But as the one who had killed Ma Tong, Xiao Yu had become the new owner. Xiao Yu brought the dancers together and pretended to be a man of honor. He told them that they were set free and could go back to home if they wanted to. Moreover, Xiao Yu was even willing to give them money so that they could go back. But as Xiao Yu had expected, the dancers didn't want to go back. They knew the fate that was waiting for them once they reached back. They would be sold to someone else. Xiao Yu told them that they were no longer slaves. They would get a monthly salary if they worked as dancers for him. The female slave dancers couldn't believe that they got their freedom. Xiao Yu stressed the part of equal status and freedom one more to the dancers. Afterward, Xiao Yu saw that Tyrande's loyalty had reached zero, which meant it wasn't negative anymore. His heart was full of excitement. He didn't do it to earn the goodwill of Tyrande, but he had a strong sympathy towards the slaves that was a norm in this world. Moreover, he hoped that the dancers would stay in the Lion Town and he would get an opportunity to see them perform. Although he occasionally molested his sisters-in-law, he never looked at them as a plaything or slaves. It was against the moral values that he held. The other nobles would misuse the slaves, but he couldn't do it. Xiao Yu got what he wanted and killed few bandits during the process. He got old, women and children into carriages and went back to his town. He had more important things to do after he got back. He had money, which meant he could afford 500 more warriors. Chapter 25. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu looked at the barracks while he pondered about what type of troops to produce and how many of them. It was a big problem. The barracks could produce footmen, dwarven riflemen, and knights. Xiao Yu knew that he had to defend the Lion Town once more, so he couldn't find a place for knights yet. But it was undeniable that the knights were the best warriors from the human race. Xiao Yu was aware that if he went after powerful bandit groups, then they will have cavalry, so he will have to fight against enemy groups that will have an advantage over them. But the limits military prowess was a huge problem for him. As a sergeant, he could only summon 1,000 warriors, and he had to make sure that they would be viable and useful in the upcoming war. I'll give up on knights for now. I'll produce grunts, footmen, and riflemen. I can summon knights after my rank goes up. At that stage, I could just summon 1,000 knights and charge through anyone. If the grunts follow the knights, then I can directly annihilate any formation. Xiao Yu made up his mind. He understood that cavalry played a great role in the battles of this world. They could instantly destroy the formation of the enemy. If he sent grunts after them, then the victory would be in his hands. As a result, he paid for 300 more grunts. The main force of his army were grunts. He had 200 archers and decided not to waste resources. because archers were weak at close combat and their long-range support was limited in range. Xiao Yu could produce 200 more warriors, so he decided to get 100 footmen and 100 riflemen. He decided to produce footmen because in comparison to grunts they had shields. The footmen could play an important role during a war. They could suppress the attack of the enemy or could protect the rear of the army from archers. As for riflemen, Xiao Yu pondered for a while before making up his mind. They were totally different than elf archers. First of all, the dwarves weren't as delicate as elves, so their close combat ability should be much stronger. In addition, the power of rifle should be much better than the bow and arrow. The rifles could pierce through the heavy armored units of the enemy. It didn't take long before a footman came out from the barracks. Xiao Yu was aware of the stats of grunts, so he didn't go to the orc base to see the grunts being produced. Instead, he stayed to see footmen and riflemen. Xiao Yu was excited when the first footman was summoned. The man had a burly body, held a huge shield and a sword. The footman stood in front of Xiao Yu and shouted, "Greetings, master." The footman wasn't as tall or as strong as a grunt. However, the physical quality of the footman was definitely first class. The footman was 1.80 meters tall and had a symmetrical burly body. Xiao Yu was aware that the standard of the footman was high above the normal soldiers he had met up to now. The soldiers in his base couldn't even be compared to the footman standing in front of him. However, the next moment Xiao Yu's mouth began to twitch in shock as he carefully observed the shield and sword of the footman. Damn it, even the armor, shield and swords used by the bandits were much better in quality than this. The shield turns out to be made out of wood inlaid by iron on the sides, and the sword, it's a scrap metal. The armors that I seized from Carrie's army was much better in quality. Xiao Yu sighed in helplessness. He knew that it was an expense that he had to pay for. The system was playing around with him. Xiao Yu ordered the human blacksmith shop to produce armor and shield for the footman. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu was surprised once more because the costs of a human equipment were twice as high for an orc. The armor of orcs covered only key parts of their body, but the human equipment was a masterpiece. Xiao Yu regretted his decision to produce footmen. If he had known all about this in advance, he would have chosen to produce grunts. Fortunately, he had ordered 100 footmen to be produced. Otherwise, just the cost of the armors for the footmen would have depleted his 200,000 gold coins. At the same time, a rifleman came out. Xiao Yu felt funny looking at the dwarf. The beard of the dwarf almost dragged down to the ground. He was holding onto his rifle as he came to stop in front of Xiao Yu and shouted even louder than an orc, "Greetings, master. Do you have wine?" Xiao Yu's impression of the dwarf was very good when he saw him first. However, the last question made him want to kick the dwarf in the ass. "Shoot at that tree so that I can see what you are capable of." Xiao Yu wanted to know the strength and accuracy of the riflemen. He wanted to compare them to the elf archers. Rifleman nodded, "Yes, master." Rifleman took out a small bag and pulled out a small round ball from it. Afterward, the dwarf stuffed the ball into the chamber of the rifle. He pulled back the powder and turned to face the tree. Bang, a loud noise echoed. A hole was made on a stone next to the tree. "Master, my level is relatively low, so my shots aren't very accurate." Dwarf scratched his head as he said in an embarrassed manner. Xiao Yu was stunned. The rifle was aimed at the tree and hit the stone. Moreover, the dwarf was too honest to admit his problem. Okay. Xiao Yu couldn't accept dwarf's accuracy after seeing elf archers in action. Soon, he understood that it was part of the advantages and disadvantages that the system gave. The strength of the firepower was strong, but the accuracy was low. It was just way too silly. The dwarf could aim at the soldier and kill the general next to the enemy soldier. In addition, there was a drawback. The loading speed of the rifleman was too slow. An archer was at least 4 or 5 times faster in action when it came to speed. In addition, the rifle used by the dwarf was the oldest possible rifle made in the history of mankind. Xiao Yu was aware that the rifles could be upgraded, but he didn't know the specific level to which he could upgrade them to. If the rifle reached to be AK-47s, then he could just equip the rifleman with them and sweep through the world. "I have to change the rifles." Xiao Yu was in pain, but he had a lot of money, so he didn't care much. Although there were many shortcomings of footmen and riflemen, he knew that they were very useful in some cases. In addition to humans, He had to buy armor for the elves. It was more urgent to equip elves with better armor than humans or orcs. The elves were too weak. They could be killed with a knife. Xiao Yu tried to discuss the issue with Tyrande to change leather armor to ones of better quality. But Tyrande didn't even listen to him. She told that those vulgar armors could only be worn by dirty orcs or humans. Noble elves will not wear such stuff. Grom was so enraged that he almost pulled out his sword to fight with Tyrande. Xiao Yu persuaded them not to fight. Archmage was also dissatisfied with Tyrande, but he wasn't as hot-headed as Grom. However, Xiao Yu knew that Archmage's level was low, so the old fritter would show his fangs when he gets enough strength. Even so, Xiao Yu was aware that it was impossible to make Tyrande apologize. The elves were way too noble for their own sake. Xiao Yu spent a lot of money to increase the level of armor and weapons of the elves. The new armors were still made of leather, but their defense had increased a lot. The level of Tyrande's bow was raised and her range of attack increased. Afterward, Xiao Yu found out that his 200,000 gold coins were almost depleted. He built a human blacksmith shop, elven hunter's hall, and voodoo lounge. He was planning to buy potions from the voodoo lounge to heal the seriously injured soldiers. Several grunts were seriously injured in last castle defense and were still lying in the burrows. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu was depressed to find that even the voodoo lounge was limited by a level. At this point, he could only buy 2 potions. First was a healing potion and second was mana potion. Moreover, there was a cooling time of each purchase and he could buy only 10 bottles of healing potion and mana potion per day. Xiao Yu cussed at the system as he had to send Grom to buy 10 bottles every day. But Xiao Yu forgot about his complaints when he saw the potion sprayed all over the seriously injured grunts' bodies. The wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bodies of the grunts didn't have much strength after the healing, but the wounds weren't there anymore. It is simply the spring of life. I will get lots of money if I sell them. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yu was excited. Xiao Yu decided to construct an arcane vault. However, the system told him that the items that he could buy were shared all over the races. He almost burst out in anger. After this, Xiao Yu was left with more than 2,000 merit points. He wanted to get either Orc Demolisher or Elven Glaive Thrower. He knew that heavy weapons will be brought against him the next time. After some thought, Xiao Yu decided to purchase glaive throwers. The glaive thrower fired giant crescent-shaped blade which rotated. It could divide in half a group of enemy soldiers. This kind of visual impact was much more impressive to break the morale of the enemy. Xiao Yu ordered 100 of them at once. He was planning to put all of them on the walls of the lion town and to demolish the troops of Carrie. But he was informed that he could only buy 2 of them as he didn't have enough money. Moreover, at this point, he couldn't get more than 10 glaive throwers or similar equipment. He began to cuss at the system until the glaive thrower was produced. Xiao Yu was shocked when he saw the glaive thrower in action. Grunts put the blade, which weighed about 60 pounds, on the edge of glaive thrower. They started the trigger and the huge blade was fired out. Swoosh. The blade cut down all 3 within 50 meters. Awesome. It's just the first level. It would be much more impressive after I upgrade it. Xiao Yu was so excited that tears came out. He could go against Carrie's army even if he had only 10 of them. Chapter 26. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu was excited with the performance of the glaive thrower. The strength of his troops would increase with the addition of the glaive thrower. As a man from the modern era, Xiao Yu was clear about the importance of the heavy weapons. But, I got money to produce only 2. How could I get enough for 10? Xiao Yu was still wondering about making money. A glaive thrower cost 10,000 gold coins. He just entered the lion town when he saw Housekeeper Hong command the staff to arrange the wealth that Xiao Yu had brought back as his loot. Housekeeper Hong hadn't seen income from the territory for a long time and was naturally happy about the occasion. Although Xiao Yu didn't give him gold coins, the valuable things that he had brought back were around 100,000 gold coins worth. It was a good thing as the number of the lion town had increased too. Many people had fled their town because of conscription and wars. Master, you are back. Housekeeper Hong cheerfully greeted Xiao Yu. He was no longer as cold as before. Xiao Yu smiled. Uncle Hong, where's Uncle Hugh? Housekeeper Hong pointed towards the training field. Captain Hugh is training soldiers. Because of the last victory, Captain Huey was able to recruit new soldiers, so he is practicing with them. Xiao Yu nodded. You will be in control of the town as I won't get involved. If you need help, please ask sisters-in-law. Housekeeper Hong narrowed his eyes. Yes. Xiao Yu turned around and walked towards the training field. He found Captain Huey command more than 500 soldiers as they practiced different attack and defense formations. The people of the territory were very confident in Xiao Yu because of the last defensive battle. As a result, more people had joined the army. The situation of the citizens wasn't good because of the constant wars for many years. As a result, Xiao Yu had given the order to release people from the taxes for 3 years. At the time, Housekeeper Hong and Captain Huey nagged a lot because of his decision. How could territory support its army and management if they didn't have an income? It didn't take long before Xiao Yu robbed the bandits and brought loot. It wasn't a lot, but at least it was enough to temporarily ease the financial pressure that the Lion Town was facing. Xiao Yu had decided on a simple strategy. He was going to rob the bandits. It was his own territory and these bandits have robbed his resources. Is there anything wrong if he gets back what belonged to him to begin with? Moreover, his army of orcs, elves, humans, and dwarves needed wars to level up, so there was no choice but to carry out the great cause of cleaning the territory from evil bandits. According to his estimates, if he could get everything from the bandit groups in his territory, then he wouldn't need anything for decades. Young master. Captain Huey greeted Xiao Yu in a respectful manner. Xiao Yu waved his hand. Uncle Huey, we are family, so you don't have to act so. Uncle Hong and you are my elders, so please don't act so once again. Captain Huey shook his head as there was a serious expression on his face. Master, you are the lord of the territory. How could I act without manner? Although you grew up in front of my eyes, young master is the master of the Dominion. Lord is the lord. The rules can't be discarded. Xiao Yu knew that Captain Huey was an old-fashioned man from the serious expression on his face, so he didn't continue to say anything. Uncle Huey, any news on Carrie? Xiao Yu asked. Captain Huey's eyebrows raised up. The situation isn't very good. I sent few people to get information. Carrie had reported back to his father and the man got very angry. He was planning to punish Carrie, but that bastard had reported that we had thousands of orc warriors. That's why Carrie's father had decided to lend him more troops and send him to attack us once more. Xiao Yu nodded. So how many soldiers was he given? When will they be here? Captain Huey replied, I was told that he was given 20,000 troops but also dozens of warriors. Moreover, there is 1 second-rank warrior and 4 magicians. Right now, they are training the troops for siege warfare. I think they will be here in a month or so. Xiao Yu smiled. There is no need to be afraid of them if they get here in a month. Master, I know that orcs and elves are helping us, but we won't be able to defeat 20,000 with just them. Captain Hugh added. Xiao Yu wryly smiled. The god of dwarves recently contacted me and said that he will give me a squad of dwarves to help me in my domination. Captain Huey was stunned as he couldn't believe his ears. Carrie's army was training hundreds of miles away from the Lion Town. Carrie was sitting on a high platform and looking at the army. HMPF orcs and elves. Do you think that you are invincible because you got them? This time you will see my strength. I will trample over that damn town. Carrie was absolutely confident in his victory. Just as he was the last time. This time his father had given him 20,000 troops and dozens of powerful warriors and 4 magicians. In addition, he had infantry with heavy armor. Even the orcs wouldn't be able to suppress him. Moreover, he had prepared much more sophisticated siege weapons. They have to specially train and learn tactics for siege, as I can't lose this time. I'll seize those orcs and make my slaves and use those elves as my pets. Carrie said out loud. His military advisor began to praise Carrie's army. Master, this army of 20,000 is equipped so well. They can even attack the capital city of Y Principality, let alone that Lion Town. Principality of Y is going to belong to me sooner or later. Afterward, Huey City will become our capital. Carrie narrowed his eyes as he began to fantasize about becoming a king of his own right. Chapter 27. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Carrie was training his soldiers for siege tactics against the orc warriors. but didn't know that he was also giving Xiao Yu extra time to prepare for the upcoming battle. Xiao Yu's hadn't completely finished producing footmen and riflemen of the human race and only had 2 glaive throwers. If Carrie immediately attacked, then his chances to win the battle were high. Xiao Yu was sure that Carrie would come over in at least a month because of the intelligence gathered by spies. It meant that he could accomplish a lot before the next siege. Carrie also sent spies to gather intelligence about Xiao Yu's troops. However, the elven hunters were effective in disabling those spies. The hunters were using leopards, which made them fast and flexible. Moreover, they could hide both themselves and their mounts in the shadows. In addition, their vision was much better at night when compared to humans. As a result, any spy from the enemy side that got close to 10 miles to the Lion Town was killed in a merciless manner. In addition, Xiao Yu had 10 hunters patrol the surroundings of Lion Town and monitor activity. The glaive throwers are produced. Now it's time to attack a bandit camp to see how powerful they are in the action. Xiao Yu looked at the 2 orcs who were carrying a glaive thrower on their shoulders. If it was another army, then they would have to use horses to carry such machines. However, 2 grunts were able to carry 1 glaive thrower without any problem. Xiao Yu had chosen a medium-sized bandit camp as his next target. According to Fox, there were about 3,000 to 4,000 people in the camp. However, this bandit group was totally different from the last one. There were no old people, women or children in the camp. All of them were bandits. This bandit group was very cold-blooded. All they did was burn, loot, and rape. They didn't leave anyone alive. In addition, they constantly recruited new members, choosing only the strong. They didn't like to carry baggage. According to Fox, the leader of the group was very famous, even more so than Xiao Yu. In addition, Fox told him that there would be at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins and other valuables in the bandit camp. Xiao Yu needed to rob such a place. At this point, he needed money more than anything else. He had abolished taxes for 3 years, so he had to rely on robbery to provide income for the territory. As a result, Xiao Yu had to go after such wealthy bandit camps. In addition, this was a new challenge to his troops. He had to test both the strength of his new troops and his commanding ability at the same time. A real battle was the only place where he could test the effectiveness of the cooperation between his troops. His troops were all elite warriors, but they belonged to different races. This was a big problem for him. If he couldn't manage them well, then the result would only be failure. Xiao Yu took 300 grunts, 50 footmen, 200 elven archers, 50 riflemen, 50 hunters, and both glaive throwers with him for this battle. The rest of troops were left at the base. The problem was that not all of them were produced yet. As usual, Xiao Yu and Grom went over to observe the place in advance. He was planning to see if he could use any tricks to sway the battle to his advantage. However, he found out that the simple tricks that he used before wouldn't be effective against this bandit group. Fox wasn't familiar with this group of bandits, so the trick that they used last time wasn't going to be effective. Moreover, because of the annihilation of Ma Tong's group, the other bandit groups had begun to pay attention to the mysterious situation that was developing. The rumors that orcs have attacked several bandit camps began to spread. In addition, this camp was built within the mountains. There was a 4-meter-tall stone wall that protected it against the outside. It was totally different from other bandit camps that were protected by wooden fences. In short, this bandit camp was more like a small town. Xiao Yu didn't have any experience in besieging towns or villages. He knew that the thick wall in front of his eyes wasn't as strong as the Lion Town's walls, but it wouldn't be easy to break through. He couldn't help but get worried about what tactics he could choose. He didn't want to attack blindly like Carrie did. If he didn't understand the enemy, then he was sure to lose warriors. Moreover, he had less than 1,000 warriors, so he was afraid to see his warriors casually die. The glaive throwers were his siege equipment. He thought that the crescent blades that the glaive throwers fired could maybe smash the wall into pieces if they were a distance of 50 meters away. However, if he did so, then storming into the place would be the next step and he would have heavy losses afterward. Moreover, the patrols on the wall were working very meticulously. After pondering for a while, Xiao Yu decided to attack in the night since his warriors held a great advantage in the nighttime in comparison to the enemy. The elves would play an extraordinary role during a night battle. Firstly, they could hide in the shadows of darkness. Secondly, they had night vision ability which lets them see clearly for a long distance. This meant that their archery would be ridiculously advantageous at night. The dwarves were bad at night time. Their vision wasn't good even though they drilled, mined, and lived in caves. Xiao Yu thought that the 50 riflemen wouldn't be properly used. While the eyesight of grunts wasn't as good as that of the elves at night time, it was still much better than that of the dwarves. In addition, he wasn't worried about footmen as they were excellent human warriors and could cope with night warfare. As a result, they stayed in the forest until it got dark. The moon was in the shape of a small crescent tonight. The stars were shining down and it was the opportune time for this battle. An ordinary human wouldn't be able to see even 50 meters ahead in the darkness, but elves were able to clearly see 100 meters in front of them. Xiao Yu led Grom, Tyrande, and 200 archers as they slowly moved to the side of the wall. About 10 of the elven archers had reached level 3 and were able to use the skill precise shooting. Shadow escape was already something that all the elves were able to use. The patrols above the wall didn't see anything abnormal even though Xiao Yu and others had reached the foot of the wall. Xiao Yu and Grom climbed up from the corner of the wall. The 4-meter wall wasn't an obstacle for Grom. His height was already around 2.5 or 2.6 meters, he could climb to the top of the wall with a single jump. Xiao Yu, however, faced difficulty. A 4-meter wall was equivalent to a 2-story building. It was very difficult for him to climb up. As he didn't have any tricks to get up, he firmly grabbed Grom's huge feet so that Grom could help him up. Xiao Yu almost choked to death from the smell. How many years has it been since the last time Grom washed his feet? He decided that he would order the orcs to collectively wash themselves later. They used wind walk with stealth mode on so that the patrols wouldn't detect their presence. Neither Grom nor Xiao Yu used swords to attack the patrols because the moonlight would reflect off their swords, making the others aware of their attack. As a result, Grom directly approached the patrolmen one by one. He would grab their head, cover their mouth, and then twist their neck. The enemy patrols weren't able to say even a word before their death. Tyrande and the 10 other archers who had reached level 3 began to fire arrows directly at the throats of the patrolmen. In a short time, about a dozen patrolmen were killed. Normally, each patrolman held a torch as they moved around, but the torches had been snuffed out one by one. However, the other patrols didn't have the time to find out what happened as the archers began their attack. The arrows pierced their throats. 2 patrolmen remained, but Grom was able to grab them by their necks and crush their throats. Chapter 28. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu and the Blade Master cleaned up one side of the wall before turning towards the other side of the wall. Note, the gate divided the wall into 2. It didn't take long for them to finish off the other patrolmen. Xiao Yu went over to open the walls while gesturing at the footmen and grunts to quickly reach the gates. There were 2 bars that laid over the gate to keep it closed. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was at level 5 and his basic attributes had improved by a lot. Xiao Yu slowly unloaded the bars and opened the thick gate. What's happening? Why are all the torches gone? The voice of a bandit disturbed the silent camp. Tyrande was by the gate. She used an arrow to shoot through the bandit's throat. The patrolman on the other side of the bandit camp had heard the sound but was still oblivious that an enemy had penetrated their camp. One of them came over. What's happening? However, he was met by a cold Grom who quickly killed him off. The camp patrols came one by one but all of them were killed. The other patrols within the camp realized that something was wrong so they began to ring the warning bells. Xiao Yu commanded his troops to get in position. As the battle was about to begin, he placed the elven archers and the dwarven riflemen on the walls. He divided the footmen into groups of 25 and placed them where they could protect the stone ladders that lead to the top of the walls. The elven hunters were ordered to infiltrate the camp and find places to hide. Xiao Yu knew that hunters weren't good at close combat so he ordered them to start fires in different parts of the camp to create chaos. They were fast and stealthy so it was the most appropriate role for them that he could come up with. Moreover, they were invisible in the shadows. In addition to that, he ordered the hunters to not engage in a direct fight against bandits. If one of them was found, then he wanted the hunter to escape immediately. His hunters had reached level 2 and Xiao Yu couldn't bear to see them die in this camp. An enemy attack. An enemy is attacking. Get ready to fight. The loud noises of bandits as well as the sound of bells and drums began to echo all around the camp. Xiao Yu stood on top of the wall with a smile on his face. Xiao Yu was worried about the formations that the bandits might come up with. As a result, he himself occupied the best terrain in the camp for the upcoming battle. At the moment, confusion was rampant in the minds of the bandits. Any group that came forward was mercilessly slain either by the archers or the grunts. Xiao Yu didn't dare to go for a face-on attack. Although his warriors were strong, the number of troops he had was lacking in quantity. Xiao Yu wouldn't hesitate to go for a direct attack if he had 2,000 warriors. However, at the moment he only had 650 warriors, while the other side was an army of 3,000 or 4,000 elite bandits. His army would be drowned if he went for a direct battle. Even the grunts would suffer huge casualties if they were encircled by a large number of enemies. Needless to say, the elven archers were hopeless in a close combat. But in this battle, he had control of the walls. Archers would play a great role during this battle. In name, it was an offensive war, but in reality, Xiao Yu planned for a defensive battle that would slowly kill his enemies. Orcs their ORCS. The bandits who rushed over were surprised. Hearing rumors were one thing but witnessing it another. The bandits got their courage once they saw that the number of orcs wasn't substantial. Moreover, it seemed as if the orcs were holding their position at the gates rather than enter the camp, so they rushed out to push them out and shut the gates. Those bandits fell into Xiao Yu's trap. About 200 bandits rushed over, but the riflemen and archers met them, not the orcs. The accuracy of the archers was much higher as they were in advantageous terrain. In a matter of moments, 200 bandits were killed. Riflemen couldn't see properly and their accuracy was low, so Xiao Yu ordered them to fire at random. The enemy has occupied the walls. They have archers. The bandits at the rear shouted out in surprise. It was too dark and the walls were not lit. As a result, they hadn't seen the enemies on the wall. Elves were basically invisible because of their shadow escape. The dwarves were too short and were leaning down at the moment. In short, there were invisible enemies on the walls that hunted the bandits. The bandits that either wasn't killed by the archers or had survived the arrows were trampled by grunts, who massacred them with their axes. Xiao Yu ordered the grunts to fall back and defend the gates. This was the Spartan tactic once again, but this time it wasn't about not letting them in but not letting them out. It was an overused tactic but was still the most effective one that Xiao Yu could come up with. Most of the bandits were sleeping but woke up because of the commotion. At the same time, flames burned in some parts of the camp, adding to the confusion. None of the bandits knew the exact number of invaders. Some bandits rushed towards the gate on instinct as they could only see the orcs. They wanted to form defensive formations before attacking, but they didn't know that Xiao Yu didn't plan to attack. Tonight was all about the defense. The more bandits that rushed at the gates, the more experience points that Xiao Yu, his heroes, and his warriors gained. Xiao Yu saw Grom reach level 9. It didn't take long for Tyrant to reach level 9 too. Soon, even the Archmage reached level 5. They had each accumulated a lot of experience points in the last battle. Tonight's additional experience points brought their levels up. Xiao Yu quickly added a skill point to Grom's Omnislash and the skill reached level 4. He added a skill point to Tyrann's Beast Soul, then had the Archmage learn Ice Barrier so that the Archmage would have a skill to protect himself. A golden light burst out as Xiao Yu found that he too leveled up and reached level 6. He quickly distributed his attribute points, then decided on Ice Barrier as his next skill. I'm protected by an Ice Barrier. Who can be my opponent? Xiao Yu proudly exclaimed. The system allowed Xiao Yu to master skills from different heroes simultaneously. As a result, he will eventually be more powerful than any hero. He had already learned all the skills of Grom, so he planned to learn skills from different heroes. We went through a collective upgrade. It seems that we will be able to destroy this bandit camp without any problems. Xiao Yu was still pondering when a voice penetrated the sky. who is so bold as to attack my camp? Xiao Yu saw a man with endless anger displayed on his face and a body covered in soil screaming. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes as he glanced at Fox. Is this the leader? Fox nodded. Yes, master. I haven't personally met him before, but according to the characteristics of his supposed appearance this person must be the leader of this camp. Marcus. Xiao Yu nodded, then ordered Fox to retreat and find a place to hide. He ordered grunts to collectively roar towards the front. Hundreds of grunts led by Gromisu draws towards Marcus, who rushed to the front of the battlefield. Ugh! Muffled sounds echoed out, causing strong air to blow up the sand on the ground. Sand and dirt flew up and swept over Marcus. Marcus came to the battlefield only to eat a mouthful of sand. Doesn't he know that there is no one that can compete with orcs when it comes to battle cries? Xiao Yu said as he touched the tip of his nose. Chapter 29. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Marcus looked up at the orcs in front of Xiao Yu standing on the wall. Are you the leader who led these orcs to attack my camp? Marcus calmed down and asked in a cold tone. Xiao Yu raised his chin and gently coughed. He replied, yes. I am Xiao Yu, the lord of the territory. You have made a camp in my territory. This is enough of a reason to kill you all. Now, I'll give you a minute to kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, you will all become food for my warriors. Lion Town's lord. I don't even care about the emperor of the Sky Lion dynasty. Do you think that you will be able to beat us with just a group of orcs? What a joke. I will cut off the heads of a few orcs and use them as ornaments. Marcus snorted. He was initially shocked because of the sudden attack, but he was now completely calm and fearlessly facing Xiao Yu's orc warriors. It was an old tradition to cut the head of an orc. Many children from the noble families would go to mountains to hunt an orc and hang its head on the wall of their house as a decoration. This demonstrated their courage to outsiders and won their respect. Many people nowadays still traveled to the mountains to kill orcs to get glory and status. However, orcs had gone extinct and very few people were able to find one. The other bandits also calmed down after their leader came out. The more than 2,000 bandits formed a basic formation about 100 meters away from the gates. The bandits were able to quickly deal with the fires and flames at the rear of their camp. From this rapid reaction, it was possible to see that this gang of bandits were not inferior to a regular army. Nevertheless, it didn't mean that they were equal to Xiao Yu's grunts, elves, and dwarves present on the battlefield. More than 600 bandits died in a moment of chaos. They hadn't noticed this yet because of the sudden appearance of the orcs. Xiao Yu continued, do you think that you will be able to beat my army of orcs? Keep dreaming. I'm here because I'm sure that I'll be able to kill all of you. By the way, I am a man and was born by my mother. A beast, too, is born by its own mother. I look at you and see that you are uglier than even an orc. Are you the result of a man and a beast getting together? Ah, you bastard. Marcus turned furious when he heard Xiao Yu's abuse. He waved, soldiers with shield go in front. Kill the orcs and leave that bastard to me. Marcus was almost 2 meters tall and had a big build. He wasn't any inferior to a grunt. He was bald and had a rough face with lots of scars. He was ugly. Xiao Yu's intention, to begin with, was to make him angry. It was a psychological tactic used by Xiao Yu. He was already occupying best terrain in the field and had to make the enemy to attack one way or other. So he used this petty trick to anger the leader of the enemy. If the enemy side calmed down and saw that attacking Xiao Yu would be disadvantageous, then they may change their strategy and defend. He didn't want them to see through his own formation. If they did so he would lose. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes and laughed when he saw that the trick worked. Kill. Ugh. Both sides shouted and roared to boost their morale, although the number of orcs was much less than that of the enemy. The echo of their roars was much stronger. Marcus pulled out his sword. A yellow battle energy wrapped itself around his sword. He rushed out and jumped up towards the wall. Marcus's aim was to kill Xiao Yu. To capture the thieves, you had to capture the king of the thieves first. Marcus understood this strategy, but he found out that another strong battle energy slashed towards him. Marcus was surprised as he waved his sword to block the attack. Boom! 2 battle energies collided and a loud noise echoed out as a result of the impact. Both men backed off. Marcus stood still as he looked at his opponent. It was an an orc 2.5 or 2.6 meters tall who held a giant sword. A strong orc warrior. Since when can beasts cultivate battle energy? Marcus was slightly surprised. The humans were different from beasts as they could cultivate battle energy and use magic. It was naturally Grom who had stopped Marcus. Grom's Omnislash had reached level 4. Marcus was a second-rank warrior. While Grom was inferior to Marcus in strength, Fu was able to parry Marcus' attack with the aid of his skills. I will kill this orc and use its skull to drink wine. It will highlight my glory. Marcus gestured for his soldiers to attack. As a second-rank warrior, Marcus felt that Grom was strong, but he was still confident that he would be able to kill the orc. In addition to Marcus, there were a few vice leaders in the camp who were warriors that have reached the late stage of the first rank. At the same time, Archmage Antonidas, who was standing next to Xiao Yu, joined the battle. Antonidas whispered the spell and a large ice cone appeared over the bandits. The icicle began to smash down and kill bandits. While the bandits were surprised to see that Xiao Yu had a mage, they weren't shocked. It wasn't rare for a territory's lord to have a mage. Even they had a mage in their camp. Moreover, mages were strong in long-range attacks, but it was easy to kill them in close combat. The vice leaders couldn't directly jump over the wall, so they tried to run towards the stone steps and rush up. These bandits soon found out that there were numerous invisible archers on the walls. The archers seemed to possess stealth mode like assassins. As it was difficult to find the location of archers, they didn't know how many were on top of the walls in total. Normal bandits did their best to use shields while warriors used battle energy to block arrows. Soon, they found out that Xiao Yu's side had another strong weapon. Bang bang! They were shooting projectiles that the bandits couldn't see with the naked eye but was very lethal. One of the warriors was accidentally hit by a bullet. His calf was pierced through. This wound was at least 10 times more severe than an arrow wound. The pain he felt was incredible. It felt as if his leg was broken. The advantage of the rifleman was shown. The powerful warriors could resist arrows, but they couldn't overpower bullets. The riflemen were slow and had low accuracy, but the advantages they held over archers were the bullet speed and power. Xiao Yu ordered riflemen to concentrate on enemy warriors who depended on battle energy to fight. Although their accuracy was low, if many riflemen concentrated on one warrior, then at least one bullet would hit. Bang bang! A warrior was hit by several bullets and lost his life in the same instant. Had it been arrows, then he could have relied on his armor and battle energy to defend so the wounds wouldn't be fatal, but he couldn't prevent a bullet. The threat of archers and magician was strong as the warriors couldn't get to the wall. Countless arrows were shot as grunts used giant axes to kill the normal bandits. They are way too strong. Mobilize our magician and break through their formation. One of the vices shouted out. Mages were like artillery in this era. A magician could break through a formation where an army couldn't even pass. The bandit mage quickly rushed over. In fact, he hadn't been far away but was waiting for the right opportunity to cast his spell. Dozens of bandits used shields to protect the mage as he began to whisper the spell. The mage feared that the powerful archers from Xiao Yu's side would kill him. There was quite a distance between elven archers and the enemy mage. Moreover, because of their shields, the enemy mage wasn't worried about his own health. But that was because he wasn't aware that Xiao Yu had Tyrande and the rifleman. Bang! Arrow and bullets flashed past. At least 2 bandits who were using shields to protect the mage died on the spot. The mage wasn't able to release the spell and was shot to death. A small-time mage was courting death. He got what he wanted. Xiao Yu was proud of Tyrande's and rifleman's performance. Although the accuracy of firemen was low, 1 or 2 bullets would always hit when all of them were aimed at the same place. Xiao Yu decided that he had to get machine guns or automatic rifles as soon as possible. Chapter 30. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. As the battle continued on, Marcus found out that he hadn't underestimated the strength of orcs, but he had with the elves and riflemen. Indeed, 300 grunts wouldn't be able to accomplish much had there been no elf archers and dwarf riflemen backing them up and causing massive casualties. Marcus's side suffered losses, not because of the orcs, But because of the elves and dwarves, grunts weren't less capable, but there was a limit to how many people they could fight against at a given time. Marcus had wanted to rely on their mage to break the formation of orcs, then press forward with his warriors to finish the orcs for good. However, Tyrande and Rifleman had killed the mage before he had the chance to act. In addition, the elven archers were using shadow escape, which made them invisible. As a result, Marcus still didn't know how many archers Xiao Yu had. Moreover, the existence of magical weapons used by the rifleman had put him into the disadvantage. Xiao Yu was using the advantage of high ground to perfection. The archers were elites and a great threat to Marcus. He clearly understood that he will face defeat if the battle continued on in this manner. This world was still in the era of cold weapons, so Marcus wasn't familiar with the power that long-range weapons could play in warfare. As a modern man, Xiao Yu knew and understood how to use long-range attacks to his advantage. Napoleon had also been an advocate of using centralized heavy weapons in long-range attacks to suppress his enemies. As long as one side was able to suppress the other, then victory was just a step away. As a result, the grunts and footmen weren't the part of Xiao Yu's troops in this battle that provided the lethality, but the archers and riflemen. Riflemen had neither the flexibility nor the speed of archers. In the time span that a dwarf could shoot a bullet, an elf archer could have shot 5 arrows. However, the power of the bullets was enough to suppress and even kill warriors who cultivated battle energy, so both of them played a crucial role. Xiao Yu also thought that as long as he had a mage, footman, cavalry, and warriors, then he would be able to face troops that consisted of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of soldiers. Alas, the number of his troops was limited. The only thing he could do at this point was diversify his troops. Otherwise, he would have suffered a defeat long ago. Retreat, retreat. Marcus was smart enough to understand that the battle couldn't continue this way or his demise would near. He quickly ordered the bandits to move back. Marcus was afraid Xiao Yu's archers. Marcus was furious and, simultaneous, depressed. This was his own camp, yet the enemy was using the walls that he had constructed against himself. If he had control of the walls since the start, then even those strong archers wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, Xiao Yu was now using these walls as a weapon against Marcus. Xiao Yu had been shrewd enough to observe the battleground before the battle. Xiao Yu was aware that the other side had cavalry that could easily bypass his 300 grunts and reach his archers. This was the reason he had decided to take control of the walls first and start the battle afterward. If he had directly went against the bandits and sieged the camp, he would have faced the same fate. The archers and dwarves wouldn't have been able to suppress the patrolmen from a distance. The chance of grunts successfully climbing and getting into the walls would have been much less. Xiao Yu knew and understood the disadvantages of his troops. Nevertheless, he had been the winner of a Warcraft competition that many elite players had participated in. He had used tactics like the one he employed now and many other sophisticated ones to win the game. Although there was much difference between the real world and the game, Xiao Yu's understanding of the situation was a step ahead because this backward world was still using cold weapons. Xiao Yu didn't give chase when Marcus ordered his bandits to retreat. Xiao Yu understood that he wouldn't be enemy's opponent once he lost the walls. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu's troops were able to kill about 600 bandits during the initial stage while chaos raged. Afterwards, Marcus had lost more than 1,000 more bandits. In total, Marcus had lost 2,000 bandits, including his mage and 5 warriors. Either Tyrande or a rifleman had killed each of those 5 warriors that had cultivated battle energy. Warriors used their battle energy to resist ordinary archers' arrows, but their bodies couldn't withstand Tyrande's searing arrow or a rifleman's bullets. Xiao Yu, I will remember your name for an eternity. I'll massacre your lion town after I kill you here. Marcus was furious. He had never had such a big failure since he began his robbing career. In less than half an hour he had lost almost 2,000 bandits. The camp in total had less than 5,000. This number meant that he had lost half of his men. Xiao Yu shouted when he saw bandits get out of range of archers. Hey, offspring of a human and animal, I thought you wanted to kill me and slaughter the lion town. What a joke. I was chosen by the god of elves, god of orcs and god of dwarves as the king of kings. I will rule the world, so either bow down or die. Do you still intend to continue this fight against me? Xiao Yu was not a stranger to scuffles and curses because he was an avid gamer. He had run into many players who would use interesting methods to trash talk others and change their temper. He had met many trolls online. In short, he was invincible in this area. How could mere Marcus be his opponent? King of Kings, I'll peel off your skin today. Get the heavy cavalry ready. Marcus's face was grim as he ordered his bandits. The equipment that the heavy cavalry's men and horses wore needed a certain amount of time to be prepared. The night attack had been an ambush, so the cavalry couldn't be brought out immediately. However, they were ready now and waiting for Marcus's orders. In the era of cold weapons, heavy cavalry was the most important part of the army. A team of heavy cavalry could directly break through the formation of the enemy. The infantry would follow after them and massacre the leftovers. It was possible to win a complete victory that way. In many big battles, both sides would confront each other with the heavy cavalry. The side that overwhelmed the other would win. Ordinary bandit group didn't have the money to support heavy cavalry. Although the cavalry was powerful, having them was costly. A good heavy cavalry unit consisted of trained soldiers, specially selected horses, good equipment, and so on. In short, an average heavy cavalry unit with a soldier and horse would cost thousands of gold coins. Marcus had accumulated his wealth for over a decade, but he was still only able to nurture 300 heavy cavalry units. However, with just this cavalry of 300 had helped him win against many opponents. The horses began to rush towards the front. To have such a heavy cavalry troop was a symbol of strength for this bandit group. At the same time, the rear of the camp was still on fire. Although Marcus had sent people to deal with it, doing so wasn't an easy feat. Marcus had to end the battle as soon as possible and kill Xiao Yu so that they could extinguish the fire on time. Otherwise, the camp that he had spent more than a dozen years to build would turn into ashes. Nay, clop clop clop. The 300 heavy cavalry assembled. The ground slightly trembled as the cavalry moved. Ordinary horses weren't meant for the heavy cavalry unit. You had to walk for 1,000 miles to find one. The horse had to be extremely strong, enough so that it could wear this heavy armor. As a result, purchasing horses for the heavy cavalry had a very big headache for Marcus. The commander of the heavy cavalry led his troops to a standstill about 300 steps from the wall. They stopped in a formation. Charge and kill those orcs. Marcus's face twitched as he ordered them. He knew that his losses would be great even if he killed Xiao Yu. In Marcus's perspective, Xiao Yu was way too despicable as he even had set fire to his camp. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the army of heavy cavalry. A treacherous light flashed past his eyes. It's good that I have 2 glaive throwers and the rifleman. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use just grunts and archers to kill the heavy cavalry. Xiao Yu waved his hand and 4 grunts quietly carried out 2 glaive throwers from the back. Charge! Marcus ordered. Chapter 31. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Clip clop. The sounds of heavy cavalry echoed as if they were moving tanks. The atmosphere condensed as they entered the battlefield. It would take the heavy cavalry roughly 10 seconds to pass through the 300-meter distance, so even the powerful grunts would be unable to stop their charge. At the end of the day, orcs were powerful creatures of flesh and blood, while heavy cavalry could even kill armored infantrymen. At the same time as the charge, the grunts suddenly moved aside as 2 strange-shaped machines were pushed out. Each machine seemed to have 2 giant wings. However, these weren't wings of feathers but of iron. The wings were fully spread. There was a cold crescent-shaped blade in the middle of each of them. Marcus felt an abnormal feeling the moment he saw the bird-like machines. The moment the heavy cavalry were about 150 steps away from the orcs, 2 blades flew out from the glaive throwers. They were like huge silver plates, and each had the diameter of 2 meters. They whistled as they flew towards the cavalry. They were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, both blades reached the heavy cavalry. Puchy sounds echoed. The horses moved forward, but their legs were left on the ground where they had stood. The blades were extremely sharp and was able to slash off legs of dozens of horses. It was the power of glaive throwers. It was an extremely shocking situation because not only did the armor protect the knights, the horses wore armor too. The horses had hard armor cover even the legs so they wouldn't be easily wounded by enemies on the battlefield. Only the calves of the horses hadn't covered with armor, but because of the high-speed movement of the cavalry, arrows and other long-range weapons would find a hard time hitting their calves. Doing so was very unlikely. The upper body of the horses was covered in heavy armor, making it very difficult to be penetrated by long-range attacks of this world's current era. This was also the reason why heavy cavalry could run amok, rampaging through battlefields. However, the glaive thrower displayed its prowess on this battlefield. What is that thing? Even a blind man would be able to see the impact of the machines, let alone Marcus and the rest of the bandits, whose eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. All of a sudden several rows of horses hit the ground. The bandits were in shock. If a weapon could slice through several rows of heavy armored cavalry, then what would have been the result if ordinary soldiers and bandits had faced it? Wouldn't they be easily cut into two halves? Imagine a situation in the battlefield where the soldiers in front were sliced into two halves all of a sudden. What kind of visual would that be? What kind of shock would it instill? The knights were still charging forward, but a contradictory fear was bursting in their hearts. The speeds of the mounts slowed down when they saw the scene in front of their eyes. Xiao Yu was standing on top of the walls. First group, shoot, bang bang. A series of gunfire echoed and a few more knights fell down from their horses. The horses coming behind them jumped over their bodies for the most part, but some of them didn't, then tripped over and fell to the ground. Second group, shoot. Xiao Yu shouted once more and the same scene played once more. By this time, the glaive throwers were filled with a new set of blades. The faces of the knights were filled with despair as they saw the strange machines ready once more. Puchy puchy. Again more than a dozen horses were cut off, two from their thighs. The knights and their mounts fell to the ground. The painful neighs of horses echoed loudly. First group, shoot. Xiao Yu shouted once more. Each bang echoed as it brought despair into the hearts of the enemy. The cavalry needed only 10 seconds to reach the grunts. According to Marcus's plan, the cavalry would then smash through the orcs as bandits followed to clean up the rest. But in this 10 seconds, less than 200 cavalries were able to reach the gate. Moreover, their charge didn't have a strong impact. They were waving their spears to no effect. Long spears were the nightmare of all soldiers in the battlefield. Even heavily armored infantry would be poked through and killed by them. However, those long spears weren't too useful in this terrain. The grunts were in the gate, so the cavalry had only one opportunity to strike. If they couldn't wound the grunts, then they couldn't follow up with another strike. In battles that occur mainly in plains or wilderness, the cavalry would turn around after the first charge to make a second strike from a different angle. The charge would continue as they would approach different angles, but this terrain didn't give them chance for a second strike. They were facing walls. As a result, there was no significant difference between cavalry and grunts. The guns were still shooting from the walls as the 300 grunts tensely blocked their advance. Xiao Yu knew what role rifles could play on the battlefield. As a result, he didn't let the riflemen shoot on will but divided them into two groups that fired one after the other. Moreover, he wasn't planning on using them to kill many knights on each strike, as he knew that with the low accuracy of the rifles, merely 25 couldn't do much against 300 cavalry, but they would play an important psychological role in the battle. The knights wore heavy armor that normal swords or spears couldn't pierce through. Theoretically, their weak points were their joints and other soft spots. The bullets couldn't pierce the armors of the knights on the hardest parts, but they would inevitably hit the neck, eyes, knees or some other part of the horses or knights. Moreover, they could still pierce through relatively thin parts of armor. Xiao Yu was satisfied as bullets knocked over few horses. His goal wasn't only killing the enemy but creating obstacles that slowed the momentum of the heavy cavalry's charge. In addition, the two glaive throwers committed both very strong physical and mental damages to enemies. As a result, the combination of two weapons completely decimated the heavy cavalry's charge. Argag. Normal soldiers wouldn't be much of a use against mounted knights. Their bodies were wrapped in armors and were invulnerable to spears and swords. They could kill many ordinary soldiers even if they didn't succeed in their charge. However, the grunts were a different matter. Xiao Yu had taught them a very simple way to deal with the heavy cavalry. The grunts would use their strength to grab the horses. then use brute force to knock them to the ground. While grunts couldn't stop the fast charge of the cavalry, they could overturn the horses. Grom was standing still as he looked at Marcus. The grunts weren't Marcus's opponents as his strength was too strong. Only Grom would be able to deal with Marcus. At the same time, grunts flanked around to attack the horses and used their axes to slash the thighs of the horses to wound and overturn them. The knights had problems standing up as their armor was too heavy. The grunts then used their giant axes to directly smash the heads of the knights covered by helmets. My cavalry. Marcus saw that his cavalry was almost completely decimated. He ordered his bandits to rush out. However, two blades flew over and slashed through the bodies of the bandits. The bottom halves of the sliced bodies would make a few more steps before falling down, while the upper body would stay in air for a moment before dropping. The bandits were shocked. If ordinary soldiers had tried to use the glaive throwers, then they wouldn't be able to manage changing the machine's trajectory. However, two grunts were strong enough to flexibly change the direction of glaive thrower and shoot it. The riflemen were now shooting at will as bandits tried to rush the walls. Archers supported the grunts by killing bandits who tried to attack them. The riflemen were ordered to not try help or support the orcs because their shooting accuracy was so low. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't hit a grunt instead of a bandit. As a result, Xiao Yu relied on the accurate elven archers. Marcus saw that he had no other way out. He was in despair, and hoped to rely on the number of his bandits to kill the enemy. Some of the bandits tried to get onto the walls, but the footmen were successful in knocking them down. The footmen employed a shield formation and didn't let anyone through to the stone stairs. 25 footmen were standing in rows shoulder to shoulder. One's shield covered the body of another. This was the shield formation of Alexander the Great. The footmen didn't need to attack. They just had to stay in a defensive formation and the archers would kill the bandits that tried to attack. A golden light burst out. Xiao Yu was surprised to find that the archmage had reached level 6. Chapter 32. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Mages were kings of the battlefield. Archmage's mana had been depleted several times during the battle, but Xiao Yu had bought quite a few mana potions from the store beforehand. Although those mana potions didn't replenish too much of mana, it was more than enough at the current stage of the Archmage. His Cone of the Cold was able to drop icicles and kill groups of people. The Archmage was using the skill to kill enemies as if he was cutting a field of wheat. Although the strength of the icicles wasn't enough to pierce through the heavy armor of the cavalry, it was very useful against the bandits. Xiao Yu and Tyrant stood next to Archmage to prevent anyone from attacking him. While Xiao Yu's level wasn't high, being level 6 was enough him to use Ice Barrier and skills of the Blade Master to fend off most enemies. While Tyrande was specialized for long-range attacking, her White Tiger could deal with 4 or 5 bandits without any problems. After adding a skill point to Beast Soul, her control over the White Tiger and Beast's strength had both improved. Xiao Yu used the additional skill point from the level up to have the Archmage to master the elemental skill. Summon Water. It was another layer that the Archmage could use to protect himself. Blue light burst into the skill as a water elemental appeared by the Archmage. It was about 1.70 meters tall. Swish. Water elemental threw an icicle, killing the bandits that tried to climb over the wall. They were in bandits' camp, so the bandits were more familiar with the nearby terrain. In addition, some of them even moved ladders to try to climb the wall, but the water elemental and archers killed them. Xiao Yu knew that there were many ways to deal with him had he tried to attack in the daytime, but the sudden night attack made the battle a chaos. The bandits had woken up all of a sudden to see that they were surrounded by flames and fires. That's why only some of the bandits had gathered ladders while others didn't. The vast majority of bandits didn't know what to do but to bluntly attack. These bandits had wanted to rely on their mage, their warriors, and their heavy cavalry to deal with Xiao Yu's forces. However, their hopes were crushed one by one. Their cavalry was decimated by riflemen and glaive throwers, their mage was killed by Tyrande, their warriors was suppressed by Tyrande and the riflemen. As a result, They had no cards to take out. Bandits could only rely on numbers as their last resort. Their morale was falling to the bottom of the pit because of continuous frustration. Wars and battles were all about morale. If the morale of the soldiers went down and they lost the belief in victory, then the eventual outcome was clear. Xiao Yu understood that the tide of the battle had tilted in his favor as he observed the battlefield from high ground. The bandits had made several moves to capture the wall, but they couldn't succeed. They fell out of formation. The grunts were born killers by nature. Footmen and riflemen gained their experience and knowledge about the art of war through historical wars and battles. The grunts were born for chaotic battles such as the one happening in front of Xiao Yu. Human and elf warriors only had theoretical knowledge on how to react to such a chaotic battle. Moreover, more than half of the 200 grunts had reached level 3. Their berserker skills were activated, increasing their attack strength by 50%. Although they were facing around 2,000 bandits, the grunts didn't seem to have the phrase "give up" in their dictionary. The fight between Grom and Marcus had reached a new level. Marcus's eyes were blood red as he was enraged and furious. How could he not be angry when years of his efforts were put into flames by a kid? He couldn't wait to get Xiao Yu and slice him into pieces. However, he couldn't pass by Grom however much he tried. Grom's strength was on par with Marcus, but Marcus was a bit more powerful as a rank 2 warrior. Nevertheless, Grom was an awkward, tenacious character. He used all of his skills to deal with Marcus. There were multiple injuries on Grom's body, but the wounds only served to instigate the orc to enter a berserk state. Grom didn't have a berserker skill, but it was one of the hidden skills of orcs. A battle against someone who was far stronger than him had awoken this violent side of Grom. Tyrande, try to harass Marcus but don't kill him. Let Grom finish him off. Xiao Yu understood that Grom was about to win, but Marcus was still too strong. As a result, there was a stalemate. But if Tyrande supported Grom, then there would be a chance to finish the fight soon. Xiao Yu knew that Marcus was a rank 2 warrior. If Grom killed him, then he would reach level 10. This level was totally different from previous 9 levels. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Level 10 was equivalent to a rank 2 warrior level, meaning that Grom would go through a qualitative change. It wasn't just an increase in the overall attributes of the Blade Master. New skills would come with this level up. Tyrande was already ahead experience-wise in comparison to Grom because she had killed many enemies using her rapid arrow shooting. She would level up anyway, but Grom had been involved in battle with Marcus since the start of the battle. That was the reason why Xiao Yu ordered her not to kill Marcus. Ugh! Grom roared as he used Omnislash once again. At the same time, Tyrande used Searing Arrow to shoot an arrow towards Marcus' throat. Marcus used his sword to first deflect the arrow, then parry Grom's attack afterward. Boom! Grom and Marcus' battle energies collided and ended in an explosion. Grom finally prevailed over Marcus because of his height advantage. His sword quickly cut off through Marcus's neck. In the next moment, Marcus's head was tossed up in the air and separated from his body. Awesome! Wonderful! Xiao Yu jumped up in excitement. The battle was finished as Marcus had died. Buzz! 2 golden light burst out and wrapped around Tyrande and Grom. Both of them had reached level 10. The new skills on Tyrande's stats bar were, True Shot Aura, up to level 5. The user and teammates gain a 20% enhancement on long-range attacks strength with each level. Up to a 100% increase. Aspect of the Hawk, up to level 3. The user summons an Eagle Soul Guardian. The Eagle Soul will be integrated with arrows shot by the user. It can be used once every 9 arrows shot. The skill can be used on a maximum of 3 arrows out of every 9 with level ups. Rapid Fire, up to level 3. The user will increase the rapidity of shots fired by 30%. This skill has a cooling time of 10 seconds. The maximum speed increase will reach 100% by the last level. Grom's new skills were, Whirlwind, up to level 3. The user rapidly rotates the held weapon. Strong damage will be dealt to nearby enemies. There will be 50% damage increase in level 1. 100% on level 2 and 150% on level 3. Heroic Leap, up to level 3. On level 1 the user can jump a distance of over 20 meters and to a height of 3 meters. On level 2 the user can jump a maximum distance of 50 meters and to a height of 5 meters. On level 3 the user can jump a maximum distance of 80 meters and to a height of 10 meters. Intimidating shout. Up to level 3, the user issues a strong roar that reduces the morale of enemy troops by 10%. The maximum level of reduction is 30% on level 3. The effect is determined according to scope and distance. If the enemy is higher level than the Blade Master, then the effect is weakened. Sprint. Up to level 2, the user will rapidly dash forward 20 meters while damaging nearby personnel with his weapon. The user can sprint up to a maximum of 40 meters on level 2. Xiao Yu was in excitement as he checked out all the new skills. He looked like a madman. The new skills were too awesome. Moreover, he could master those skills too. Tyrande, learn True Shot Aura, Grom, learn Whirlwind. Xiao Yu knew that he was fighting a largely defensive battle where group skills would be the most practical. Bandits, your leader is killed. There is no point in resistance. If you continue to fight, I will cut you all in half. Do you surrender? Xiao Yu loudly shouted when he saw that the morale of the enemy had collapsed. Some had seen Marcus beheaded by Grom. However, most weren't aware of this because of the chaos. Grom threw Marcus's head onto the wall. Xiao Yu caught it and held it up high to show it the bandits. The bandits couldn't withstand the teamwork of the grunts and archers. It was a matter of time before all of them would be annihilated. Now, they saw their leader dead, so most knelt down to surrender. However, many grunts had entered their berserk state and didn't know when to stop. They went on with their massacre. All of you stop. Xiao Yu loudly shouted. The shortcoming of grunts was that they couldn't stop once they entered the berserk state. Fortunately, all of them were summoned by Xiao Yu and were forced to be absolutely obedient to Xiao Yu. They slowly stopped after hearing his voice. However, had they been orcs from the real world, then nothing could have brought them back to sanity once their eyes turned red. Humans were aware of this orc's condition, so they typically used traps to kill them once orcs entered their berserk state. The grunts were restrained. There were about 800 bandits left alive out of the original 5,000. Xiao Yu had killed more than 4,000 bandits. It was a total victory. Chapter 33. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu looked at the fire burning in the distance. He knew that it was impossible to extinguish it at the moment, so he decided to let everyone retreat out of the camp. He would wait for the fire to extinguish on its own, then plunder the loot. Xiao Yu's tactics were spot on during the battle, but even now his army was outnumbered by the bandits. Moreover, the grunts had injuries too. Tyrande whistled and the hunters were called back. The rest of the bandits saw that everyone else had surrendered, so they followed suit. A hunter made a report. Master, there are many slaves that are still in captivity. Should we release them? If we don't release them now, the flames will take their lives. Of course, let them out. I would be the guilty one if we didn't help them. Xiao Yu ordered the hunters to release the slaves. Xiao Yu was shocked and taken aback when the slaves did come out. He thought that there would be few dozens of them, but didn't think that there were thousands of slaves. Most of them were good-looking women but had dull eyes. They were wearing ragged clothes and covered their private parts in shame. A phrase popped up in his mind: comfort women. Anger burst out through his heart. All of these bandits should be executed. He was extremely angry. Normally, he was a lustful fellow. In the previous world, he had downloaded few movies from internet to relieve the pent-up stress. In this world, he dared to peek at his sisters-in-law while they bathed. However, all of it was only for taking a peek. In fact, he respected women. He couldn't bring himself to force women to do such a thing. He believed that people could be lustful but not beasts. It was Xiao Yu's bottom line. Xiao Yu despised stuff like this when women were used as sex slaves, pets, or wanton playthings. Xiao Yu couldn't tolerate it because of some historical facts. Search to see if there are any other slaves. Xiao Yu's face was like a piece of ice. He didn't show his anger as he wanted to rescue all the slaves before going through a trial. He didn't like to kill prisoners of war. However, he couldn't withstand any bandit who had gone through these acts. Were they still human? Since they are not, he wouldn't mind killing them. Yes. The hunter replied and went to look for more slaves. The elves were respectful of nature and life, so they were more sensitive when it came to searching for living people. It didn't take long before a group of other women was brought out. These ones were dressed in beautiful clothes. Each was superior to another in beauty. There were stubbornness and unyielding resolve reflected on the faces of some of these slaves. However, most of them were in utter despair. They were found in secret cells and belonged to the upper echelon of the bandits. Most of these women had a temper that ordinary women didn't have. It seemed that they had belonged to rich families before they were taken. These bandits are way too shameless. I can't afford to face my ancestors if I let them go. Xiao Yu clenched his teeth and walked back and forth on top of the walls as he gazed upon the many good women who had been kidnapped by the bandits. At the same time, the elves caused a huge uproar. Normally, the elves were elegant and well-mannered. Xiao Yu had never seen them get angry or even curse at people. Although the elves were arrogant to the bones and saw themselves on top of the pyramid, they had always acted in a civil manner and used nice words. Xiao Yu had even thought that there were no curse words in the elves' language. But now, these elves were angry at something. Xiao Yu ran over in a hurry. He couldn't control himself when he saw the situation. He pulled out his knife to stab onto the rotten head of the Marcus. A group of elves was surrounding a woman. The woman's body was curled up and her eyes were full of fear. An elf had given her his cloak to cover her naked body. A chain was covering her neck. It was as if she was pet. The women couldn't walk properly. She crawled and crouched as if she was a cat. She hadn't been born like this but been mutilated. The most important thing was the woman's ears. They were sharp and long. Moreover, they were about 20 cms in length. A purple light flashed out from her eyes every once in a while. It was a proof that she was an elf. According to the legends, the elves were extinct. Xiao Yu didn't expect to encounter one in here nor in such a situation. Xiao Yu was annoyed with elves because of their attitude. But since they were his own warriors, so he thought of orcs and elves as if his own relatives, more so as his own race. How could he not get angry when he saw his own people get such inhumane treatment? Even Grom, who was standing next to him, roared in fury. "I will kill all those humans." Grom roared and rushed over towards 800 prisoners. Grom never liked elves, but all of them were from the same world. They were comrades. It was like two brothers who usually fought and quarreled. However, when an outsider tried to fight one's brother, the other wouldn't stand still and watch. "Stop!" Xiao Yu ordered in a cold tone. "I will punish them afterward." Grom was hot-tempered, but he still didn't violate Xiao Yu's order. He severely suppressed his feelings. His hands were slightly trembling. However, there was an expression in his eyes that said that he wanted to eat the prisoners one by one. Tears flew down Tyrann's eyes. She gently whispered in the elven language to comfort the elf woman. The elf woman was fearful of everyone. She couldn't even recognize her own race. However, a light appeared in her eyes once she saw Tyrande. The goddess of the moon didn't abandon us. She once again sent Priestess Tyrande to help us. Xiao Yu found that he could understand the elf language. Perplexed, he asked the system and found out that he could learn not only elf language but all the other languages on the continent. He didn't hesitate for a moment before choosing to master the elven language. "Yes, I am Tyrande. Tell me, what had happened? How did you get into such a situation?" Tears flew down her cheeks as Tyrande asked. "Great goddess, great Tyrande, you had left our race for so long. The light of the goddess of the moon had disappeared too. We have been abandoned for 10,000 years. The tree of life disappeared and we elves are about to go into extinction. Those despicable humans invaded my living space and killed us. We could only hide in the depths of the mountains. It's good that you came back. Our race will have hope." The elf woman looked at Tyrande as if she was looking upon a goddess. Her body was trembling in excitement. Extinction? The elves have actually encountered such a situation, those humans. Tyrande cried slowly. Xiao Yu felt a little guilty as he listened to the words of the elf woman. It seemed that humanity had driven elves into a desperate situation. Xiao Yu understood that elven women were the favorite pets of some nobles. It was normal for so-called bounty hunters and adventurers to enter the mountains to kill orcs for glory or capture elves as playthings. It was a noble tradition. According to his memories, His father Xiao Zantan had entered mountains to kill orcs and capture elves in his youth. Great goddess, I beg you, please save them. Save our people. Only you will be able to save our race. We will live under the guidance of the goddess of the moon once again. The female elf pleaded. Tyrande, I assure you I will help our race to stand strong once again. Tyrande stroked the face of the female elf. Xiao Yu looked at this exceptional scene that seemed to be taken from a movie. A goddess of a doomed race had appeared to save it. Now, the goddess will lead its race back towards the glory. However, suddenly Xiao Yu felt a shock and almost jumped up. There were serious questions that couldn't be answered by him. Why would the elves of this world know Tyrande? Why did that female elf say that Tyrande had been missing for 10,000 years? If it was so, where exactly was he right now? Chapter 34. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Initially, Xiao Yu thought that he was in completely irrelevant world. But the scene in front of Xiao Yu confused him up. She knows Tyrande. She said that Tyrande were their goddess who had left them 10,000 years ago. Am I in World of Warcraft but 10,000 years after the war? Xiao Yu was doubtful about the situation. He wouldn't explain the reason why female elf knew Tyrande. 10,000 years. What happened? Tyrande walked to stand in front of Xiao Yu. Tears were flowing down her cheeks. Master, Tyrande requests you to help us revive elves. I want them regain freedom and get the blessings of the goddess of the moon. Tyrande will always be loyal to you if you accept my request. Xiao Yu immediately reacted. What the hell? Why do you request me? I'm not just your master but master of elves, orcs and dwarves. All of those races are my people. I'll send the person to the 18th layer of hell if he or she dares to bully my people. Xiao Yu didn't say this to earn loyalty of Xiao Yu but he said it from depth of his heart. The loyalty of elves to Xiao Yu increased momentarily. He didn't like the proud elves. But all of those summoned warriors were like his own children. Tyrande's loyalty increased to 20 the moment Xiao Yu replied to her. The loyalty point raised from 0 to 20 which showed how much Tyrande was thankful to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was in no mood to enjoy the increase in Tyrande's loyalty. He was very sad as what had happened to the female elf and other women slaves. Continue to search for other slaves. We will judge the bandits in the dawn. Xiao Yu ordered in a cold tone. Hunters and elf archers re-entered the camp to carefully search for the slaves. Grunts were keeping the prisoners in control. Some of them licked their lips as they wanted to try human meat. The fire in the camp was almost extinguished by the dawn. Only few small fires were left here and there. Xiao Yu didn't immediately begin to plunder the place. He was going to make trial for the bandits. The process was very simple. It was an open trial so other people could expose the bandits of their evil crimes. The end point was death penalty. He was trying to make dogs bite the dogs and effect of this procedure was good. There would be always few others who were willing to expose the evil acts of the bandit as even they had problems within themselves. The grunts would use their giant axes to execute the bandits. Some of the orcs tore down the flesh of the bandits to eat them up. Xiao Yu normally would stop this disgusting behavior. But today he was standing still in the sidelines. He let orcs to eat and torture those evil bandits before their death. About 100 bandits were left after the trial. Although these bandits weren't angels but their evil deeds were less in comparison to the others. However, Xiao Yu wasn't planning to let them go. Instead he used the chains from the slaves to buckle two bandits together. He was planning to use bandits as slaves under the supervision of the grunts. There were several bandits who tried to escape during the process but Tyrande killed them. She was venting out the anger that had amassed in her heart. Elves were peaceful race who cherished life. But those bandits were less than animals in Tyrande's eyes. The elves didn't intervene and were happy when they saw orcs eat bandits. Afterwards, Xiao Yu checked the casualties. He had lost 5 grunts, 5 footmen and 2 hunters during the battle. Hunters were killed during putting fire into the camp last night. The elf archers and riflemen were intact as they were on top of the walls. The injured warriors were treated by healing potions. The potions were effective as long as the injured one had a breath of life. He had used only 600 warriors but lost 12 of them. However, he was able to kill more than 4,000 bandits. It was a great victory but Xiao Yu still reflected on his decision. He wanted to find ways to avoid death of his warriors. He felt sad when he lost a warrior. However, He was aware that it was inevitable that warriors would die since he was battling enemies. It was impossible to have zero casualties in a war, but at least he could try to reduce the number of casualties. Xiao Yu ordered to search the camp with a simple command: kill light, burn light, grab light. Take everything that can be taken away and burn the rest. Note: it's an Assyrian strategy. Xiao Yu was using the same way against this bandits that they had used in the past. Xiao Yu ordered his troops to take even the clothes of the bandits that had died in the battle. In this era, clothes were extremely valuable. Isn't it better to take back the clothes to his fiefdom when many people died in the freezing winter? Grunts were the ones who could plunder perfectly. They would even take the underwear of the enemy. Beast 38, we don't need underwear. Beast 56. Those shoes are already rotten. Take them back and burn them. Xiao Yu was using numbers to distinguish the grunts. They were numbered according to their summoning. He didn't want to use numbers, so he added the word beast before the numbers to distinguish them from elves. As a result, the grunts were called Beast 1, Beast 2, etc. Archers were called Bow 1, Bow 2, and so on. The elf hunters were named Hunter 1, Hunter 2, and so on. Fox quickly went through the entire camp as he used slaves. He plundered almost 400,000 gold coins and other materials. The useful materials were burned because of fire. As a result, their harvest wasn't as good as the plunder from the previous camp, where they got lots of materials in addition to gold coins. The bandit slaves were very obedient. They had seen orcs directly chop off and chew an arm of a bandit. Fox threatened them to say everything by using orcs to his advantage. Marcus had prepared few secret rooms which Fox was able to find out. Marcus had thought that there would be a large-scale attack at one point, so he had even prepared a secret way out. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have the opportunity to escape the camp yesterday. What an idiot. Marcus. Carry, you will be a dead man too. Xiao Yu cussed in anger. Suddenly, he found out that the bandit leader's name and Carrie's name were somewhat similar. Note: in Hanzi they sound similar, but we have changed their names to English ones. Xiao Yu had to go back and use the gold coins to prepare the war with Carrie's army. He knew that it wouldn't be as simple as the last time, and he had to be fully prepared to come out with victory. Xiao Yu suddenly felt strange as he watched the female elf blindly worship Tyrande with full trust. He had used a lame excuse to make others believe that he was a chosen one to lead orcs, elves and dwarves back to their glorious days. The god of elves and the god of orcs knew that I was destined to be the greatest king of the world. That's why they let me lead their troops to revive elves and orcs. The lie was slowly turning into reality. Tyrande was a goddess of the elves. If Xiao Yu could summon Thrall, which would be recognized as a god of orcs, then he may help them to revive those two races. A casual lie told by him to excuse himself from explaining truth to the others seems to be turning into truth on its own. Is it the providence of God? Chapter 35. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu returned back to Lion Town with his might army. Countless people poured out of the town to warmly welcome Xiao Yu's triumphant return. Housekeeper Hong, Captain Hugh and his sisters-in-law also came back to make the grand welcome ceremony. Lion Town hadn't seen its troops gain victory in a long time. Xiao Zantan was defeated in the last 10 years and lost a lot of manpower. As a result, the residents of the Lion Town were disgusted with the war. The war meant burden to them. The war meant that their family members would be killed, they would be harshly taxed and so on. As a result, they didn't like wars. However, the situation was completely different. Although they were still making wars, but this time the war wasn't a burden but something that enriched them. Xiao Yu would bring resources that he plundered from the bandits. Those food, clothes and other necessities would be sold to the citizens of the Lion Town at cheaper prices. In addition, Xiao Yu had released the people from taxes for 3 years. As a result, the citizens were supportive of the wars. According to them, the war was something that got more benefits than the disadvantages. Xiao Yu was also aware that people would support his wars if they had interests in it. Xiao Yu was planning to introduce new initiatives to make people support him more. He was planning to have noble titles, lands and so on given to the war heroes. Xiao Yu knew that if he wanted to gain victory, then the war doesn't have to be his war but the territory's war. Housekeeper Hong's eyes lit up when he saw slaves, dozens of cars of loots and gold coins brought back by Xiao Yu. The territory was short on money. The people didn't lack food and clothes for now, but housekeeper Hong had to manage everything. Now, all of a sudden, he got so many gold coins and resources. He had opposed Xiao Yu's policies such as abolishing the taxes for 3 years, but he couldn't change Xiao Yu's mind at the end. Xiao Yu ordered grunts to keep 300,000 gold coins while leaving 100,000 gold coins and other supplies to housekeeper Hong. Xiao Yu let the released slaves to stay in Lion Town while he took 300,000 gold coins, his troops and the bandit slaves back to the base. He was planning to use the bandit slaves as labor under the supervision of grunts. This penalty was pretty light for the evil things they had done. Xiao Yu went through a grand funeral ceremony when they came back to the base. He checked the new warriors that were produced and integrated them into his army. He paid for another 8 glaive throwers. They would be very useful in the defense of the Lion Town. Moreover, he was very satisfied with the impact the glaive throwers had in the battle with Marcus. He had money now, so he had to get more of this super weapons. Xiao Yu didn't get just gold coins but meritorious service points too. He had more than 10,000 spare merit points as a result of his victory. It was very normal for him to get this much points. Last time he was on defense against Carrie's army, but this time he was on siege and attacking the Marcus's bandits. It looked a lot to have 10,000 meritorious service points. But after a fast calculation, Xiao Yu found out that he could spend all of them in an instant. He could never have too much merit serve points. Xiao Yu spent 2,000 merit points in Orc Blacksmith Shop to develop Demolisher. He was planning to get 10 Demolishers for the upcoming battle. He knew that these machines would be more effective than 1,000 soldiers when it came to defend the town. The demolishers of orcs must have their own special characteristics, so he knew that they would play a great role in the battle. The effect of glaive throwers and demolishers were good, but their price wasn't cheap. He paid 180,000 gold coins to buy 8 glaive throwers and 10 demolishers. In a blink of an eye, he had spent more than half of his money. In addition, he constructed second blacksmith shop for orcs and 2 human blacksmith shops, both of which consumed 2,000 merit service points. The newly produced warriors didn't have armor. He didn't have enough money to buy armor to all of them, but the production time of the armor were too slow. In addition, their warriors who had come back from the battle had their armor damaged and needed repair, which would cost a lot of time. Xiao Yu was planning to arm up every single warrior before facing Carrie's army once again. As a result, he had to build more blacksmith shops. He spent 6,000 merit points and had about 5,000 left. Tyrande and Grom had reached level 10. The blacksmith shop and hunter's hall could provide new armors and weapons for the heroes. Xiao Yu found out that the heroes could use T1 set armors after they leveled up. Xiao Yu was surprised because with T1s Tyrande and Grom's strength would increase by large number. However, he had to spend 2,000 merit points and 20,000 gold coins to purchase a set of T1 equipment. In the blink of an eye, 4,000 merit points were gone. However, he didn't have any hesitation when he bought those T1 sets to Grom and Tyrande. Grom's T1 armor was made up of 8 pieces. The armor covered all his body. Grom looked like a general after he wore the armor. Xiao Yu was surprised to find out that Grom's strength had doubled up after wearing the T1 set. He knew that Grom could easily kill Marcus if they met in a battle now. Tyrande's T1 armor set was also made out of 8 pieces. They had beautiful shape and exquisite design. The defense of Tyrande was upgraded while the armor flowed with green light from time to time. Xiao Yu thought that it would take a long time to produce T1 armor set, but it seems they were ready to be used when the heroes reached level 10. If he followed the same logic, then does it mean that T2 set would be ready when heroes reached level 20? Xiao Yu was looking forward to the future. He had heroes wear T1 sets, but Xiao Yu was a little bit depressed. He wanted all the warriors in his army wear T1 armor. Moreover, it seemed that there was a level restriction to the T1 set. Ordinary warriors would have to reach level 10 even if he had enough money or merit points to buy them. Xiao Yu wanted to get one set of armor for himself, but he was only level 6 and couldn't get them. In addition, Archmage was level 6 too. Unfortunately, he couldn't buy T1 set for the Archmage. Otherwise, the defensive strength of the Archmage would increase a lot. Xiao Yu paid 40,000 gold coins to buy those 2 sets of T1 armor. He was depressed about the amount of money he had spent but was relieved because Hero's life would be safe. Xiao Yu knew that heroes were extremely valuable and he couldn't lose them on the battlefield. He spent money on repair of equipment, bought some burrows, moon wells, farms and found out that he didn't have much of money left. There was never enough money. Xiao Yu decided to plunder another bandit camp or else he couldn't continue on with his expansion. Xiao Yu saw the Lion Town bustle with preparations when he got back. The houses were arranged for the slaves that were released from the bandits. Xiao Yu saw housekeeper Hong and his sisters-in-law help with the distribution of resources to these slaves. He went to find Captain Huey to discuss the strategy of defense to the carries attack. Chapter 36. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Captain Huey was involved with training of new recruits. Because of the new laws implemented by Xiao Yu, the soldiers of the town would get good treatment, high salaries, pension to their families in case of death, lifelong tax-free and so on. This in case stimulated the youth to join the army in bulks. At the moment, Captain Huey had more than 1,000 soldiers, but all of them were rookies without any real combat experience. That's why Captain Huey was training them so that they became qualified soldiers as soon as possible. They were using armor and weapons that Xiao Yu had robbed from bandits as the equipment. All the soldiers immediately stopped their training when Xiao Yu stepped into the field. Captain Huey led the soldiers as they saluted Xiao Yu in a respectful manner. Captain Huey was extremely strict to military standards and norms as a professional soldier. The soldiers looked at Xiao Yu with respect and worship reflected in their eyes. All of them had seen the released slaves and captured bandits in the morning. Their lord had gone out and brought so many things in a casual manner. They were full of confidence about the future of the territory under the leadership of such a lord. Xiao Yu smiled and waved the soldiers to continue to train. He called over Captain Huey. Uncle Huey, how is the situation with Carrie? Xiao Yu asked. Captain Huey was responsible for inquiring the news about Carrie. Actually, it was not very difficult to gather intelligence about the state of Carrie's troops. The territory ruled by Carrie's father didn't experience much war, so that their anti-intelligence system wasn't well structured. You could learn whatever you wanted to as long as you sent few people camouflaged as a member of a caravan. Lord, according to the intelligence sent by the spies, Carrie was given a troop of 20,000 soldiers. They have heavy infantry, about 5 mages, more than 30 warriors. They could attack us at any time, but Carrie wants to show off his strength and put pressure on us, so the information wasn't secret and could be easily learned by our spies. Carrie had claimed that he would cut off heads of all the orcs and take back his ornament. Captain Huey stood still as he reported to Xiao Yu. He was showing respect to Xiao Yu, which meant that he recognized Xiao Yu as the lord of the territory. Earlier on, Captain Huey considered Xiao Yu as young master, but it seems the situation has changed after Xiao Yu's feats. Captain Huey recognized Xiao Yu as the lord because of his implementation of policies and plundering the bandits. He believed that the Lion Town would flourish and expand under the leadership of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu smiled as he listened to Captain Huey. Let them come and deliver us the equipment. Captain Huey saw the carefree expression on Xiao Yu's face. Master, this time the army that Carrie leads isn't trivial. I think it will be hard to resist the heavy infantry with the orc troops. According to the history, the humans were always successful in beating orcs in large-scale wars when they used heavy infantry. Normally, an orc can fight against up to 5 elite human soldiers without a problem. If you think about tactics and strategies used by the orcs, then an orc could fight against 10 human soldiers. However, the tide of the battle changes when the heavy infantry gets into the war. There would be mutual damage even if 1,000 orcs fought against 1,000 heavy infantry. If the same army uses heavy cavalry, then they will have more certainty to win against the orcs. Carrie's army has mages too, and they will bring equipment for siege. I think we got way too few orcs to resist such an army. Xiao Yu understood that Captain Huey was worried about the lack of armed men in the Lion Town. However, Xiao Yu wasn't worried as his forces didn't consist only of grunts. He had all kinds of warriors plus glaive throwers and demolishers. As long as he chose the right strategy, then he believed killing 20,000 soldiers won't be a problem. In addition, He had more grunts right now, and the first batch of grunts and elf archers had reached level 3 and some of them had reached level 4. The strength of a grunt increases at least by 30% when they reach level 3. If berserker skill is added into the equation, then a grunt could kill 7 or 8 human soldiers without a problem. Archers have precise shooting skill that they could use after reaching level 3, which can deal with heavy infantry by shooting directly to their eyes. The armor used by the heavy infantry could cover their bodies. However, their eyes were always open to the arrows of the archers, which was their flaw. Moreover, because of Tyrann's true shot aura, the strength and range of the archers had increased too. In addition, Xiao Yu had riflemen, footmen, glaive throwers, demolishers. Carrie didn't expect any of these new forces, and they would play a great surprise when Xiao Yu would introduce them into the battlefield. Xiao Yu was very confident about his own troops. However, Captain Huey's speech had caught his interest too. He wasn't interested in strength of Carrie's army but the word history, because Carrie had given exact information about humans using heavy infantry to fight against orcs. Does it mean that a war had broken out between humans and orcs? Uncle Huey, has there been any orc empire or elf kingdom in the history? Did humans really defeat the orcs? Xiao Yu took advantage of this opportunity to ask Captain Huey about the history, which he didn't have much of an information. Captain Huey was perplexed as he answered Xiao Yu, "Lord, the knowledge about this can be found in books. You didn't like reading, so you are not aware of the history. The orcs had a strong empire under their leader Thrall. They were very prosperous, but their gods disappeared without a reason and the orc empire began to decline. The elves were very powerful too. They had presence almost in every mountain, but their tree of life was destroyed and they began to decline too." Xiao Yu pondered. So Thrall was the god of the orcs while Tyrande was known as the goddess of the elves. Does it mean that I'm in Azeroth? Why the change happened? Why the continent of Azeroth had turned like this? Xiao Yu understood that something had happened in the history of the Azeroth, and to unlock the tie and find the mystery he had to have a lot of time. I should read some books. Xiao Yu whispered. All right, Uncle Huey. You should train the soldiers and I will deal with the defense of the town when the time comes. Carrie will eat a big loss this time. Don't forget, I was chosen by the god of the orcs, elves and dwarves as the king of kings. I will deal with that Carrie very easily. Xiao Yu grinned as he used his theory to comfort Captain Huey. Captain Huey naturally didn't believe Xiao Yu's words. The gods have to blind to chose Xiao Yu as the king of the kinds. However, he saw the confident tone and look of Xiao Yu. He thought that there really may be a way to win victory. The last time Xiao Yu brought orcs to beat 5,000 soldiers. Maybe he would create another miracle this time too. If they could defeat Carrie's 20,000 soldiers, then there will be no more imminent attack on Lion Town. This way the territory could rise and develop step by step, and the key to everything was to withstand the large-scale attack that was coming up. Chapter 37. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Everyone worked hard these days because of the intense pre-war preparations. All the people wanted to contribute to the defense of the Lion Town. The situation wasn't like this when Carrie attacked the last time. At that time nobody thought that the territory could be kept by Xiao family, and everyone was preparing themselves for the change of masters. However, no one thought that Xiao Yu would be able to defend and defeat Carrie's troops. Moreover, Xiao Yu had focused on policies after the battle which gave the people of the territory unprecedented benefits. There was no other territory, town or city they would get this much of benefits. As a result, the residents tried their best to protect the town so that these policies were maintained and kept. They had to contribute to the defense of the town so that Xiao Yu stayed as the lord. In short, Xiao Yu was successful in making sure that the people of the territory were in the same boat as him, and no one wanted this boat to sink. Xiao Yu was the most relaxed person in the territory. He only arranged tasks and strolled around every day to patrol and inspect the soldiers, molest dancers, peep at his sisters-in-law whose graceful bodies were exposed by sweat. He was enjoying his life to the fullest. The slaves that were taken from the Marcus's camp were divided into two batches. First batch was consisting of merchants or civilians kidnapped by Marcus. There were few nobles too. The second batch consisted of slaves that were homeless. Xiao Yu granted severance money to the first batch so that they could go back to their homes. The second batch stayed in town and Xiao Yu wanted to give them civilian status. The social system dominant in the continent was a mixture of feudalism with slavery. Although the slaves existed, but vast majority of people were civilians and residents. Nevertheless, few races couldn't escape the status of slaves as if they were untouchables. In short, the world is in a transition period. For example, Black Iron tribe was a race that stayed always as slaves. Almost all the male slaves that Xiao Yu got from Marcus were from Black Iron tribe. They were captured in the far south. Black Iron tribe was a very primitive race with backward civilization. Their race had strong bodies and were best slaves for hard labor. Every year adventurers would go deep south into Kilim to kidnap people from the Black Iron tribe and sell them in the markets as the slaves. Most of the Black Iron tribe members would live to die at 25 years of age. Xiao Yu faced two difficulties when he tried to give members of the Black Iron tribe civilian status. The first problem was that these people were enslaved for a long time. They were born as slaves and lived as slaves. They didn't know how to survive on their own if they were given freedom. The second problem was the opposition from the housekeeper Hong. Uncle Hong was very loyal to the Xiao household, but he was a very conservative man who couldn't stand Xiao Yu's ideas. He had conflict with Xiao Yu several times when the new policies were brought up. Housekeeper Hong would never agree to such tax policies if the territory wasn't weak. Moreover, he never believed that soldiers had to be given such high treatment. Uncle Hong believed that only the nobles were eligible for their names to be passed around forever after their death. The previous time when Xiao Yu took captives from the Martong's village, he gave them civilian status too. There were many old, women and children. Housekeeper Hong was dissatisfied with Xiao Yu's choice, but he didn't say a lot. However, Housekeeper Hong strongly went against Xiao Yu's promise to give civilian status to the dancers and comfort women. He believed that if such a thing occurred, the Lion territory would become a joke. At the end, Xiao Yu had to use the dancers as servants to his sisters-in-law, but he still couldn't give them their freedom. This time when Xiao Yu agreed to give freedom to the civilians and merchants kidnapped by the bandits, Housekeeper Hong opposed him. According to the general rules, the noble who rescues civilians from bandits has the right to use those people as his own servants. If the family members of these people wanted to take them back, then they had to pay certain ransom for freedom. However, giving freedom to the kidnapped civilians was also regarded as a trait of a noble character. Therefore, Housekeeper Hong agreed to give civilians and merchants their freedom for free of charge to improve Xiao Yu's reputation. But Housekeeper Hong said that he would die but never see those comfort women and Black Iron tribe slaves as civilians. Xiao Yu had to make concession in this sense. Housekeeper Hong was trying to maintain the dignity and status of the territory and its lord. In fact, both of them tried to do so, but their thinking and mentality were different. At the end, Xiao Yu decided to keep Black Iron tribe slaves, given that Housekeeper Hong would provide them with food and clothing. As for the comfort women, Xiao Yu strictly prohibited anyone to violate them in any sense. They were given simple labor and provided with all the necessities. Normally, there were many comfort women kept in aristocrats' houses for nobles to vent off their fantasies. Sometimes they would be shown to their guests and even shared with others. There was a period of time when having an elf slave was taken as a status of symbol for aristocrats. Xiao Yu saw these slaves as humans because of his upbringing in modern world. He couldn't accept the behavior of trampling and insulting a woman's dignity. However, in this world this phenomenon was a normal thing. Xiao Yu sighed as he stood still. As a person, his strength was limited and he couldn't change the world. It was very difficult to completely abolish slavery in this feudal society. He knew that such a change in the history would be taken by huge shock and through bloodshed. It couldn't be done by a person unless he really unified the world and became the king. He could slowly push policies to change the thinking of the humans. He knew that he would be obstructed by old-school people like Housekeeper Hong. However, If he said that God of Elves and God of Orcs asked him to implement equal life conditions to all the living beings, then he could gradually change the world. It was just impossible for the current world to jump into democratic capitalism or socialism in one jump. Xiao Yu remembered Shang Yan, who had come up with a set of policies that would change the Qin dynasty, but he had faced a lot of resistance in the beginning. Xiao Yu could understand the difficulties faced by Shang Yang at the time. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu was planning to do the same reform which Shang Yang had done. Xiao Yu understood that he couldn't dominate the world by relying on the strength of the orcs, elves and others. To become the king, he had to rely on normal people who would be his subjects. The people had to be willing to fight for you. The conditions he was facing at the moment was no different that Shang Yang faced during the Qin dynasty. Even a blind man could see the changes Shang Yang's reforms did to Qin dynasty. So Xiao Yu was planning to implement them as time passed. Qin was able to unify 6 countries and establish the Great China. 80% role in accomplishing the task was played by Shang Yang's reforms. That's why Xiao Yu had to lay a foundation and slowly implement those reforms. However, it was necessary to do it step by step. Otherwise, the other lords would begin to attack him out of nowhere because he would be going against the current status quo. The slaves from the Black Iron tribe had eaten rice and were full. They were provided with warm clothes. Now they were carrying the large stones to the walls. They were huge, so their appetite was big too. However, they had never eaten full since they became slaves or from their birth. The productivity of their tribe was low, so the harvest was always lacking. Xiao Yu had provided them with good meal and clothes, and the slaves felt like they were in heaven. Xiao Yu had ordered them to carry large stones to the top of the wall. He had to have sufficient stones for the defense of the town. Xiao Yu tested the strength of the demolisher a few days ago. It could fire 500 kilograms stone for 300 meters. If 200 kilograms stones were used, then the range could be extended to 600 or even 700 meters. The tests were done on the ground. If the demolisher was used from the wall, then it could send a 500 kilograms stone all the way to 700 or 800 meters distance. Xiao Yu was satisfied with such strength, so he had to have sufficient stones for the battle. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes as he whispered, "Come over, carry. My glory will be written by the blood of your troops." Chapter 38. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Everyone in Lion Town felt that they were going through the calm before the storm. If they were able to resist the storm, then they would go through the rainy day and see a beautiful rainbow. Xiao Yu's warriors had reached 1,000 strong in this period of time. Xiao Yu sighed in relief, since the combat effectiveness of his troops would weaken if there weren't enough warriors produced by the time of the battle. He looked at the 500 grunts, 100 footmen, 200 archers, 100 hunters and 100 riflemen. Xiao Yu was full of confidence as his eyes swept over his troops. Xiao Yu ordered Grom, Tyrande, and Antonidas to lead the warriors into the depth of the Angakan Mountains to kill demonic beasts, and upgraded the levels of the new warriors. Xiao Yu knew that the new warriors had to be baptized by water to gain experience. Xiao Yu knew that it was hard to use new grunts to fight small bandit groups. However, in the case of grunts, they leveled up, then they were able to sweep through bandits without any damage. Moreover, the intelligence of the warriors increased with constant battles and fights. Strength upgrade was important, but intelligence was much more influential in battle. He didn't want to have robots that would be destroyed by tricks of humans. He wanted to have warriors that could think and react according to the situation instead of blindly charging forward. As a result, he decided to send the warriors into the mountains for training and to gain experience. The spies sent by Captain Huey reported that Carrie would begin the large-scale attack in 4 days. Everyone was relieved to know the date of the attack, as they were mentally suffering by blindly waiting for the enemy's charge. Xiao Yu recalled all the warriors back to the Lion Town. In addition, he sent hunters to investigate and send feedback regarding the position of the enemy. Xiao Yu's fourth sister-in-law Susha was still wearing her armor and planned to participate in the war. Xiao Yu asked Captain Hewitt, who secretly sent people to protect her. Carrie was coming with 20,000 troops, a much larger number compared to last time. People knew about the facts, but they hoped that their lord will create another miracle with the orcs and elves to destroy the enemy. After 4 days, The hunters reported that Carrie's army had left their base. Xiao Yu had given snacks and wine to the soldiers on the wall so they could relax until the battle begins. Captain Hui was against Xiao Yu's idea about providing soldiers with wine as it would affect their morale before the battle. Xiao Yu didn't insist on his decision. Instead, he began to train grunts in playing chess to develop their intelligence. He wanted them to be able to think for themselves and become real orcs and elves rather than robots that could only follow his orders. It was a fun game that even the regular soldiers joined to play. The rude and blunt grunts held pieces with their huge fingers as they shook their heads and pondered their next move. You can't do that. How can you take back a move you've already played? Master, this one is shameless and trying to cheat. Beast 18 loudly protested against Beast 50's behavior and asked Xiao Yu to make the judgment. Play fair and act like gentlemen. Xiao Yu said as he sat in his chair. He held a history book in one hand while holding a glass of red wine with the other. Tyrant and Antonidas were also drinking wine and playing Go as they sat by the table next to Xiao Yu. Originally, the soldiers of the Lion Town were nervous when they heard that Carrie was coming with a troop of 20,000 soldiers. However, their mood relaxed when they saw Xiao Yu eat and drink at ease as if he would win without a problem. Some soldiers didn't dare to come over because in fear of Captain Huey but quietly watched the game from the side. Clever soldiers quickly understood the rules of the chess and often told the stupid orcs which move they should make. Boom. Everyone was feeling as if they were in banquet when a loud noise echoed. Afterward, the sounds of trumpets began to echo all around. Carrie's army had finally arrived. Come on, the enemies are here, we will pay another time. Beast 7 shouted. I'm already winning this game. Don't play that trick with me. If we stop now then it means my win. Beast 21 responded. Xiao Yu wasn't anxious. He had about 1,000 warriors and could easily arrange a formation to fend off the enemies by putting warriors into the queue. In addition, he had ordered all the hunters to stay within the town. Most of the hunters had reached level 2 while some of them were level 3. The ones who had reached level 3 have mastered a skill called Moon Glaive. Once activated, they would throw a glaive that would act like a boomerang and come back after hitting the enemy. Xiao Yu envied the hunters and this skill. He had liked to play with boomerangs in his childhood but was never able to get one to come back after throwing it out. Carrie was sitting in a luxurious carriage in the distance. His eyes were gloomy while his military advisor Dota stood by his side in silence. Xiao Yu, let's see if you will be able to resist my army this time. I'll make sure that you would regret being born. Carrie's fingers overpressured the amber glass in his hand. The glass was crushed. The army of 20,000 walked in an orderly manner. They were arranged in neat rows. The soldiers had a tacit understanding of each other after a month of training. They were full of confidence as they thought that this time they would be able to crush Lion Town. In addition, Carrie had promised a lot of rewards to soldiers who conducts feats in this battle. For example, the person who enters Lion Town first would enjoy 3 days of plunder of the town on his own. There were also other huge varied rewards. Carrie understood that the rewards must be so because then the soldiers would be determined to face death. In his perspective, those rewards were worth it as long as he captured Xiao Yu. He looked at his troops who were standing like tides. Carrie had at least 20 times the number of Xiao Yus. He didn't believe that Xiao Yu could overcome his numbers this time. Boom. The heavy infantry stampeded the ground. Their movement had a rhythm that didn't even need the help of drums to increase the morale of the infantry. Orcs? Who cares about them? We have mages and warriors. Moreover, we have cavalry too. We will kill these orcs and cut off their heads. It will be proof of our glory. We will show off those skulls once we get back. The soldiers didn't fear orcs but were eager for the battle. They were not untrained bandits. All of them had gone through strict training and had sophisticated armor and weapons. Moreover, they had the advantage of the numbers. If orcs were so powerful then why were they extinct? Carrie's army stopped about 1,000 steps away from Lion Town after half an hour's march. His soldiers began to shout war cries. The voice of 20,000 soldiers was too strong. It showed that they had confidence in taking Lion Town. The soldiers began to take their positions. The attack would start soon. Chapter 39. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Carrie wasn't planning on speaking nonsense with Xiao Yu like the last time, so he waved his hand to gesture the commander at the front to structure the formation according to the drills they trained in before they left. Last time, Xiao Yu had showed him his middle finger, which had destabilized Carrie's mood. He didn't want to waste any time now and capture the town as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to step on Xiao Yu and vent his anger. His 20,000 soldiers were divided into 10 phalanxes. Carrie had learned his lesson from the last fiasco. He knew that his territory hadn't gone to war for a long time, so the combat effectiveness of his troops was low. However, this time he had trained them for a month and they had carried out a lot of tactics and strategies before coming to the lion town. Boom! The infantry began to move and form the phalanxes. The sounds echoing after their footsteps were like music that pressured the hearts of their enemy and increased their own morale. Captain Hugh's soldiers would have wet their underwear by now if it wasn't for the Xiao Yu who had eased the mood before Carrie's army came. Xiao Yu showed disdain towards the enemy, which made the normal soldiers believe in victory. The enemy troops were about 400 meters away from the town walls. The infantry that held onto the ladders began to accelerate their speed and run towards the walls. Carrie had chosen a simple and practical formation. The gates of the town would be attacked by heavy infantry who were using a battering ram. They would break through the gates and the troops following them up would enter the town to strike. There was another battering ram that was pushed by the troops behind them. It would be used in case the first battering ram was destroyed. In addition, a mage was hidden inside the infantry and would give them support as they attempted to break through the gates. Light infantry covered heavy infantry from both sides. They were armed with shields to protect the troops from arrows. In addition, the shield would be used as they climbed the ladders. About 10 ladders were carried by light infantry from both rights and left sides. They had gone through many drills to make sure that the ladders wouldn't fall off when they acted in real battle. In addition, there were about 20 catapults pushed by the soldiers behind the first phalanx. Each catapult was able to launch a heavy stone up to 400 meters. It would be used to suppress the archers of the town. Carrie had spared no effort for this battle. They only had 10 catapults in their territory, so he had borrowed another 10 from other territories. Ordinary soldiers wouldn't be able to shoot arrows to the top of the town walls that were high up, but catapults accomplished this feat easily. In addition, last time the enemy archer had wounded and disabled Carrie's archer, so he was deliberately going to use catapults to suppress all the archers. In the second phalanx, both sides were covered by light infantrymen also, but in the middle there were heavy infantrymen equipped with military crossbows. They would be able to suppress the archers on top as the normal soldiers tried to climb the ladder. Xiao Yu praised the luxurious lineup, let alone Lion Town. Xiao Yu thought that Carrie could capture the capital of the Principality of Wei with such troops. Unfortunately, Carrie had met Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes as he sipped from a glass of red wine. Open the gates, Xiao Yu ordered. The grunts began to immediately open the gates. Captain Huey was surprised. Master, what are you doing? Do you want to surrender? Why would you open the town gates now? Xiao Yu replied, it's a good day. Why would I surrender? Uncle Huey, you just wait and see, you will see soon. The grunts directly opened the gates according to Xiao Yu's orders. The gates rumbled to the sides. Lion Town looked like an undefended town. Carrie's army was about 300 meters away from the town when the gates opened. Both commanders and soldiers alike were dumbfounded and stunned as they witnessed the strange scene. What happened? Does the enemy want to surrender? The speed of the soldiers slowed down, eventually coming to a stop. The commanders didn't know what to do, so they ordered the soldiers to stand in formation. They were waiting for Carrie's commands. The momentum of Carrie's army was messed up by Xiao Yu's move. All the soldiers stood still at 300 meters away from the walls as they waited for Carrie's orders. Carrie began to laugh when he saw the scene. He thought that Xiao Yu was planning to surrender. He was delighted. Xiao Yu, are you going to surrender? If you surrender now, I will let you live and become my slave. I will let you watch every day while I play around with your sisters-in-law. Ha ha ha. Carrie stood up. He was feeling as if the whole world was bowing at his feet. Xiao Yu sipped from the glass of red wine. He gestured at Grom, the hero raised a huge wood carving. The wood was carved to resemble a clenched fist, but one finger was stretching out. The middle finger. Xiao Yu ordered Grom to point it up. Bastard. Carrie smashed down the jug in his hand in anger. Attack. I want you to capture him alive. I want to see his face as we ravage all the women of the Lion Town. The first person who enters the Lion Town will enjoy one of Xiao Yu's sister-in-law. Carrie screamed as if he was a madman, not a noble. Xiao Yu sat back on his chair like a real gentleman. It was as if he had nothing to do with the middle finger. Charge. The commanders of the phalanxes shouted. The army began to move once again. However, they had entered the range of the archers. All the bows of the elf archers had been replaced. Now, they could reach the distance of 200 meters. They were standing on top of the walls, so their range was more than that. In addition, Tyrann's true shot aura helped them in terms of strength and range of their attacks. The arrows whistled through the air and fell down like rain. All the enemy soldiers that entered a range of 300 meters became their targets. The range of the riflemen was much farther. However, their accuracy was very poor. Normally, the hit rate of the archers lowers when the enemy begins an assault. A moving target wasn't a good target to shoot. Moreover, they would be able to reach the walls and use ladders in no more than in a minute. However, their momentum was broken. The second charge was a totally different issue. Everyone knew about the gap in starting speed and peak speed. Arrows sprinkled down from the air. The soldiers that were killed began to hinder the ones coming after them. Originally, they would have reached the walls within a minute. However, that time frame was increased by several times. The archers were able to make dozens of shots during that time frame. The archers were deadly. The riflemen also intensively shot at the enemy. The enemy soldiers had to pray to their god to stay alive. Anyway, by the time the phalanxes reached the town walls, the first column of the phalanxes was dead. The commanders had to send the second column to attack. It was a huge blow to the morale of Carrie's forces as they watched a whole row of infantrymen die even before reaching the town. The psychological tactics used by Xiao Yu was successful. The enemy was 10 times their size, as many as millions attacked the kin. The kin opened the gates, but the enemy didn't dare to. Xiao Yu whispered his musings of the kin theory of Jia Yi. The experience and tactics of the ancients are useful. I opened the gates, but they didn't dare to move forward. Chapter 40. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu was able to kill almost 2,000 soldiers from the enemy side with a small trick. Carrie's face was gloomy as he looked at the battlefield. He had thought that it would be very easy to get Lion Town with 20,000 soldiers, and now he had faced such a major loss. Xiao Yu was too mean and too shameless in Carrie's perspective. Use the catapults to suppress his archers. Carrie was planning to use catapults a bit later on according to his original plan. However, he was angry at his losses and Xiao Yu's insult, so he ordered the catapults to enter the battle ahead of time. The soldiers responsible for the catapults began to push them towards the walls. They would begin to attack the moment they covered some distance. The catapults were normally used to shoot from walls or other high terrain. In Carrie's case, he was planning to suppress and kill archers, so his army had to push the catapults close to Lion Town's walls so that the stones could reach the higher ground. Carrie had only ordinary catapults. If he had catapults that supported projectiles blessed with magic, then both the reach and power of the catapults would be greater. Xiao Yu saw Carrie's side begin to push forward the catapults. He immediately waved his hands and the 10 demolishers' trajectory were adjusted towards the 4 catapults from the enemy side. Prepare, shoot. Xiao Yu was personally commanding the demolishers. Hundreds of rocks flew from the walls and flashed forward towards the enemy catapults like a meteor fall. Buzz! The sounds of flying rocks echoed out. It was as if countless locusts were flying at the same time. What the hell is that? The soldiers responsible for the catapults looked up in a daze. They didn't have time to respond. The moment they recovered, the rocks were already above their heads. The distribution of rocks was wide, so there was no place to dodge nor hide. Xiao Yu was aware that the catapults used by Carrie and his demolishers were in absolutely different leagues. Carrie had distributed several catapults into different phalanxes to make sure that they would be able to suppress the archers on the walls. However, Xiao Yu's aim wasn't to kill heavy infantry but to focus on suppression of the catapults of the enemy. Xiao Yu was aware that heavy weapons of your own had to be used to suppress heavy weapons of the enemy. It was the difference in thought between a modern man and a man from Middle Ages. Xiao Yu had already seen that Carrie had brought 20 catapults with him. He was aware that if the catapults got close enough then they would cause great damage to the elven archers on top of the walls. He saw his elven archers as his babies and he would die of heartache if those babies who had reached level 3 died in front of his eyes. Therefore, Xiao Yu decided to eliminate the heavy weapons before they got into the range to become a headache for him. It was like seeing that the enemy had artillery then deciding to break those machines apart so that you got into the dominant position on the battlefield. Xiao Yu planned to break those catapults apart so that they couldn't pose threat to his troops. Xiao Yu had tested the demolishers in terms of distance and power and was very satisfied with the results. He had absolute confidence that the demolishers on top of the walls would be able to suppress any powerful siege equipment brought by Carrie. There weren't many equipment that were better than the Orcish demolishers in this era. Xiao Yu was occupying the high terrain which was already an advantage. The only problem that Xiao Yu was facing was accuracy. The accuracy of the demolishers was about ± 10 meters from the target. That's why Xiao Yu had decided to solve the accuracy issue by using two techniques. First, he was planning to use a few demolishers to attack one catapult. This way even if one didn't hit the catapult one other should. The second idea that he came up with was having multiple small rocks instead of one large rock. He had about 7 or 8 pieces of 30 or 40 kilogram rocks per demolisher shot instead of one single 200-300 kilogram rock. As a result, even if the error of the shots was great, 1 or 2 stone would always hit the target because of intensive strikes. Sure enough, those 30 or 40 kilogram rocks didn't just hit the catapults but also smashed the soldiers, pushing them forward into meat pieces. In a blink of an eye, 4 enemy catapults had turned into a pile of debris. Ha ha ha. Good. Demolishers are the best. Although they are expensive, they are cost-effective. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes as he was very satisfied with the result of the demolishers' first shots. In this short amount of time, which was less than 10 seconds, the slaves from the Black Iron tribe and peons had already filled the demolishers and they were ready for the second attack. Xiao Yu had brought peons to participate in this battle. Xiao Yu had planned to use peons as warriors. Although peons weren't as powerful as grunts, they had the physical advantage of humans. However, Xiao Yu gave up the idea when he tested the combat capabilities of the peons. Even the elven archers were better than the peons. In short, peons were meant for labor. Their participation in the battle would end up taking their lives. They looked tall and big but an elite human soldier could easily kill them. As a result, Xiao Yu thought maybe he could use them in logistics and labor. They couldn't fight but they could move rocks, carry the demolishers, and so on. They had great strength, so instead of having to have 2 grunts to move a demolisher, Xiao Yu used a few peons for the same task. Switch targets. Prepare, shoot. Xiao Yu shouted. Buzz! The rocks were like meteorites as they flew up and down towards another 5 catapults. In the blink of an eye, 5 more catapults of the enemy had turned into wood that would only be useful as fuel for a fire. These series of demolisher attack had shocked the ignorant army of Carrie. They thought that Xiao Yu had a high-level mage by his side who could release a meteorite spell. They thought that Xiao Yu had at least a rank 5 or rank 6 mage. The other soldiers who were controlling other catapults didn't dare to move forward because of this. However, Xiao Yu wasn't planning to easily let go of them. He continued with the same strategy and demolished another 6 of Carrie's catapults. Carrie had brought more than 20 catapults but he had lost more than half of them in a matter of seconds. What's happening? Do they have a rank 6 mage? Carrie's eyes almost protruded out of their sockets as he watched his catapults and soldiers turn into meat pieces. At the same time, the light infantry had already reached the town walls. They used ladders to begin to attack the walls of the town. Carrie had promised a huge reward for the first man to step onto the walls of the town, so the light infantry rushed forward without thinking about anything else. They had seen some stuff roar past by their heads, but the battlefield was chaotic and they didn't have time to think about anything else. The light infantry would only block arrows and push forward. Hundreds of footmen used their shields to protect themselves from the crossbowmen as grunts stood behind them waiting for the arrival of Carrie's army. Likewise, Carrie's heavy infantry gradually got closer to the open gates of the town. The arrows shot by the elves weren't even directed at them. Xiao Yu knew that it was a waste of arrows to shoot at heavy infantry. That's why he ordered archers to focus on light infantry instead. Get ready to receive the enemy, Captain Huey shouted out as he saw Carrie's soldiers begin to climb the wall. Chapter 41. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Kill the first soldiers from Carrie's side to reach the top of the ladder was a rank 1 warrior. Moreover, the man wasn't just an ordinary rank 1 warrior but a late stage 1. Carrie had scattered at least 2 warriors into every light infantry phalanx. He believed that they would be able to break through the wall guardians with their strength. Xiao Yu snorted at the approach taken by Carrie. If Carrie had concentrated all the warriors in a single phalanx, then perhaps they could pose a threat to Xiao Yu. However, he had separated these warriors. In this case, the grunts were more than capable of killing them. The grunts would be able to handle rank 1 warrior as long as they hadn't reached rank 2. In short, 3 grunts would be easily able to kill an early stage or middle stage rank 1 warrior. The reason Xiao Yu had chosen orcs as his first base was the strength of the grunts. In this era of the cold weapons, there aren't any race better than orcs. Neither elves nor humans have the advantages the orcs had at the initial stage of development. In addition, he had footmen now. They could do formation with their shields and easily suppress first-rank warriors. The battle on top of the walls this time wasn't much different from the last time. Although the number of soldiers that Carrie had brought was much more, Xiao Yu had doubled his army in quantity too. Last time, Xiao Yu had only 200 grunts defending the town walls and he didn't even have footmen. This time he had 500 grunts, 100 footmen, 100 elven hunters that come back and forth to support the wall. Carrie wouldn't be able to win unless he brought 5 times the force he had now. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood of dying soldiers sprayed on top of the walls. The grunts were stimulated by these scenes as their berserk skill activated. They would smash down the soldiers that wanted to get on top of the walls. The archers and the archmage continued to kill the soldiers that attacked the town. They hid behind footmen who used their shields to protect them. Archmage was using his cone of the cold, an excellent skill in such a defensive warfare. The fiercer Carrie's army rushed forward, more serious casualties they had. Normally, Carrie's army should have focused on killing the archmage first. Carrie had to send at least few soldiers and 2 warriors were to kill the archmage. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu had deployed about 10 footmen and 10 grunts to act as the archmage's bodyguards. He knew that he couldn't lose his archmage at all costs. Moreover, Xiao Yu himself was standing not far from the archmage. He had learned a few skills of the blade master, so he would be able to stand his own against 1 or 2 warriors without a problem. In addition, Xiao Yu had forged a long sword for himself that could better show the skills of the blade master. The style of the long sword was taken from the tang swords from his past life. The archmage reached level 7 after a bit of time. Xiao Yu immediately added the skill point to the archmage's ice barrier skill. The skill reached to level 2, raising the survival chances of the archmage. The battle for the wall was bloody and tragic. Carrie's army suffered heavy losses. Xiao Yu's side suffered losses too, but it wasn't that serious. Carrie's soldiers used military crossbows while climbing the ladders, but the top of the walls was protected by the footmen with shields. The grunts were behind footmen by a step or 2. As a result, even though the enemy soldiers used crossbows, they couldn't take successful shots. The elven archers were positioned even further back behind the grunts. Xiao Yu had given the command for them to shoot soldiers on the ground. They didn't have to shoot soldiers that were at the foot of the walls or the ones who climbed up. He had let the grunts to deal with them. Carrie was furious as he looked at the battlefield. He issued another order: continue attacking. Advance rapidly. I want the walls. If they can't take the walls, then I'll make them slaves once we get back. Carrie's line of sight turned towards the heavy infantry after issuing such a harsh order. The heavy infantry phalanx was about 10 meters away from the gates. At the start, when Xiao Yu opened the gates, Carrie thought that Xiao Yu was planning to surrender. Now, he was aware that Xiao Yu wasn't planning to surrender, but the town gates were still open wide. What was he planning to do? The phalanx of the heavy infantry had mages hidden inside their square form as well as a battering ram too. Carrie thought that Xiao Yu was afraid that they would be able to break the town gates anyway, so Xiao Yu depended on orcs as the last line of defense. The Spartan defense method used by Xiao Yu had left a deep impression on Carrie, so he planned to crush those orcs this time. Idiot. Last time I didn't have heavy infantry so I couldn't break through the gate. Do you think that I will be afraid of your orcs this time? I've read a lot of books and trained heavy infantry to fight against the orcs. We have done countless exercises to specifically deal with the orcs. You are still going to use the same strategy. Wait and see how I will slaughter all your orcs. The commander of the heavy infantry looked at the open gates of the town. His heart was full of doubts. The enemy had seen that the heavy infantry was slowly moving towards the gates, but they were still open. Why? Are they really confident that their orcs could break through our heavy infantry formation? History has proved that a formation of 100 heavy infantry can annihilate 100 orcs who were brave but didn't understand any battle formation. Boom boom. The heavy infantry phalanx moved step by step. Get ready. The commander shouted loudly. They had trained for the last month and they were finally going to test their exercises in a real-live battle. The heavy infantrymen issue war cries as they raised their heavy shields. The shield protected them from their knees to the neck. Moreover, the heavy infantrymen were standing side by side. As a result, the shield of the next soldier was protecting the body of the previous and so on. They were planning to use this formation to break through the orc formation. The first row of the heavy infantrymen had swords to resist the orcs. The latter rows had spears and military crossbows. They would shoot arrows and throw spears while the first row protected the formation. The infantrymen from the back rows would be able to kill all the orcs as long as the first row was able to protect the formation. The phalanx slowly moved towards the gate. In addition, they had a mage hidden inside the rows and he would use spells to kill the orcs faster. Originally, they would have been right, but today they would face a different result because the commander that they were facing was Xiao Yu. Beast 1 had a treacherous smile expressed on his face when the heavy infantry entered the town gates. Orcs were an honest, stubborn, and naive race. However, these grunts had followed Xiao Yu since their birth. They had seen their master act despicable, treacherous, and evil all the way, so they had learned everything from Xiao Yu. Especially, the first grunt that was produced, Beast 1, was the smartest out of them all. He had learned almost everything from Xiao Yu. Normally, the grunts produced by the system had no feelings and acted like robots. Their minds were blank like newborn babies. They knew nothing but fighting. That's why, like newborn babies, they learned everything from their parents as they spend most of their times with their parents. Xiao Yu was the sole parent to these orcs. They had learned and copied his words and habits. Get ready. Beast 1 shouted. The grunts separated to the sides and two huge machines with wings appeared behind them. The commander of the heavy infantry felt a bad feeling the moment he saw the strange machine. The ensuing event would prove that his instincts weren't wrong. The two wings of the machine opened up and a crescent-shaped blade appeared. Swoosh swoosh. Two strange sounds echoed as huge silver blades flew out, whistling in the air. The blades that were thrown were so fast that they couldn't be detected by the naked eyes. The heavy infantrymen had never seen such weapons before. Chapter 42. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Kai kai. A strange sound echoed out. It was as if metal was slicing through metal. The infantrymen felt extremely uncomfortable listening to the sound. However, everything happened too fast and they couldn't grasp what was happening. But the infantrymen stopped moving forward as soon as the sound stopped. The eyes of the infantrymen on the front row had extreme fright expressed in them. It was as if they had seen ghosts in the daylight. Their eyeballs almost protruded out of their sockets. Their intuition told that their bodies were totally different now. It was as if they had lost something but couldn't understand what they had lost. Afterward, they felt their bodies turn light and fall to the front. Moreover, they felt as if their waists stayed in the same place. It was just their upper body that fell down. Screams echoed through the gates as if the infantrymen saw the devil. The front row, which was made up of 10 infantrymen, was cut into two. Only 2 infantrymen were spared, and the reason was that the blades weren't wide enough to cover the whole 10-men formation. However, The formation lost its role because of the loss. The soldiers that were on the ground began to howl in a tragic manner. The infantrymen lost their morale to fight as they saw the scene in front of them. Most of the soldiers that go into the battlefield only think about taking enemy's life and achieve glory. Rarely will a soldier imagine that they might be killed on the battlefield. However, the nerves of the soldiers collapsed the moment they see the tragic death in front of them. Slicing a person into two from the waist up was a brutal punishment in the ancient times. Most of the important organs for a human to survive are in the upper body. That's why when the person is sliced into two, that person stays alive and conscious for a good time before death. The infantrymen on the back rows saw what had happened to their companions. The image was left in their minds. Some of them went through a mental breakdown as they knew that the next to be cut were them. The battlefield is always bloody, but you would rarely see such a massacre. At most, the head of the soldier would be chopped off and the person would die on the spot. In addition, the heavy infantrymen would never think that they would be cut through their waist because of their heavy armors and shields. Even a powerful warrior who cultivated battle energy would face difficulties had he wanted to cut off a heavy infantryman. But the glaive throwers could accomplish it very easily. The armors and shields of the heavy infantry were very thick, but it was relative to the armor of the light infantry. If the armor and shields were made full of iron, then few would be able to move on the battlefield. Their shields were very strong but were not made of iron. If it had been made of iron, then it would weigh around 300 to 400 kilograms. You need to have Herculean strength to move with them, let alone fighting against an enemy. The shields of the heavy infantry were in fact made out of wood. The surface of the shields was inlaid with metal and copper nails that conventional weapons couldn't break through. But glaive throwers weren't conventional weapons. The blades were able to slice through the first row and pierce the waists of the infantrymen on the second row. The blades couldn't cut through the waists of the second row of the infantrymen, but the painful howls of those men were much worse than the ones that were completely cut. They didn't have time to recover as grunts rapidly put the second blades onto the glaive throwers. Kai kai. The same sounds echoed again as two more rows of heavy infantrymen were cut off from their waists. In less than 3 seconds, the third shot was made from the glaive throwers. Xiao Yu had positioned 6 glaive throwers in the town gates. As a result, they had 3 rows of 2 glaive throwers. The grunts would immediately take the glaive throwers and pull them back to refill their blade while the other 2 prepared to make their shots. It was a fast and intensive way to bombard the heavy infantrymen. The blades flew out and cut the infantrymen into a variety of shapes. The blood and internal organs splashed out and sprinkled all over the place. The heavy infantrymen were panicking. They knew that if they went forward they would face death. The gates were narrow, so there was no place to run to hide. The armors and shields couldn't resist the blades, so they could only shout in panic and try to retreat. The mage in the formation could be a threat to the glaive thrower, but mage needed protection from the front so that he had the time to chant the spell. The mage saw the infantryman in front of him fall down. He was panicking too and couldn't chant the magic spell. The only thing that echoed in the minds of the heavy infantry was, retreat. They wanted to get away from this terrifying weapon that didn't belong to this world, but hell, it won't be so easy to run away. Xiao Yu looked at the infantryman with a satisfied smile on his face. The glaive throwers were excellent weapons. Use the demolishers. Xiao Yu waved and the peons and slaves from the Black Iron tribe began to adjust the demolishers. Heavy infantry could defend from sword attack but not from rocks thrown at them. Even their helmets would turn flat when the rocks hit their heads. Bang bang bang. Countless rocks fell down. The heavy infantrymen by the gates had become live targets. Because of the phalanx formation, they couldn't dodge nor resist the rocks. Countless infantrymen fell down to never stand up again. The infantrymen had thought that they would face orcs. If they really had fought against orcs, then they would cut through them like a knife into butter. But Xiao Yu was no fool. He wouldn't face them with grunts. He understood the plan and acted accordingly. He knew that most of his grunts had reached level 3, and some of them were even at level 4. But it would be very difficult for their giant axes to smash through their shields or armor. Moreover, When 10 shields were used in a formation to protect the ones on the side, the difficulty of passing through such a formation was at least doubled. That's why Xiao Yu knew that he would suffer heavy losses if he used the Spartan approach to deal with the heavy infantry. The point was that Xiao Yu didn't plan on using grunts to deal with the heavy infantry since the start. Who would play a game he knew he would lose? It wouldn't be a problem if a grunt faced a single heavy infantryman on the battlefield. The grunts could rely on their strength to kill them. However, a formation made by the infantryman was a different thing, so Xiao Yu had no intention of letting grunts fight the other side. He had played World of Warcraft and knew that he had to restrain the arms of the enemy. Originally, it would indeed have been very difficult to deal with the heavy infantry. He would need magicians to attack with fire and use explosions to split the formation. However, his archmage wasn't good with fire but ice. Cone of the Cold wasn't good enough to pierce the armors of the heavy infantry yet. The glaive throwers and demolishers were the weapons that solved his problem. First group, shoot. Second group, prepare, shoot. Xiao Yu ordered the riflemen who were focused by the gate to shoot at the enemy. He had divided the dwarves into 4 groups of 25. They would shoot in intervals. Although the bullets weren't as good as fire magic but achieved the effect that he wanted. The armor of the heavy infantry was very thick. Some places could block bullets, iron balls in this case, but some places were weak and couldn't stop them. Because of intensive shooting, the bullets would often hit these weak places in the armor and end up taking the lives of enemies. Glaive throwers, demolishers, and riflemen. This 3 long-ranged firepower combination was enough to finish Carrie's heavy infantryman. Too boring. He only has this much of ability and dares to mess with me. Xiao Yu sat in his chair and continued to drink the red wine. Chapter 43. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Carrie had a total of 1,000 heavy infantrymen, which was already a remarkable number for any territory. The main reason being that it was very costly to maintain a troop of heavy cavalry. Although it wasn't as powerful as heavy cavalry, it was a money-burning machine. Carrie lost about 300 heavy infantrymen because of the demolishers, glaive throwers, and riflemen. Moreover, this figure was constantly increasing because of the ongoing onslaught. Their speed of retreat was very slow because of the heavy armors and shields. In addition, they were retreating in a formation. If the heavy infantry dispersed, then the reorganization of the formation would be very difficult. Their movement into formation made their speed much slower. The range of the demolishers was far, so they could hit the heavy infantry from almost at any point. Xiao Yu wasn't planning to use demolishers to deal with light infantry. He let them climb the walls so that archers and grunts dealt with them. The right weapons had to be used in the right place for max efficiency. Scatter, scatter, release the formation. The commander of the heavy infantry issued an order as he saw the huge casualties and slow speed that they were facing. Once scattered, the attack of the demolishers will be limited and the number of casualties would decrease. If they went on with the formation, then they were just live targets that were waiting to be stoned to death. The heavy infantry scattered as soon as they heard the commander's order. Actually, the front rows of the phalanx were already in a panic and about to scatter any time. It was only the rear of the formation that hadn't seen the terror of the glaive throwers that stayed still. The commander was quick to issue an order to disperse, but by this time more than 400 heavy infantrymen were already killed. Carrie's face had turned pale as he looked upon the situation. He had fantasized about his heavy infantry breaking through the gates of the Lion Town, then capturing the place. But who would have thought that, let alone winning the battle, he would lose almost half of his heavy infantry troops in the initial stages of the battle? Why the hell did I feed those heavy infantrymen? I have spent so much on training them and they can't even beat the orcs. I'll use them as slaves in mine when we get back. Carrie had lost his noble image and was shouting right and left. Young master, the enemy has a strange weapon. It looks like a crossbow but with 2 big wings. They can launch blades nearly 2 meters in length and cut the heavy infantrymen in half. Neither shields nor armors can withstand the impact. We will lose more people if we push forward. A commander from the front line reported to Carrie and at the same time waited for Carrie's instructions. 2-meter long blades. It can cut the heavy infantry into 2? What weapon is that? There was fear in Carrie's tone as he had never heard of it. Master, I assume it is the glaive throwers of the elves. I have seen the picture of this glaive thrower in the books. It had 2 huge wings and can send out a blade. The elves had used these weapons in the war with humans in the past. Some human kingdoms had collected those machines, but reproduction was very difficult. I assume Xiao Yu had elves to craft them to aid him in the battle. Carrie's military advisor whispered the explanation. I have heard something similar but have never seen pictures of it. It is said that the glaive thrower is a terrifying weapon on the battlefield. Moreover, the casualties would be more serious the more intensive the formation is. It is a formation killer. Carrie's face was pale than the snow. Carrie's army withdrew back because even the heavy infantry had suffered losses. In short time, they had lost 6,000 soldiers. Hooray! Cheers of victory began to echo from the Lion Town as they defeated the first attack of Carrie's army. Xiao Yu didn't have many casualties on his side. There were several grunts who were seriously injured but none was killed. He used healing potions to treat those wounded grunts. The potion was good as it could save anyone as long as they were not dead. It was a level 1 potion, so the effects of the treatment weren't awe-inspiring, but it was good enough to let the wounded person survive. Xiao Yu thought that it would be priceless if he could have gotten this potion in his previous life. Xiao Yu hadn't lost a single warrior, but Captain Huey had lost at least dozens of soldiers, who were carried down from the walls. In the end, the main reason of the death of Captain Huey's soldiers or the injuries to the grunts were the crossbows used by Carrie's army. The military crossbows could launch arrows from dozens of meters away. Their threat was very large. The grunts weren't afraid of close combat as their levels had reached new heights and they had armors. However, crossbows were another matter that couldn't be avoided. Xiao Yu pondered about a solution to solve this crossbow problem but couldn't come up with a good method. The first wave had just finished, but Carrie's army was already planning for the second wave of attacks. Master, it was very strange that this Xiao Yu could get so many orcs and elves to help. There has to be a demon that has taken over him. I think we can't be way too aggressive and should carefully get intelligence from the Lion Town before doing our final attack. Military advisor spoke out his mind. Are you retarded? I have brought 20,000 soldiers to attack less than 2,000 and ended up with 6,000 losses. How do you think I will explain this to father? The other 2 brothers of mine already have begun to slander me in front of my father. If I go back this time with a failure, then I'll be facing heavy punishment. My life is now uncertain, let alone me being the successor to our territory. Carrie's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted around. Carrie was aware that it was going to be very difficult to win Lion Town now. He had brought 20,000 troops but didn't expect to be screwed so royally. But young Master Military Advisor tried to talk but was interrupted by Carrie. No, if I go back like this I will fall out of favor. I must win. Moreover, if I take back powerful weapons like the glaive throwers, then it will be worth it even if I lose 20,000 soldiers. We can work on them and imitate the weapons. Afterward, we will be invincible. That bastard Xiao Yu must have other secrets too. Once I learn them and can control the grunts, then I can conquer the world. Carrie had turned mad. Normally, madness would push a man to ruin, and Carrie was in this state. At this point, nothing or no one could change his mind. He thought that he must defeat Xiao Yu and take over Lion Town. He thought that he must learn the secrets of the glaive throwers and rule over the orcs. He thought that he could get his chances back in being the first heir even if he lost 20,000 troops. He had to win. Inform the army. We will launch a total attack half an hour later. There won't be any reserves at the back. The infantry, mages, warriors, catapults, everything and everyone will participate in the attack. Carrie fiercely clenched his fists. His knuckles began to crack as a crazy determination shone in his eyes. Chapter 44. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A person will do anything while in a state of madness. Carrie was forced into such a situation. His father had 3 sons and he was the youngest one. However, Carrie was the most trusted, most powerful and most favored one out of 3 sons. He was the first successor in line to be the next lord of the territory. Because of his last failure, his elder brothers had taken the opportunity to wantonly attack Carrie's reputation in his father's presence. They wanted to inherit the lordship. Carrie's father was also furious because of his actions. He thought that his son was too incompetent as he couldn't capture weak Lion Town with 5,000 soldiers. Carrie's mother had pleaded for him, otherwise his father would have punished Carrie long ago. In addition, Carrie brought up orcs which suppressed his father's anger. As a result, his father lent him another 20,000 troops to attack Liontown. The point of giving Carrie 20,000 troops wasn't just to attack Liontown but to hone the battle skills of the army. They were living in troubled times and Carrie's father was planning to expand their territory in this chaotic times. Carrie's father never thought that his son would fail to capture Liontown with so many troops, mages, warriors and siege equipment. Perhaps the results wouldn't change even if an experienced general came over to lead the attack. But right now the leader of the army was Carrie and all the responsibility was weighing on his shoulders. Carrie didn't dare to go back at this point because he had lost almost 6,000 soldiers out of 20,000 and couldn't capture Liontown. He knew that no one would say that Xiao Yu was too strong, but they will state that Carrie was incompetent. Carrie had to prove himself. He had to take Liontown, get glaive throwers, and capture orcs and elves so that his father would forget about the losses he faced. As a result, Carrie was desperate to capture the Liontown. He almost had 15,000 troops and if he couldn't win with strategy and tactics then he was going to break into the Liontown with just brute force by relying on a number of troops. He saw that the siege tactics by using the heavy infantry weren't of use. The only useful thing that he had at this point was the advantage of having a large number of troops. I don't believe that the orcs are unbeatable. I will use 10 times the strength to break through the Liontown. Carrie looked at his troops. Prepare for the battle. Heavy infantry, light infantry, mages, crossbow users, warriors and everyone else will charge Liontown. Any person who dares to turn back will be killed on spot. Either we take the town or we die in here. A mage helped to echo Carrie's voice all over the camp. I want victory. Kill those dirty orcs, capture those elves, and take those women as your playthings. You have only one way and that is to charge forward. Kill anyone who resists after you enter the Liontown. Everyone will be free to plunder the town for a full 3 days and get whatever they want as long as you are able to break into the town. Carrie was standing on top of the carriage and waving his sword. Kill. The soldiers were doubtful about the situation but they knew that they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. They thought that they would be able to break through the blockade and get into the town. They would be killing right and left as long as they were able to break through. In this type of battles where enemy made a siege, the morale of the defender party would be lost the moment the enemy broke into the town. Therefore, Carrie's troops knew that all they have to do is break into the town. Afterward, they would have glory, wealth, slaves, and everything else that they wished for. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes as he stood up and whispered, Carrie is desperate. It seems he can't go back as he will be severely punished, so he is giving his all to capture Liontown. He won't follow the art of war and will rely on pure numbers to press us. It's a big trouble. At the end of the day, Xiao Yu didn't have many troops. Moreover, Captain Huey's troops were useless in a sense. He knew that it would be very difficult to use 1,000 troops to resist at least 10 times the enemy. Xiao Yu wanted to rely on tactics and stratagems to win. But Carrie was going to brute force his way, so Xiao Yu had to hit hard. At least he is earnest. Xiao Yu put down the glass in his hand. He knew that it was time to test grunts in the battlefield. Kill Carrie's army roared as they began to charge. Grunts roar at them. Xiao Yu commanded. The most important thing in the battlefield was momentum. He had to raise the morale of Liontown. 500 grunts began to roar at the same time. It was as if tens of thousands of wolves were howling. No one in the town was able to hear each other's voice because of the roars of the grunts. Launch demolishers. Xiao Yu calculated the distance. He had to deal with the catapults of the enemy. Whoosh! Stones flew up and whistled through the sky. They smashed down. Bang bang bang. The people who were in the scope of the smashing stones were mostly killed. Only 1/3 of those were able to survive. Aim at the catapult on the left side. 5 demolishers. Aim and shoot. Xiao Yu saw enemy had divided the catapults into two groups. The interval between the two was far. That's why he used 5 demolishers to aim at a single catapult. Even if 4 didn't hit, one would. Buzz! The stones fell down and smashed both catapult and soldiers pushing it. The second group. Aim at the first catapult from the right side. Attack! Xiao Yu once more commanded. Bang bang bang. This attack was successful in demolishing another catapult. However, the enemy had almost 10 catapults left and they were able to only demolish 2 of them. The soldiers were rapidly pushing the catapults. Xiao Yu knew that once those catapults reached the distance where they were able to attack his army, they would be a huge threat to grunts and even the footmen. 4 glaive throwers. Aim at the second catapult from the right side. Shoot! Xiao Yu issued another command. He had 10 glaive throwers. 6 of them were by the town gates while 4 of them were on top of the walls. In fact, both demolishers and glaive throwers were much more effective if they shot from the top of the walls. Kai kai kai. 4 blades were shot from the glaive throwers. They whistled through the air. Bang bang bang. One of them hit the catapult and crooked the machine. The other 3 weren't successful. The glaive thrower's accuracy wasn't good in long-range attacks. However, Xiao Yu had used 4 of them so that at least one of them would be successful in shooting down the catapult. If he used only one glaive thrower, then it may take a long time without even successfully hitting the catapult. Moreover, the other blades didn't hit the catapult but cut soldiers in half, which was a stirring visual impact on the enemy. The enemy soldiers had reached the foot of the walls while catapults were used to push towards the town. Some of them rushed towards the gates. Archers had begun to shoot long ago while the grunts were arranging the glaive throwers by the gates so that they would be ready to launch at any moment. Chapter 45. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The Archmage's Cone of the Cold spell was useless in attacking heavy infantry, but the light infantry didn't have strong armor to withstand the attack. It didn't take long before a gold light flashed and wrapped itself around the Archmage's body. Antonidas had reached level 8. Excellent. Xiao Yu added the new skill point to the Archmage's Ice Barrier, which reached level 3, the maximum. The main role of the Archmage in this battle was to protect himself while killing as many enemies as possible, so Xiao Yu was distributing the skill points accordingly. At the same time, Tyran shot searing arrows that hit 2 soldiers with shields who wanted to break through the gates of the town. First group of riflemen, pay attention to the direction of the searing arrows and shoot. Xiao Yu commanded. Tyran's searing arrows was shot in the direction of the enemy magician who was protected by the heavy infantryman. Xiao Yu had ordered Tyran not to delve into killing ordinary enemy soldiers but use her eagle eye skill to find the position of enemy mages. Later on, she would use searing arrows to hit the infantryman that protected the mage. The riflemen would know where their target was because of the burning arrows. In addition, Tyran had another task, which was to kill warriors of the enemy. Her shooting was so precise that she could accurately kill enemy warriors that lurked within the crowd. This way she was helping the grunts. Grunts struggled a bit to fight against the enemy warriors. Tyran's help was crucial to them. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu had taught grunts a solution to deal with the enemy warriors. 4 or 5 grunts would heave their giant axes at the body of a warrior. This way, the warrior would have to dodge and the distance they grunts had to cover to make a move would decrease by a lot. It was the tactic that Xiao Yu had used in his previous life to kill enemy heroes. Although the warriors were powerful, they couldn't withstand 4 or 5 axes smashing down at them. This way, there would always be an opportunity for a grunt to kill the warrior. The main advantage of the grunts was their tyrannical strength. They didn't have any good martial arts skill, but the explosive force that they could come up with was enough to kill their warriors. In comparison, their warriors had superb martial arts, flexible bodies, and many other advantages that grunts didn't have. A rank 1 warrior was basically equal to the level 9 character from the game system. The second rank warrior were level 10 or more in combat effectiveness. Grom was able to kill a second rank warrior when he was at level 9 because of his body strength and many powerful skills. Bang bang. Bullets shot past and hit the infantry with shields that protected the enemy mage. Bang. Tyrande once again shot searing arrows. 2 soldiers by the mage fell, revealing a large gap. The bullets shot by the rifleman went through that gap and hit the mage's body. Magicians covered their bodies with a magic shield spell, but that shield couldn't hold up against the intensive shooting done by the riflemen. 100 riflemen would normally shoot at will unless Xiao Yu ordered them to deal with an enemy mage. At the same time, countless light and heavy infantrymen had come to the gates of the town. They had disregarded their formation and rushed to the gate in scrambles. Their aim was glory, wealth, and beauties. A formation was useless, so the commander let them act the way the infantryman felt right. Carrie's commander wasn't a fool and knew that if the infantryman attacked randomly, the effect of the glaive throwers would be minimalized. Kai. The first two glaive throwers shot the blades. Dozens of the soldiers that tried to come through the gate were cut in half. The light infantry was way more an easy target for the blades in comparison to the heavy infantry. The blades cut through 20 rows of light infantrymen and didn't spare anyone within 50 meters. Screams echoed out as many of Carrie's soldiers were scared. They stayed still outside the gates while their minds were at a loss. At the same time, the second row of the glaive throwers made the shots. Kai. The rest who were inside the gates were chopped in half. Warriors tried to jump over the blades and pass through. Commander of the infantry shouted out. Indeed, the trajectory of the blades was stable. If a flexible warrior could jump past from the sides, then they would be able to bypass the blades thrown from the glaive throwers. At the end of the day, the angle of the blades was fixed. The glaive throwers were effective when dealing with crowds. However, their efficiency reduced a lot when only a few warriors rushed past. Few warriors heard the commander's order. They ran past and jumped over the walls to rapidly attack. Kai. Glaive throwers once again shot blades. However, this time most of the warriors were able to dodge the blades. Only one warrior was hit and cut in half while the other warriors were able to bypass. Ugh! A roar echoed out at the gates of the town. Dust fell down from the roof of the gates. Grom rushed out using Windwalk and Omnislash. He sliced a warrior directly into two. Grom was level 10 and was equal in strength to a second-rank warrior who cultivated battle energy. Douchi! It was easy for him to kill a first-rank warrior. In addition, few other warriors were able to rush towards the glaive throwers. The grunts stopped them, but at the same time warriors were able to stop the launch of the glaive throwers. The commander saw the opportunity and shouted, "Rush in! The glaive throwers won't launch any blades." Countless soldiers rushed into the town gates. However, when they were almost in front of the glaive throwers, two grunts once more launched the blades. The commander issued another order, "Don't stop. As long as we block the front, they won't be able to use them." Soldiers swarmed in as if they were ants. In the blink of an eye, the entire gate was filled with enemy soldiers. At the same time, warriors were interfering with the grunts who tried to use glaive throwers. The role of the glaive throwers was greatly reduced, so Grom commanded grunts to carry back the machines. Ugh! Grom issued another roar and his body began to spin around and move forwards. Countless soldiers were cut in half by Grom. Whirlwind. This was the skill mastered by blade masters after reaching level 10. Grom's execution of this skill was only at level 1, but it was very strong. It was a skill that was most suitable for the large-scale close combat. Xiao Yu looked forward to seeing the Bladestorm skill appear after Grom leveled up. He believed that Bladestorm would be much more powerful than Whirlwind and that Grom would be able to sweep through the battlefield with that skill. Grom was wearing a T1 armor set, so the swords from the enemies wasn't a problem for him. He was an unstoppable tiger that had delved into a flock of sheep. Xiao Yu saw that the glaive throwers had lost their effect. He shouted, "Grom, push the enemy out of the town gates. The defensive line will be outside." In the first wave of attacks, the grunts stayed inside the town, so they had heavy casualties. This time, Xiao Yu was planning to change the tactic and push the enemy to the outside of town gates. Grom heard Xiao Yu's order and waved towards the grunts to follow up. Grunts roared up as their eyes began to turn red as the berserker skill got activated. Chapter 46. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The grunts forced the infantry out of the town by driving them out with their brute strength. The strength of the grunts was reflected in this situation once more. The grunts at the gates were specially selected by Xiao Yu. He had chosen all the grunts that had reached level 4. A grunt who had reached level 4 could cope up with 5 and 6 human soldiers at the same time as long as they weren't in a formation. Ugh! The furious roars of the grunts filled the town gates. The enemy soldiers who rushed in constantly wanted to kill the grunts and enter the town. Xiao Yu gestured towards the Archmage, Cone of the Cold, outside the gates. Xiao Yu ordered the Archmage, who had just restored his mana. The mana potions that Xiao Yu gave to Archmage were very slow acting. It would take around 4 or 5 minutes for the depleted mana to be restored. Xiao Yu understood that the recovery rate of the mana would be much more rapid when he is able to produce high-level mana potions. The Archmage smiled and nodded. He began to chant a spell as a large ice cone appeared outside the town gates. The icicles began to sprinkle down all over the place. The light infantrymen faced a storm of icicles. Most of them howled miserably before their death. Last time, Xiao Yu had used 50 elven archers to support the grunts as they held the town gates. However, in this battle he had chosen for the Archmage to support the grunts. The scale of the battle was too large. If he had chosen the elves, then they had to look out from the walls to decimate the enemies at the gates. But Archmage didn't have to get close to the edge of the walls. He could just chant a spell and direct its formation to just outside the gates. Moreover, the number of soldiers dying at the Archmage's hands was much more than if he had used elves. First group, ready, shoot. Second group, ready, shoot. Xiao Yu saw that Tyrant had found another enemy mage, so he began to command the rifleman to target the mage. Mages couldn't protect themselves from the continuous stream of bullets shot by the rifleman. Puchy. A long spear penetrated the body of a soldier recruited by Captain Hewitt. A ballista used by the enemy was throwing long spears. Its accuracy wasn't good, but the shots were lethal. At the same time, 5 of the catapults of the enemy began to throw large rocks at the walls. However, the efficiency of the enemy catapults wasn't as good as that of a ballista. They were using large rocks that they could only throw one at a time. Xiao Yu, instead, was using smaller rocks to throw 7 or 8 pieces at a time that scattered and inflicted more damage. There were advantages to using large rocks and small rocks depending on the situation. Large rocks could smash through and make a gap in the walls, but the accuracy of such shots was very low. First group of demolishers aim at the first ballista on the left side. Ready, shoot. Xiao Yu quickly estimated that the threat of the ballistae was higher than that of the catapults, so he decided to deal with the ballistae first. His warriors and Captain Huey's soldiers were able to escape large rocks as they could determine the trajectory of it. However, the spears thrown by the ballistae were much faster, accurate, and powerful. Even the Archmage would be killed if he was hit by one. Xiao Yu didn't want to face such a situation, so he decided to deal with ballistae before the catapults. After 4 consecutive shots, Xiao Yu was able to destroy scattered ballistae of the enemy. Although they launched and threw spears several times before he was successful, fortunately, there wasn't much of a damage. A spear had penetrated the chest of a grunt, yet he was still able to wave his giant axe and continue to battle. Xiao Yu immediately ordered 2 grunts to drag that grunt back and pull out the spear. He used a healing potion to deal with the wound. Xiao Yu had accumulated a lot of potions, but the consumption rate was amazingly fast in the battle. However, he wasn't stingy with the potions and used them to save anyone he could. After destroying the ballistic, Xiao Yu used 10 demolishers and 4 glaive throwers to aim at the catapults of the enemy. It didn't take long before they too were destroyed. After the destruction of the catapults and ballistae, the only threats that remained were the warriors and the magicians, and the main threat that Xiao Yu was facing, the number advantage of the enemy. The battle at the gates had turned tragic. Enemy soldiers rushed in an attempt to break through. However, Grom was able to lead the grunts to push back the enemy each time. It wasn't just light infantry but heavy infantry too that were involved in the battle at the gates. Because of their armor, they couldn't climb the wall, so their only option was to attack through the gate. The giant axes of the grunts were sharp, but they couldn't easily tear through the armor of the heavy infantry. However, it didn't matter, as Xiao Yu had taught them few ways to efficiently deal with the heavy infantry. The first method shown by Xiao Yu was to wave the axe sideways at the head of the heavy infantry. Because of the immense strength of the grunts, the heads of the heavy infantrymen were chopped or smashed even though they wore helmets. Xiao Yu had shown them a second method in case the grunts weren't able to attack the heads of the heavy infantry. That method was to use their big feet to kick the knees of the heavy infantrymen. Their knees were protected by thin metal, but neither armor nor knee joints could withstand the impact of a grunt harshly kicking off. The facts proved that Xiao Yu's approach was very effective and feasible against the heavy infantry. By kicking on their knees, the grunts were able to deal with heavy infantry much easier than the light infantry. Light infantrymen could dodge and sway to the sides. The heavy infantry could not. The heavy infantry was powerful against ordinary human soldiers, as humans couldn't penetrate their armor, but grunts weren't affected in such a skirmish battle. Buzz. Xiao Yu saw that the archmage reached level 9, he immediately added a skill point to the water elemental summoning skill. In an instant, another water elemental appeared next to the archmage. It and the first one helped the archmage to deal with enemy soldiers. Grom was constantly using whirlwind to chop enemies. Soon, he also reached level 11. Xiao Yu added another skill point to whirlwind skill so that it reached level 2. The strength of whirlwind increased by 100% on level 2. Chop chop. Grom launched whirlwind once more as it smashed into the enemy soldiers. Strong battle energy covered both his body and sword as he continued to harvest life as if he was reaping wheat. Tyrant had also reached level 11. Xiao Yu added a skill point to True Shot Aura. The role of True Shot Aura was great on the battlefield, as it didn't just promote the strength of the wielder of the skill but the entire platoon of long-range elven archers. Chapter 47. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. More than 10,000 troops began an attack which resulted in few warriors to be able to seize a small place of the walls. However, the grunts stormed on again and again to take back the part of the wall. Because of the constant slaughter, the bodies of the grunts had dyed blood red. The green skin was covered with the blood of their enemies. At first sight, it seemed that footmen didn't have much of a role in this war in comparison to the grunts. However, the unique skills of the footmen also played a huge role in the outcome. First and foremost, the footmen were the first line of defense of the walls that protected grunts and archers from crossbow shots. Secondly, they had used both their shields and bodies to protect the elf archers from enemies that were able to squeeze onto the top of the wall. Thirdly, the footmen always formed formations to block the soldiers of Carry when they were successful in breaking through and capturing a part of the wall. Their warriors from each race had their advantages and disadvantages. Footmen were weaker than grunts in the attack, but their detailed defense formations were above the capabilities of the grunts. At this point, the armor of the footmen was low-level equipment. In the future, Xiao Yu could improve and upgrade their armor so that they could reach heavy infantry level troops. This way, they would be much more powerful than any heavy infantry troop in the world. Archers were the champions of this battle. Because of Tyrann's True Shot Aura, their abilities were enhanced too. They were the troops that had killed most enemies. The performance of the riflemen was excellent too. They hadn't killed as many enemies as elf archers, but they were indispensable in defeating and suppressing the enemy magicians. It was because of the riflemen that the enemy mages couldn't do anything. Otherwise, the mages could play a great role in slaughtering the grunts. It could be said that the riflemen were protectors of the grunts in this battle. Hunters ride their leopards back and forth the wall. They would help to kill the enemy, assist the grunts in keeping the positions on the wall, and act as mobile aid. All warriors did their best. However, it was Xiao Yu's commanding abilities that brought them victory. The enemy side didn't have catapults or ballistae, so Xiao Yu focused his demolishers and glaive throwers on killing the enemy soldiers. 10 demolishers would throw at the same time. The rocks would stumble down, turning the enemy soldiers into meat pies. The casualties of Carry's army had reached 15,000, but they could break through neither from walls nor from the gates. They had more than 4,000 soldiers left in the battlefield, but all the soldiers including the commanders were mentally exhausted. The soldiers were angry at Xiao Yu's side, but at the same time, they were not planning to go on to fight for eternity. Carry's promise of wealth, glory, and beauty had dissipated into the air as it didn't mean much at this point. Xiao Yu was able to resist most difficult part of the battle. The enemy didn't have heavy weaponry and couldn't attack the top of the walls or make a threat to the town. However, they still kept charging forward. Carry, be a man. Your army is still in here. Where the heck are you running off to? Are you a man or not? Xiao Yu loudly shouted. Carry's army was already exhausted spirit-wise, so most of the soldiers turned around to check Carry's carriage as soon as they heard Xiao Yu's words. Carry wasn't there. Since the start of the war, Carry was standing on top of the carriage and watching the battle. However, now Carry was gone. Apparently, He had entered the carriage to run away. The soldiers began to panic when they saw that their leader had disappeared. The last trace of will in their hearts was lost, and slowly but surely the soldiers turned around to escape. In fact, Carrie wasn't planning to escape. On the contrary, he had entered the carriage to wear his battle armor. He had decided to participate in the war. The problem was that he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. As a result, he had decided to personally join the war to inspire his soldiers. He was planning to beat Xiao Yu and needed the last push to break through the town. However, Xiao Yu was sharp, so he immediately began to shout the moment Carrie entered the carriage. Moreover, his words crushed the last trace of will the soldiers hoped on. The situation was out of control when Carrie got out of the carriage. He could no longer control the soldiers that were retreating in batches. The situation was on the brink, and Xiao Yu's words were the trigger that brought destruction. Pursue, chase. Xiao Yu shouted as he stood on top of the walls. This retreat wasn't like the previous retreat. Previous time Carrie's troops retreated while maintaining formations. That was why Xiao Yu didn't dare to send his warriors to those soldiers. However, now after losing more than 15,000 soldiers, Carrie's troops were just running back as fast as they could. The grunts began to go down from the walls to lead the attack. The hunters were on the wings while riflemen and archers were at the back. They were going to kill anyone that they could. Grunts were carrying glaive throwers and were launching them once in a while. It's impossible. How could we get into such situation? Carrie screamed like a madman as he looked at the retreating army. Master, we have to go. I know Lord's punishment will be hard, but it's better than facing the death in here. Carrie's military advisor Dr. grabbed Carrie's hand as he advised. Carrie watched his army which retreated and saw Xiao Yu's troops that were behind them in pursuit. Tears flew down his eyes as he clenched his teeth. Let's go. Carrie made his choice. Carrie was going to escape. Maybe he won't even go back to his own territory. Normally, he was a courageous young master. However, he felt his hands tremble as he saw orcs pursue his troops and get close to his position. He was a son of a territory's lord, and because of constant protection, he had never been in such a situation. He had never felt death few steps away from himself. At the moment, he looked at the orcs and knew what real fear was. The carriage turned around and began to drive away. There was a magic array drawn on the carriage by a magician, so the carriage went fast and smooth. Xiao Yu didn't have cavalry, so he knew that it would be very difficult to catch up with Carrie. However, he didn't think that he would be able to kill Carrie in the battlefield. Moreover, even if Carrie was able to get back, his life wouldn't be good for the rest of his days. After this, Xiao Yu knew that Carrie's father wouldn't be able to send someone to attack for a long time. It would give him chance to recuperate, grow, develop and rise up. Grunts pursued them for up to 10 miles and killed more than 1,000 soldiers. Carrie's soldiers were far more than their enemies, but no one was planning a counterattack but focused on escape. Xiao Yu ordered his warriors to stop. There was a touch of a smile on his face as he looked at the army that was running away. This victory would lay the foundation of his future hegemony. The Lion Town wasn't a small territory anymore. He was planning to make a kingdom and expand on to unify the world. It was sunset, and afterglow of the sun rays fell onto Xiao Yu's body. The grunts, elves, dwarves, and others were around him, forming a unique picture. A famous painter would draw this scene after a long time and would call this picture The Rise of the King. Chapter 48. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Since the establishment of the Lion Town, there had never been such a vivid, shocking and big victory. Because of the special circumstances, even Xiao Zhantan got more and more losses at the late stages of his life. But Xiao Yu was able to lead Lion Town with 2,000 soldiers to defeat an army of 20,000. What kind of victory was it? Even the bravest generals wouldn't dare to think of such a victory. Moreover, the casualties from the Lion Town was very low. Captain Huey led 1,000 soldiers and only about 300 soldiers had died. Xiao Yu's troops had fewer casualties because of the healing potions. He would immediately take back the injured one and treat with potions to reduce the number of casualties. At the end of the war, only 10 grunts, 7 archers, 2 hunters and 14 footmen were killed. The riflemen had no casualties. As a result, Xiao Yu had only 33 people killed in the war. Anyone would look at the results as an extremely incredible victory. However, It was Xiao Yu's tactics and strategies that led to such a victory. He used demolishers and glaive throwers well to achieve such a remarkable record. Although everyone praised him, Xiao Yu felt heartache for the warriors that died. He was reflecting on the previous war to see what kind of mistakes he had made and what he could have done to change the outcome. After the war, the first thing he did was to make a grand funeral for the warriors he had lost. The grunts were taken back to the altar while elves embraced the Mother Earth. This victory made the people of the Lion Town believe in their lord's ability to protect them and support them with a stable life. His enemies got to know that Xiao Yu had the ability to beat them, so they wouldn't easily attack the Lion Town. Housekeeper Hong had let go of the strict image that he held on to this day. He was drinking a lot of wine while tears of happiness flew down through his cheeks. "Lord, can you see it? Young master has changed and becomes useful. He will lead the territory to prosperity. You can rest in peace." Xiao Yu's sisters-in-law were happy and excited. Since the marriage, their life in the Lion Town hadn't been happy. They face various difficulties because of financial constraints, multiple defeats, and the death of their husbands and so on. Sometimes they would ask themselves why they still stayed in the Lion Town. However, all of them were loyal to their late husbands. But they couldn't see hope about the future. Today, Xiao Yu had brought them hope. Recently, Xiao Yu had plundered bandit groups and brought a lot of materials and resources. There were many things that women adored from his loot. Before, because of financial constraints, Lion Town couldn't afford such things, but Xiao Yu was able to bring those treasures and clothes as if they were nothing to him. It made sisters-in-law very happy. After all, which woman doesn't like material things? Now, their lives were better and there was a smile constantly hanging on their faces. They were full of confidence about the future of the territory. Xiao Yu narrowed his lecherous eyes as he drank wine and watched the beauties dance. Normally, these dancers were given as maids to his sisters-in-law. They never let them dance in front of Xiao Yu. But because of the victory, these women were called out to dance. No wonder, everyone wants to be an emperor. It's such a good feeling. Eat delicious food, drink wine, watch beauties dance. This feeling is way too fucking awesome. Xiao Yu watched dancers and peeped at his sisters-in-law from time to time. The demeanor of his sisters-in-law was different. After a few drinks, his eldest sister-in-law Kain still held on to a noble lady's temperament after drinking wine. Her cheeks were red, eyes blurred, but her posture was elegant. His second sister-in-law was more reserved. She didn't drink much. Her demeanor was cold and she was more of a refined type of a woman. It was as if she was a fairy brought to this world. The hottest one was his third sister-in-law Camilla. She was of European descent. She drank a lot. Her eyes were hazy. Fourth sister-in-law Sushaw had changed to wear a white evening dress. She was sitting close by to his fifth sister-in-law. They didn't drink but chatted a lot. He couldn't peep at them because Sushaw would fiercely stare at him once in a while. Xiao Yu's saliva began to flow down as he thought about the fourth and fifth sisters-in-law. Life is good, Xiao Yu whispered. He knew that the troubled times were coming, and if he couldn't dominate the world, then sooner or later he would be swallowed by other factions or territories. This world lived by the rules of the jungle. You had to swallow others if you didn't want to become someone else's food. There was no other way. Everyone asked Xiao Yu dance when the banquet reached its climax. There were no aristocratic ladies, so Xiao Yu had to ask one of his sisters-in-law. He wasn't planning to let go of this opportunity. He began to invite them. His most favorite sister-in-law Kain replied that she had drunk too much and couldn't dance. Instead, it was Camilla who took the initiative to dance with Xiao Yu. The fire within him rose up to the sky when he saw the deep cleavage expose in front of his vision. Xiao Yu didn't act honest and began to touch her up when he saw that others weren't paying attention. Surprisingly, Camilla didn't stop Xiao Yu, which made him make more advances. She reached out to his ear and whispered, "Because of the victory I'll let go of you today. But if you dare to act this way, then I'll cut off something." She stared at the little Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu began to sweat. The moment his private part was mentioned, the party ended, but celebrations went all night long. Xiao Yu woke up early the next day and went to his base. He was able to get 30,000 merit service points from the yesterday's war, so his commander rank had reached Master Sergeant. It meant that he could summon his fourth base. He had summoned 3 bases from the world of Warcraft, so now he had the change to summon undead base. However, Xiao Yu had his doubts. The reason was that the undead was excluded by all types of living beings. It would lead to a collective crusade by other territories if they got to know that Xiao Yu was leading a troop of undead. Orcs and elves were different from humans. The world had a lot of strange races, and orcs and elves had long been extinct. Moreover, humans didn't look at orcs with hatred because humanity was able to destruct the orcs in the past. From the point of humanity, orcs were no different from demonic creatures. They were beasts and that's it. The elves were the noblest race on the continent. The other would at most try to use them as their pets. But the undead was different. Let alone outsiders, even the people of his lion town couldn't stand Xiao Yu if they knew that he commanded such troops. They would try to get away from him, which would lead to the collapse of his territory. Chapter 49. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. As a result, he had to be very careful with the construction of the undead base. Xiao Yu knew that there were big drawbacks with the construction of the base, but still chose to build it. Fourth base meant another hero and different types of warriors which could help him in the future. The undead creatures were shady, but their role in the warfare would be great. He searched for a deep cave in the vicinity so that it would be hard for other to enter this place and choose to build his undead base. Boom! A loud noise echoed as necropolis appeared in front of him. The wind began to blow and it seemed that temperature dropped by several degrees in the blink of an eye. Cynical voices began to echo from the necropolis as if Xiao Yu had entered hell. He was a bit frightened and cold sweat flew down his spine. He didn't use undead while gaming. Nevertheless, any sane person would feel unwell when facing the real deal. Construct Altar of the Darkness. Xiao Yu swallowed his saliva and commanded. Boom! Altar of Darkness appeared in front of him. It was very tall and made of human bones. It looked like a bone mountain. Please choose the hero. The voice of the system echoed, which pulled Xiao Yu from the shock. Death Knight. Xiao Yu chose the most familiar hero. He had played WoW and Arthur's was his favorite hero because of the tragedy that the man lived through. Moreover, he was excited to see the legendary Frostmourne and horse that Arthur's used. The neighing of a horse echoed half an hour later from the top of the altar. The flames burned and sprayed from 4 horseshoes, nose and mouth of the legendary death charger that carried Death Knight Arthur's. The horse neighed once more and raised its front legs to jump from the altar. Arthur's greets the master. The Death Knight jumped off from the horse and greeted Xiao Yu with a standard knight ceremony. Xiao Yu looked at Arthur's, a prince and a paladin that had become a Death Knight. He had gone through many tragedies. Xiao Yu sighed as he remembered Jaina, who was widowed by Arthur's. He was way too sad and couldn't wait to comfort Jaina. Xiao Yu put away the thoughts and looked at the Frostmourne that had made countless humans go mad. You are the way I expected you to be. Tall, handsome. Ah, if I was like this, Xiao Yu continued. Arthur's, is it alright if I play around with Frostmourne? Arthur's immediately responded. Master, sorry, but the sword may hurt you, so I can't give it to you. It's alright. Xiao Yu looked at Death Knight. After observing Arthur's and his horse, Xiao Yu began to check skills and choose one for the Death Knight. Xiao Yu wanted to ride the horse, but he abandoned the idea after seeing the flames erupt. The skills that Arthur's could learn were Death Coil, up to level 3. The Death Knight could use the power of darkness to shoot energy, arrows, from his hands, which could cause damage to the enemy or cure his companions. Cooling time is 10 seconds. Death Pact, up to level 3. The Death Knight could kill a unit and take their evil energy to restore his own health. Cooling time is 10 minutes. Animate the Dead, up to level 3. The Death Knight can summon 2 dead bodies to fight for him. First level 2 undead, second level 4 undead, third level 6 undead. Sinister Strike, up to level 3. Death Knight can cause 50% damage to the target and affect its soul, skin, flesh, and blood to corrode. The cooling time is 5 seconds. All the skills are evil. Xiao Yu pinched his chin as he pondered for a long time and decided on Death Coil skill. This skill would be useful both in attacking the enemy and treating the friendly undead. The system had given 5 ghouls as labor, which made Xiao Yu very happy. The ghouls could be used as labor and to kill the enemy. Moreover, The ghouls are counted as half units. For example, 2 ghouls were equal to a single grunt. It meant that if Xiao Yu summoned 100 ghouls, then it would be equivalent to 50 units. However, he wasn't planning to summon so many ghouls. He didn't plan to openly use them on the battlefield. Xiao Yu was allowed to have 2,000 warriors under his command after reaching the rank of Master Sergeant. Xiao Yu was excited as it meant that he could get 1,000 more warriors. It would greatly increase his strength. Xiao Yu planned to add 100 archers, 100 riflemen, 100 footmen and 100 grunts for now. He was planning to have 500 cavalry and 100 undead. Xiao Yu left the necropolis and went to the other bases to continue to get warriors. However, he stopped by the orc base when he saw that he had no money to continue to get warriors. Archmage reached level 10 in yesterday's battle, so Xiao Yu made sure that Archmage could summon 3 water elementals. He spent money to get a T1 set, arcane armor, for the Archmage. This armor doubled the strength of the Archmage. The role of the equipment was very important in the battle. Grom was able to act as a killing machine because of the T1 armor he was wearing. He even killed a second-rank warrior who had attacked him. However, this move had made Xiao Yu penniless once more. I have to rob and plunder more, Xiao Yu said in anger. Xiao Yu looked at the 1,000 gold coins left in the system. In addition, he saw 2 system messages. He jumped up in happiness. The first message from the system was that Xiao Yu could summon 2 more heroes because he had completed construction of all 4 bases. The second news was that because of completion of the 4 bases, the blacksmiths shops could be upgraded to level 2, which would produce better mana, healing potions and armors. So I can get such rewards for constructing 4 bases. Heavens, you are so great by favoring me. 2 more heroes meant a lot of help. Moreover, he could produce better armors, weapons, equipment and buy much more effective potions. Xiao Yu's hands were trembling as he was planning which 2 heroes to choose when the system message popped up. Damn it. A hero would cost 200,000 gold coins. How many bandit camps do I have to rob to get that much? Chapter 50. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Yu's face had turned pale as he could summon heroes but couldn't at the same time. It was like watching a beautiful naked woman lying on the bed but couldn't make it rise up. It was simply a torture. I want to rob and plunder, Xiao Yu shouted in anger. Xiao Yu had reached a lot of experience points because of the successful commanding and shared experience from the yesterday's war. He had reached level 9 and would level up to 10 after a little bit. The experience points for Xiao Yu was different from warriors and heroes. The heroes and warriors summoned from the system relied exactly on a number of opponents they had killed to gain experience points. However, Xiao Yu was affected by overall battle. Xiao Yu had extra 6 skill points as he reached level 9 but wasn't in a hurry to allocate them. The basic attribute points were distributed by him to strength, agility, endurance and to meditation. The meditation was a value which showed his mana resource. Xiao Yu's skills were the same ones from the Blade Master. Next, he was planning to get skills that were related to magic. This way he would become much stronger. However, Xiao Yu retained using the skill points because he could only learn the skills that heroes had learned. Xiao Yu wanted to choose Heroic Leap skill of the Blade Master but changed his mind. He decided to wait for Blade Master to master better skills so that Xiao Yu could also get stronger skills which would increase his combat capability and flexibility of his body. Moreover, Archmage had 4 more skills after reaching level 10. Xiao Yu was waiting to see if Archmage had a teleporting skill which would be handy in battles. Because of the many possibilities, Xiao Yu waited to get more skill points and learn the most powerful and usable skills to the full level in one go. He was excited as he thought about different abilities and skills. Archmage could master 4 new skills after reaching level 10, Frost Nova, up to level 3. Archmage releases frost that limits the movement of everyone within given range. The range and strength of the Frost Nova improves with the level increase. Teleportation, up to level 3. Archmage could instantly teleport to another location. First level teleportation is limited to 20 yards, second level limited up to 40 yards and third level is limited up to 60 yards. Enhanced water elementals, Up to level 3, Archmage can call out enhanced water elementals. They can release Frostbolt skill while attacking enemies. At first level, they can shoot 3 icicles, on the second level they can shoot 6 icicles, and on the third level they can shoot up to 9 icicles at a time. Arctic Frost, up to level 3. The skill improves the strength of the Archmage's ice affinity. At first level 20%, second level 40%, and third level 60% upgrade. Xiao Yu had trouble with making a choice as all the skills were powerful. Nevertheless, he added a skill point to the enhanced water elementals. This way the water elementals could release Frostbolt skill, which would make them like mobile machine guns. The next few days, Xiao Yu asked Captain Hewitt to send spies to detect information from Carrie's side, and he took his warriors to continue to rob bandits. He could get easy money by robbery, so he had to do what he had to do. Xiao Yu had a great advantage even in a head-on battle because of the 10 demolishers and 10 glaive throwers. At best, the bandits used wood to construct walls, so the siege equipment used by Xiao Yu could demolish the walls very easily. Grunts would enter the camp while Grom led them. Archmage would kill from long range while archers do the same thing. Xiao Yu swept through 7 bandit camps in a time frame of 1 month. He had accumulated 500,000 gold coins and countless materials. He would gift treasures and clothes to his sisters-in-law when he found them while raiding bandit camps. As the time passed, his sisters-in-law began to give him a wish list which stated what his sisters-in-law wanted. Xiao Yu was shocked as if he was going to buy stuff from the supermarket. Xiao Yu suspended his raids after he got more than 500,000 gold coins. He was ready to summon 2 more heroes. He had pondered a lot and had decided to summon Thrall and Paladin the Lightbringer. Xiao Yu had hesitated for a long time before making the choice. He could choose Torrent Chief, Blood Mage or other tough heroes, but most of them were individual battle-type heroes. All of them were powerful like Blade Master, but Thrall and Uther could enhance the effectiveness of all the troops during a battle. The heroes were critical forces, however in Xiao Yu's perspective overall strength of his troops was more important. He saw how Tyrann's Trueshot aura played a great role in enhancing strength and range of elf archers during the previous war. Thrall's shamanic powers could increase the attack power of his 500 grunts. It was a better idea than summoning a Torrent Chief. In addition, Xiao Yu considered the history of the world. Thrall was known as the god of the orcs, so he believed that Thrall would play a great role in his plan to recover the Orcish horde. Once the intelligence of Thrall increased, then he could form new generation leaders for the horde who could manage orcs and enhance their strength. Uther wasn't known as a god for humanity, but he was known as a first-generation paladin. He was a hero who was adhered by the forces of the light. Xiao Yu could use Uther's identity to justify his wars and sway the public opinion to his advantage. Xiao Yu didn't idle while waiting for the birth of the 2 heroes. He upgraded the shops and blacksmiths of 4 aces to the second level. At second level, the blacksmiths could produce better armors and weapons. He could enhance the strength of his troops with better equipment and make up for the lack of quantity. The role of shops was huge too. The potions for mana and healing were increased by 20 bottles a day. In addition, he was able to buy additional potions according to each race. Human Arcane Vault had an extra medical potion that could slowly treat human warriors on the battlefield. He could even quickly restore their health if the injured warriors had withdrawn from the battlefield. He could buy special potion from the Voodoo Lounge to increase the strength of a grunt. It could enhance the strength attribute for a grunt for 10 minutes, and he could buy 20 bottles a day. Ancient of Wonders had a special potion for elves that could increase their agility for 10 minutes. There was a purchase limit of 20 bottles per day. Tomb of Relics had a special potion with corrosive abilities. The weapons could be dipped in the potion and they would toxify and corrode the bodies of an enemy during an attack. He could buy only 20 bottles a day. Undead are despicable. Xiao Yu praised the undead. A golden light flashed and a tall orc jumped down from the altar. His figure was as tall as Grom, but he had a domineering aura around him. Thrall greets the master. Thrall came to stand in front of Xiao Yu. His wolf mount followed after him. Xiao Yu was about to speak when a golden light flashed on top of Altar of Kings. A burly man wearing a neat armor ran over and loudly shouted, "Uther greets the master." Finally, I got 2 more heroes. Xiao Yu almost burst into tears as he looked at 2 heroes.
Please like, share, subscribe.